Always look on side of life. Hey, Amando, is your ear cleared up? Always look on the bright side of life. Amando, how's your ear?
It's better, man. You can hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear
no,
you
I,
clear.
I, I didn't have a problem with my ear. I just had like it's constantly dizzy. I guess my equilibrium was out of whack or something, but it's way better now.
Did you just stop? Just stop happening, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. I think a friend of my girl told her that that happened to her, but soon as it happens once, it's gonna happen again. But all the other times will
Well,
be a lot less dizzier, I guess.
yeah, I think it can happen to everybody. There's something to do with your balance or something. There's the Aussie Urge, Richie, boom, 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 Petra. What the hell? That was a quick reboot. What's she looking at?
That's right. You better than me.
Free at last! Oh my God!
I don't know. I feel this sense of relief when I don't hear Listurge's voice.
You know, that chat actually went all right for a while until it started turning to
I don't know.
the same repeated bullcrap that always comes.
The pseudo intellectual / like religious bashing. It's so old.
That's actually the first time it actually had come up basically all night, except one time when he tried to bring it up prior, like 4 hours ago. But
I don't know. It's like every time I get in here, and if he's here and I'm here, that's where the conversation goes. Like, I don't know. Like, anytime I'm in here, that's what he's talking about.
well, it's like a conquest. He's trying to conquer your brain and make you an atheist, and then that would be like seen as like a good token of a good fun.
He's trying to spread his gospel, I guess.
Reasonable, rational thought.
Right.
Well, you're never gonna change me, so there's no point ever trying to convince me otherwise. So.
Well, that's
yeah.
that's the signature of the closed mind. Right?
Well, no, I've got a more open mind than you.
You know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be me that changes you, or like it's going to come from
None of your rhetoric will ever.
Well, we'll see, because I do expect that you'll snap out of it.
Just like I was gonna snap about it. When oh greatless.
Is that where the new saying?
Right, so just think what you're doing to me. It's like me coming to you every day and saying, Lyserge, you need to believe in Jesus, and basically pushing it on you for like an hour and a half. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not like that.
Buddhism is.
It's very similar. You're trying to push your ideology onto others.
It's
similar. Instead of admitting that it's a belief
similar, but it is different, right?
No.
Right.
One of us is more right than the other.
Okay? Right, me. Stop trying to convince me.
No, it's not. It's not you, because you're the.
I am
You
right.
see why I don't? You see why I don't argue with him?
Yeah, I know why you don't.
Yeah, but
Just
you know,
saying,
see
it's
that's the
never-
thing. Okay, the rationale that you apply is, I don't know, therefore God. Right
No,
now,
it's not.
yeah, that is it. That is it. Okay,
I
you can
reject
just say
false.
no. Okay, that's just denial, though. Okay, that is the truth.
Let him
Right?
respond.
I'm actually being truthful and honest. Right?
You're gonna let him
And you
respond?
know, I know that I don't know. Okay, I know that you don't know. I know that you have convinced yourself that you do, which you know that's of course the core of delusion. Right
Yeah,
there.
sure.
It is.
One
There's
of
no
these
question.
days, LaSurge, one of these days, your psychobabble's just gonna snap me out of my psychosis, and then I'll be on my knees thanking you, man.
Well, it's not
But
psychosis.
until that day,
Well, it's just fundamental delusion, right? It's you know, there's you know, for the sake of argument. Okay, like you know, you could you know, I know
no, but
obviously that you
LaSurge, the point is you're the one who wants to argue, man. I'm not in here trying to change your paradigm. Like you're the one in
Yeah,
here
but-
pushing your ideologies on people and calling it facts. Like nobody.
but would you ever argue that you yourself don't ever have any doubt?
No,
for
nobody
the
ever
existence
said
of God.
nobody.
See,
Oh,
you do doubt.
go if you want to
You know,
answer
which
that,
is
go ahead.
normal. Even Mother Teresa doubted.
Oh yeah,
Right,
she
no,
wasn't probably even lived, so.
Well, that's how critical
Teresa
thinking works.
wasn't
You have
even
to
a
exercise
Christian.
doubt. You have to question.
Right. You know what's
Right?
funny? You
No.
you bring up all these like people who are like meant to prove that Christians doubt stuff, but most of the people you bring up, like the Pope, are even Christians, so whatever.
And nobody
Yeah,
ever
but
said
in
Christians
the absence of
doubt.
evidence, right? The rational conclusion is, you know, no.
Yeah, sure.
Right. I don't remember anybody ever positing the idea that Christians have never experienced doubt before. Like, where did that come
I know. Well, let's you
from? Where
know.
does that feel?
I know. I know that's true, right? So it's just something I take for granted.
Right, but the fact in the Christian walk there will be doubts from time to time, but the point is you always come back.
Well, research, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
If you destroyed everybody's faith in whatever religion they believed in, what would you talk about?
Good
Trump.
question.
I don't know. You can still talk about it.
I think
You know,
Trump.
you can still talk about it. There's nothing wrong with talking about it. The problem comes from you know actually believing, right? And you know convincing ourselves, right? Which is leaping to a conclusion. Which
yeah,
you know I'm
well,
not.
if
prepared to
my
do that.
ideology isn't adversely affecting you, I don't see what concern it is of you. Like I really don't. Like, just
Well,
like
it
you're
does. It does. You know, there's
no, what I personally
it's
believe
not an
doesn't
option.
affect you in any manner. I'm afraid not. We're
Everyone has
separated by more than 6
influence
degrees.
on
Like,
everyone else.
yeah, no, I'm not. I'm neither pushing my ideologies on you, nor am I imposing on or infringing on your
No,
rights
but
as a
people
human
like
being.
you do.
So no, I don't.
But people like
I
you
don't make
do.
it my issue to tell you what
You
to
know,
believe or what to think, nor do I impose my beliefs or anything else on you. Like, I don't. Like, and
you know, through our conversations, Tudor, you've come across to me as a Jehovah's Witness.
a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
Humor me. Now you have me intrigued. What?
Jehovah's Witnesses, they push and push
A
and push
Jesus
their
cult?
religion
I'm
onto
pushing.
not saying
everybody,
that's
you
Am I
know?
gonna come to your door in a suit and give you
they
and
take
make
it a
you
step further.
and tell you the good news? Is that it?
Yeah, but you know, that's the thing is the you know the only difference between you and them is that you don't you know actively proselytize.
Right. So in what way am I like a Jehovah's Witness, please?
Well, in the foundation, right? Like you know,
You mean my
see,
foundation in
like,
Christ.
why do
Somehow
they
makes
call
me
themselves Jehovah Witness?
a Jesus cult, right?
Right? You know, because well, it's because they you know well you know look at the second word, right? Witness. Right now, you have explained to me. You used the term. You said revelatory faith.
Oh, you're
Okay,
back
now
on this.
if you think
Yeah, faith by
revelatory,
revelation
that
written in
makes
God's
no
word.
sense, right? Well, that's what it's the same thing. That's what revelatory means: is to witness, to see. Okay, and you know,
He's given
therefore,
us his
thereby
word, which is
believe that you
yeah,
know.
which you've
Well, you
rejected
convince
outright.
yourself.
Yeah, you don't
You
believe
convinced yourself, is what you did, right? And you know, that can, you know, cause actual you know, emotional breakdowns, nervous breakdown.
Mm.
You know, because well, it
Well,
does.
if anyone here was experiencing psychotic episodes, I would have to say it's probably you. Weren't you the one on the chat like
Well,
day and
yeah,
night,
but
like
you know,
bitching
that's
about how
because
you
you just
wanted to get
talk,
in?
dude.
And
You just say things, right? You know,
yeah,
there's no real weight to your words. Like,
right, right. Because I'm
Coming
on here
from
day and
Lysa.
night trying to challenge your worldview, and I'm on here
well,
all.
you have, and you know, you do.
No,
There's a
see, the thing is,
contradiction,
man, I've
right? Now,
I've
only one of us
said
can be
it
more right than the other, and
right,
it's
and
me.
what you believe, or whether you believe you're right or
Well, it's
wrong,
not.
I
I told
don't
you,
really
see,
care.
it's not about belief.
Right. Well, you believe you're right, or do you know you're right? Whichever it is.
Well, no, it's you know, that question itself is kind of moot, really. Like,
Mm,
you know, because you know, it's a reservation of judgment, right?
right.
Atheism is the reservation
I
of
don't
judgment.
see you come down on atheists as hard as you do on people that believe in God. Why is that? As an agnostic,
Well,
I don't.
because they're critical thinking, right? They're actually
Right.
they're the ones who they themselves are.
They're surmising that there definitively is no God, yet they have no proof of this,
There's
and
no
that's
contradiction with, you know, amongst atheists, because
they could
you know,
simply
all
say that they
atheists
don't know
are
that they're.
receiving that
They could
judgment.
say what would make more sense, or be what would be more intellectually honest, is to simply say, I don't know
Hey,
if there's a God or
Well,
not.
exactly, but it's not us who have
Right,
the problem with
that's
saying,
not
I don't
saying that
know.
there is no God or that God's dead. I would
You have
call
the
that
problem,
intellectually
right?
dishonest.
Because you think that you do know, right? That's why you said revelatory faith.
Hey,
Okay,
let me
and
let
Right.
me, let me
revelatory.
interject. Just
Go ahead, bud. Just say something real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say there's a lot of artifacts that have been proven to.
Oh,
And
God.
no, I'm not going back to that, LaSurge. I just want to say this: there's a lot of proven artifacts that have proved the biblical times that are written in the, whether you believe in God or not.
Yeah,
You know,
it's ridiculous. It's
there's
ridiculous. Even,
well, I
you
understand,
know, I'm
but
sorry.
when you talk,
Okay.
well, let me get done. Let me get done. There's a lot of artifacts that already substantiate all of the things written in the Bible.
No,
So
not all of the things.
don't let me use the word all then. A lot of things
Yeah.
that are in the Bible, there's a lot of things already found to substantiate it. So therefore,
Yeah.
when you, I mean, how old is the Bible? Think about it.
Like 2,000 years, roughly.
Okay, so
You
if
know,
we,
well,
No.
Are you referring to the New Testament, I suppose?
how old is the Bible, guys? I don't know. How old is it?
Well, the Bible is a collection of books. So the first book was, I don't know, 4,000 years. The second book, which, you know,
That's the
Genesis would be the
original scroll.
oldest.
That's
Well,
the original.
the tank. The tanker is the first 5 books, you know, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Genesis. That was all written by Moses, so that'll all be around the same period of time. For I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying about how long is the literature in the Bible? How long has that been around?
Here, you know, I gotta say, okay,
Hold
imagine.
on, let me get out my point, LaSurge. So, however long it is, okay, there's been enough things found to substantiate a lot of stuff in there. So if I just go on that versus the Big Bang and all of those things through science, why would I not tend to go towards the things that have already been proven for a fact?
You know, there's very little that is actually established fact. Okay, like literal fact.
Well, no,
okay,
I mean the biblical times, the times that are written about in the Bible. Yeah, there's
so much of it is obvious bullshit. Okay, like the flood. Okay, the flood ruled out. That never happened.
Well, you're on a new subject already. You're not even staying on my subject.
I'm talking because there's 2 sides to that. Okay, there's fact. Okay, and then there's fiction. Right? You know, it's the difference between nonfiction and fiction. Now, there will be, you know, smatterings, okay, tiny little pieces that are actual fact, that are biblical, okay, but, you know, most of it is just extrapolated from that into fiction.
Okay, let's get back to my subject. We're already off the subject. What I'm saying is, I mean, you believe in archaeologists, right?
Well, it's that does not require belief.
Exactly. That's my whole point, LaSurge, is that a lot of the things that are written about in the Bible, the findings have already been verified to prove a lot of stories that are in the, whether you believe in God or not.
And
a lot of things
far more
have established the stories that are written in a book that have existed for hundreds of years. So why would I not tend to believe that over something that cannot be proven at all?
Because you have to apply critical thinking. That's the way. That's what knowledge is all about.
Critical thinking makes me believe something tangible.
Listen, what I was going to say, okay, is, imagine a tribe of like cavemen, 80,000 years ago, okay, where they're walking across some Serengeti or something like that. Okay, now all of a sudden a big meteorite comes bursting through the atmosphere. They don't know what that is, okay? It's not just your average shooting star, like something, like you've seen recently in Russia, a big bright one that, bang.
I can understand that. However,
okay, hold on, hear me out. Okay, now they've never seen this before, right? They've never seen anything like this, okay? It's a brand new experience for them. And they're terrified. Okay, it's like right, and all that. Okay, they freak out. There's fear and all this. Okay, and they don't know what it is. Okay, so they will say, they'll just like worship it. Now there's fear attached to that and all that. That is the crux of where religion comes from.
No,
right? It's just the wonder and. Well, absolutely, it is.
Right, show me where the God of the Bible came down as a meteor or something. Then.
For Christ's sakes, are you fucking kidding me? Okay, to me, okay, I understand religion. Okay, so I understand that all religion is based on just that exact thing that I'm explaining right now. Okay, about not understanding what it is. Okay, that's what.
Okay, let's take your. Hey, Serge, here's what I'm saying though. Okay, I understand what you're saying. They're running around. Ooh, 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 what the fuck is that? Ooh, ooh, ooh. And then they call it a god and they worship it and they call it a god. Now hold on. Here's what I'm saying to you though. What I'm saying is all those fucking clubs that those cavemen carried. We found evidence of that, so I can definitely say that those cavemen were there because it's been proven through the artifacts.
Absolutely, exact evidence.
Okay. There's also been enough artifacts that have been found to prove a lot of things in the Bible.
Yeah, but look at the.
There's actually far more disproven than proven. But
no, that's coming from that skeptics Bible rubbish.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? There's it's countless. There's like I say, there's millions of holes in the biblical narrative. Millions.
Okay, I got one question. What is first of all, I have to ask a question before I ask LaSurge the question. What is the name of that mountain that's still black to this day that nothing can grow on it again, Tudor?
That's what I was gonna say. They found that thing near the top. It was near the peninsula of Arabia. They found the mountain, the black. You know about it.
What's the name of that, Tudor? You said it the other night, I think. Anyway, in the Bible, LaSurge, it talks about the mountain that God set on fire and all that shit with brimstone and all that.
Oh, yeah. See, that's a ridiculous premise itself.
Hold on a minute. So why can't your science prove why nothing at all can grow there?
It can. It can.
Okay.
That's the thing. That's all that science does is prove. Okay, science gives you the reason how things are.
Well, can it defy?
Say God it's absurd.
Can it defy the story? Can it defy the story? Can your science prove
there are no miracles, guys? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
It's not possible.
I can't get the question.
Yes, sir.
I can't get the question out. Anyway,
there's just no point, right? Like you can't win these arguments, okay? And if you sit down and actually analyze it yourself.
no one ever wins an argument. I know you're smart enough to know
You're
that.
coming from a confirmation bias. You're looking to prove that God does exist. Okay.
No, all I'm asking you
is a rational perspective. Okay, where you're actually questioning and you're not taking God
just going to talk
as
more where I can't talk, and that's a one-way conversation.
Way to approach it.
Okay, but I'd still like to be able to talk. I'd still like to be able to talk.
You're coming from a standpoint, okay, literally of unreason.
No.
Right? Yeah, that's the yeah. Okay, the answer
before
is
you
yes.
say I'm being unreasonable, can you at least hear my fucking question?
Well, there's no point. There's no point. I know your approach is wrong. It's your approach which is wrong.
Okay, everything I do is wrong. I've been told that 1,000,000 times in my life. Now, will you hear my question?
Well, there's no point, okay? Because I'm I'm not saying about everything.
Hold on,
on this.
Fair enough, LaSurge. Let me ask you another question then. Why is it fair for you to waste my time with your question if I can't waste your time with mine?
Because like I say, you're coming from the approach of unreason.
But you still
your logical foundation. You have a confirmation bias. You're looking to prove that God does exist, and I'm
not looking to prove anything. I just want
to. God is logical positive.
You've already changed the context of my line of thought. I'm not trying to prove anything. What I'm asking you,
thousands of religious debates.
Fuck, man, I can't even get a fucking question out, dude. Come on, man.
There's no point.
You're the one that sits in here and squawks 24 hours a day how no one can ever talk, but yet you're talking over me and I can't even ask a question.
Yeah, but because you're starting from
talking over me,
you are accepting God as a logical positive. Okay,
I couldn't get a word in edgeways, buddy. He just spoke over the top of me, so I muted myself.
Okay, I'll just mic out. Do you want to hear my question, yes or no?
Okay, but I might stop you.
Well, that's not very fair, is it? I mean, at least let me get
it is.
All right, mic out.
Because if you keep coming from the approach of accepting God as a logical positive, that's an error. Okay, they call it, in philosophy, it's referred to as a subject use error.
Yes, but LaSurge, if you keep talking over people, you'll end up just talking to loonies like Pixie.
Well, I had
old fat fight debate.
See, you are looking to prove the Bible true. Okay, now that you're not questioning, so that's the wrong approach. You have to approach it from a skeptical viewpoint, okay, which is to doubt. Okay, and if you look at it and question to find whether or not it's true, you'll find it's full of things that can't possibly be true, like Noah's Ark. Okay, that's absolute. It's a kid's story. Okay, the flood. No, that could never have happened. John G.
You're a lot of research. They should have interrupted you 5 times there.
Well, sometimes interrupting people is fine. I don't always mind, depends, right? Like, like I say, even coming from the approach of accepting God as a logical positive is a mistake. That's the big mistake. That's the fundamental mistake, right? Because obviously, and I'm not the only one who admits that we don't know. We just don't know. And the only way to know is through science. That's the thing. Is the only way to prove beliefs, okay, is through science. And should science ever prove God, religion ceases to exist, and religion then becomes a part of science.
Right. Here was my question, LaSurge. I just wanted to ask you, can your science disprove the story that is in the Bible about that mountain and brimstone?
Yes.
Okay.
How?
Right. There'll be a reasonable.
How?
Well, that's how you're asking me. Okay, why don't you?
Hold on. I want to ask you something. Are you telling me that the world has never been flooded? Because your ice age is a flood, sir.
Well, floods happen here and there, but there's never been a point at which
how you just
entirely
reversed
flooded.
it. Well, we see it. Science and archaeology shows you that the world was underwater. I mean, the fact that you even finding bones under the ground tells you there's a flood.
Oh. Dude, do you know what continental drift is and plate tectonics and all that, and Pangea? Okay, like if you go
believe
back
in a flood, though. You believe in a flood. I mean, there's countless of stories about the flood. You're just denying everything about the Bible, which I have no idea why you do. Obviously, these guys are just trying to explain something that happened.
It's not possible. Look, I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry.
All right, is an ice age possible? Is an ice age possible? Oh, an ice age is not possible.
Yeah,
dude,
which
we know. Can you bear with us? Can you calm down? Can you calm down on something? Can you calm down? And you don't have to accept or reject anything, but you do believe in a worldwide flood.
No.
Yes.
Of course not. No, absolutely not.
Is your ice age? You telling me the ice age is not a form of a flood?
Yes, that's ice. Not water.
What the fuck do you think?
Solid.
But you don't see what you're saying? You don't even see what you're saying.
Gas. Well, of course there was never a flood. It's ridiculous.
But there was an ice age.
Yeah, right? You know how glaciation occurs?
No. Don't bear with me. Bear with me. There's no flood, but there's an ice age in your paradigm, right?
There's several ice ages, okay, and then there's mini ice ages.
There you go. And there was
called dry. Listen. There's mini ice ages which are called Dryas periods, right? You can look that up.
You see, you're babbling to me again. Don't babble to me, sir. I don't even hear you when you talk like. Yes, you are.
Science, dude.
Forget about your science, man, for a minute. And I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you that there's plenty of stories. I mean, as far as history tells us, everybody speaks about this flood. Everybody.
No.
What?
No. Ask any geologist. Funky's not here.
You're sick. Your problem is the Bible. Your problem is God, not the flood.
You should have spoke with Funky. Funky actually has a degree in geology. Okay, ask any geologist.
But geology will show you
they'll
that.
Say, "Oh no, that's not possible. It could never have happened."
You know what?
We know the Toba eruption happened. Okay, the population bottleneck. Right, some 80,000 years ago, we know that happened for sure because it was a global event. Okay, so no matter where you are on the planet, if you start digging down, you will hit the layer. Okay, because of the geological processes of redeposit of because
you're being
things grow
intellectually dishonest with the fact that you're saying that no flood happened. You're being sick with it now.
No.
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Hey,
absolutely.
Let me ask one more thing.
I'm gonna show you something, and we're gonna find out what you're willing to dismiss. Okay?
No,
we'll find out. We'll find out after I show you some video. Show you some pictures. We'll find out what you're willing to dismiss.
Dude, you're one of the worst. Okay, you are the actual worst, and then I'd say probably Grizz, and then Buddy, and then Tudor. Okay, now you guys are all.
Yeah, but who the fuck cares? According to you, who's the worst? You're nothing but a Canadian boy. You understand what I'm saying?
Dude,
understand where you're sitting at. You saying who's the worst or who's better, it doesn't mean shit to us at all.
Well, it's for things that you understand. You are the most delusional out of all the Christians I know here.
You can use these words all you want. I could say you're delusional thinking that you come from a monkey. We could play around with this all you want.
What do you rate delusion on?
Because I'm actually arguing from fact and reality side here. Like
what? How do you measure delusion?
Well, on an individual thing, right? Each circumstance individually.
How do you come to the conclusion that Buddy is more delusional than Tudor?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, as far as understanding. Actual science and things like that. Like Tudor is more intellectually oriented, okay, where he knows not to say certain things.
I disagree. I think you're in love with his excellency of speech, and then you give him all these accolades for no reason. For no reason. You think he's equally as delusional as everyone else with the whole God paradigm thing. But you just give him accolades because he's he gives you this excellency of speech of these complicated words. But you guys, I've heard you guys debate all the time, and you guys don't say shit at all. You guys are not saying nothing.
You know what's funny?
It's
No, I'm just saying, like, even when you use the word quantum physics and you start explaining, nigga, you're fucking babbling. You're not telling us nothing. You don't speak to us boldly. You speak to us in a complicated term. Is what I'm telling you. And I understand all the words you're saying, but you're not saying nothing. Does that make sense? Your spirit is not saying nothing.
Hold on. But are you, or do you critically analyze the Bible? Okay, do you question the Bible and and compare it against science? Okay,
I question everything. I question you. I question everything. Everything I question.
Well, okay, look into the Bible, okay, and look for things that cannot.
I have questioned the Bible, and I find out that it's true. There's a common story in all these ancient stories.
Yeah,
and that's your witness.
Can I ask a layman question to the church? I don't understand the philosophy of we're supposed to answer your questions, but you can't answer one of ours.
I answer tons of your questions.
Okay, I got one. I've got one.
Are extremely misguided because you're all Christians. You're already all indoctrinated, and you've got the huge confirmation bias.
Okay, let's just say I'm Satan himself. Can I still ask a question?
No, it's Satan. It's like, dude.
Let's just say I'm Bill Nye the science guy. Can I ask a question now?
Well, that he will ask a far more intelligent question. He'll phrase it properly.
You've already categorized my question as being dismissed.
Well, because the question starts with a premise of accepting God as something which is true.
That's also not true. My question is not based on whether there is a God or not.
Oh, you do that a lot. Okay, the way you phrase things, you accept God as a logical positive, which.
But you can't analyze this question until you hear it, though. Correct?
Yeah, and your questions are,
All right, Mike out.
Yeah, your questions are, you and Armando are like in the same.
Hey, bro,
boat.
shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Go mute yourself, buddy. Ask your question. Ask your question, regardless what the fuck if he accepts it or not. Ask your question.
Well, I just, it kind of gets back to what I was trying to stipulate to him before. I mean, surely he knows from studying all that science. I mean, surely he can't deny the artifacts that have been found.
Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, but see, that only proves itself. Okay, artifacts will prove themselves. Okay, and they'll lead to certain things. Finding artifacts though doesn't validate all the other claims made by Christianity.
Okay,
like divinity. Okay.
That's a fair statement. However, what about the artifacts that have been found that stipulates the things that are in there?
Yeah, well, it's loosely based. There's one of the trickiest things a Christian ever said to me was, it took me so long. It took me like fucking 3 days to actually come up with a response. What he said was, you cannot disprove that there isn't a kernel of truth at the core of every myth. Okay, he said that line. I remember it verbatim. Okay, because of all the logical flips in it, right? Because of the ints, right, which are nots, which are negations. So you cannot disprove. Okay, so that's like two flipped right there. That's negative to a not to a disprove that there isn't another not, right? I had to analyze that, okay, and cut through it, because what he's actually saying, okay, could have been said in fewer words, where what he's saying is all he says in that statement is, you can't disprove truth. That's what the actual statement says. The way he phrased it is so fucking complicated. It took me 3 days to sort through, to figure out that all he's saying is you cannot disprove truth, which of course is true.
Fair enough. Here's what bothers me every time that we get into these discussions. Well, like Tudor said earlier, about the same things we've already been over and over and over. When I ask you hypothetical questions like, well, even if it was staring you in the face and you've already had it analyzed through your science, you would still deny it anyway.
Yeah, because I look for a reasonable explanation.
Well, no, But hypothetically, what I asked you was, if it was staring you in the face and you were holding Jesus's robe with his blood on it, and it had already been verified, it was, and everything about it, and you were holding it in your hand, you have made the statement on here, you would still deny it.
Yeah, I would believe it's a trick, yeah, because it doesn't make sense.
Well, see, that's so. Where do you expect anyone to go with any learning process with you?
Well, it's because I, like I said earlier, it's about the approach, okay, and exercising the doubt.
Approach,
okay, where
that's approach.
To
how all things in life are proven.
Yeah, but to accept a miraculous or divine or supernatural claim does not make sense. There has to be a reasonable, rational explanation for things.
Speaking of artifacts, nothing supernatural.
Yeah, but the supernatural is intrinsic in religion. You can't extricate supernatural from religion.
That's another step. That's not what I'm talking about, though. Anyway, I mean, you either have to believe your science or not believe it. You can't have that both ways.
Well, like I say, knowledge, comes, knowledge is inductive, right, through our senses. Information comes directly through our senses, right? That's the foundation of knowledge, which really, sure, you can kind of question it, but you shouldn't, because, that's the question our own existence.
Give me one person that you've studied through the years that you would trust their analogies.
Well, analogies are just analogies.
Well, a scientist that you believe in.
Well, they generally don't, use metaphor and stuff. They're
one that you believe in, that you've met in your life. Is there anyone that you believe that you would believe that anybody on earth that you've ever studied through the years that you would believe if they showed you some type of scientific proof?
Of what? Something that doesn't make sense?
Of anything. Just name the person.
Well, Newton.
You claim you're smarter than that. Hey,
gravity,
let me ask you something. You see these lines?
Yeah.
How are those caused?
Well, that could be from erosion, but it looks far more like that's actually man-made, right? Because of the line going down the middle.
All right. Evidence number one.
Right? Well, go to another one. It may have been a vineyard at some point. That's that's man-made right there. There's a lot of geological formations that are natural that actually look man-made also.
Can you explain how we're breathing? Like, there's no scientific explanation about how you breathe. No one knows. We just do it, and we're not even doing it. Breathing is not in our control.
Yeah, well, it's it's subconscious. It's controlled through the diaphragm.
Okay, I have another question. Can we agree that there is a mountain that is still black to this day where nothing can grow? Can we?
I have no idea. I've never heard of that.
Wow. Okay.
Where is that to? Where in the world is that to?
Yeah, that's.
It's on the border of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's still over there to this day. It's all in the Bible. What I'm trying to get LaSurge, I'm trying to get on some platform with him so I can have a discussion. But every time I try to get on a platform, I mean, he believes in science, but yet he won't believe Bill Nye the Science Guy or fucking.
Of course they do.
I don't know.
Armando, you seen us asking for a link on the Hangout, Armando, on the the Hangout.
Oh no! Oh.
You've had it now, LaSurge.
Yeah, fuck this, man. It's like, oh no. No,
You've had it now.
It's I hear the Imperial March from Star Wars, right? It's like dun 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 dun. Yeah, you can.
Where I just walked back. What have we?
The next generation. to boldly go where no one has gone before.
That's correct, actually.
Here's
See, I have a hard time believing anything you say, because then when I ask you, okay, so if the science, if the artifacts, for example, that proves the stories that are in the Bible, that you would still deny it, it's beyond my understanding.
it can't make sense. It can't. It's already like totally disproven. So like I saw I've seen a UFO. Okay, now what that was, I don't know. Okay,
I've seen many UFOs, Serge, so I will agree with you on that. I have seen many of them with witnesses with me that also saw them also.
Wait,
so
I thought you were calling me a nut
where
job
are we going with that?
Well, I saw one a long time ago. Now the thing is I don't know what it was. Okay, and the important thing to do is find a reasonable natural explanation for it. Right? It had to have been some, that's the only way to.
Have you been able to do that yet?
So did the Big Bang make aliens as well as humans? They made what? They made language, they made personalities, the Big Bang, soil, wood, aliens, UFOs. So the Big Bang created absolutely everything just by chance because it was the right temperature.
Well, actually,
I'm not up for an answer. I don't want you to answer me. I'm not asking you a question. I'll leave you with that thought, shall I?
Yeah,
I can recommend tons of books. Okay, you read these books.
Okay, listen to other people all your life. Why don't you try and figure out things for yourself and listen to your inner voice instead of reading books from years ago? And if that goes to religion, well,
what I gathered from that was that you believe in fucking aliens, Lizard.
No.
So why did you say
UFO? Yeah? Listen, okay, UFO means unidentified flying object. Okay,
Petra said that the Big Bang created everything, even aliens, and you said, yo.
Well, everything that exists is created through the Big Bang, yeah.
And you think that everything that exists has been created through chance?
Don't you know that you're fucking ending in a question mark?
No.
You're giving us a statement ending with a question mark.
I don't know. What
you are. I know you are.
Your way of thinking and your
dishonest. It is dishonest to try to persuade people away from God to end them up in a question mark. It's dishonest. You know that. That's why you keep saying that God is a question mark, because we're answering it, right?
Yeah, man.
You're substituting
we don't ponder on God anymore. We know who He is.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. You know who He is.
No, you don't.
Hey,
you just say you know.
We all know who He is. We all know who He is.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. He comes out of your mouth every so often, sir.
You're delusional. You believe that
He comes out of your mouth. Go ahead.
You've made that.
Can somebody fucking add Yesenia?
I got you. I already added Yesenia.
Yes. Yesenia, yeah. Oh, sheesh.
I thought it was yes. Yeah, I thought it was yes, Nia.
Well, she spelt it without the second E, right? It's properly. It's the name is actually Yesenia.
Okay.
But she spelt it without a second E, right? It's supposed to be in between the second S and the N.
Well, the E's not silent.
I had to look at her name several times before I could even pronounce it.
I thought it was. Yes, I thought it was just yes, Nia.
Well, yeah, yes, Nia. Yes, Nia is the way I read it.
Yeah, I thought I that's strange, though, Serge. I recall because I remember I said I've seen UFOs, and I wasn't sure where I thought it was you giving me the third degree for that, because I never said they were extra.
Oh, I don't know. I saw something.
I've got a picture of a UFO on my phone. It's very, very faint. But me and my mate saw one by an aeroplane, and he said, "What the fuck's that?" We couldn't explain it to being anything else. And then a few weeks later, I saw it when I was by myself. I'll put it up on Hangouts. On my phone, you can zoom up and see it clearly, like a little white dot. It was moving by a plane. But I'll put it up on Hangouts and see if you can spot the little white dot. It's really tiny. If you don't zoom up, I'll put it on, see if you can see it.
I've seen a UFO very close with my 7th grade school teacher right beside me, seeing the same thing. I have seen UFOs 4 times in my life. So
yeah,
I know UFOs exist, whatever it is. I have seen them with people beside me that are seeing the same thing. However, that's not really the subject here I was trying to talk about.
No, you're about to see it.
Yeah, I know. Like I say, I don't know what it was. Now, I've read.
If you could identify it, it would be a UFO.
Go ahead.
Well, I've read, in books that there's different, forms of matter. Okay, I remember reading somewhere once that there's types of matter that are so dense in space that, like a teaspoonful would weigh, like a few tons or something like that. Okay, it's certain, exotic, rare forms of matter, and that was one of the theories I came up with for what it was that I saw, because it was not a shooting star, and it crossed the entire frickin' horizon. It went in a straight line. Okay, and my story never changes because
I've seen a UFO up close. I didn't have to see it as far as a star.
So what are you saying though? A flying saucer or something?
That's right.
Yeah, with was it like little green men?
Little green men.
Well, there you go. I mean, I don't know where to go with you, LaSurge. 1 minute, everything's science. The next minute, science.
Actually, did you know that they're supposed to be grey, not green?
Well, there's grays. There's a whole bunch of different, that's in,
Those are the that I'm not sure of. I just know the
fiction. Fiction.
I'm speaking of the craft that I saw. Nothing else.
Look at.
I
look
wish.
At it
I want to see one. Take me where they are. Then I want to see it. Okay? That's my dream. That's my dream, guys, to meet an alien for real.
Hey, I'm going to tell you where you can go to do that. All bullshit to the side. There is a lookout point.
Look at this. Real life alien.
there is a lookout point in Florida. All the news stations have been there and recorded them. They're there almost every single night. Google it, find out where in Florida that is, and you can go there and see one.
Oh, Christ.
I'll write that down. It's in Florida somewhere. Okay. I'll Google it. I really need to meet an alien.
Something closer to home for her. Something in Australia where you can go see.
She's coming to the U.S.
Oh, only in the US.
I am coming to the U.S.
That's good for tourism, isn't it?
Okay,
I want to go to Florida.
Listen to what this guy's. Hey, I want everybody on the panel to listen. Now, he's making a joke out of it when he says himself he's seen one.
I saw something. I'm not saying I saw a flying fucking saucer. I'm saying I saw an object cross the entire sky.
Yeah, and you've made a hypothesis, a special type of matter that you can't prove.
Well, listen, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it was. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what it was. It's an unidentified flying object. It's unidentified.
Right, but it was a hypothesis pulled out of your ass.
Well, you're not pulling out of my ass. Okay, you got to come up with a reasonable, rational explanation.
On UFOs now, that wasn't even the original.
Right. Can you demonstrate that special type of matter again, going across in a parallel line across the sky again?
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was.
There you go.
Shit on.
That's a belief.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe what you saw?
I know I saw it.
Okay, through your science, can you prove it?
Well, yeah.
The answer is no, you cannot.
No, the answer is yeah.
That's right.
If it is, no, the answer is yes, because if it is, then it can.
So if hold on, I'm trying to make a point, LaSurge. So if someone saw Jesus or saw God, but they wouldn't be able to prove that either.
Well, my answer was yes, not no. What are you talking? See.
I'm saying if I told you I saw something and I don't have any proof, then You could argue with me until the cows come home, right? I could
maybe God was the little green man flying the UFO.
And maybe what you saw was a figment of your. Maybe what you saw was a figment of your imagination.
That's right.
No, it was God and it was a little green man flying a fucking.
Now you're trying to make a joke. Did you see a UFO or not?
Well, yeah.
Well, prove it.
Which almost certainly had to have been piloted by God himself. Okay, God came back to Earth again as a little green man, right? Probably with a message.
I told you. This is what happens. This is what happens when you fucking hit a brick wall, dude.
Hey, can you just tell me what it looked like?
Green men, huh?
Yeah, tell me.
Why do you paint them green? Why do you paint God green?
It was brighter.
This guy's over here worshiping Mother Gaia over here.
Hold on, I actually want to hear this.
Right? It was probably a factor tenfold brighter than Venus, right? And not much larger, and it was very high up in the atmosphere and traveling at an incredible rate of speed. Like it crossed, it was gone. Okay, across the entire horizon.
Hold it, I want to hear this.
Oh, why? Because you saw one too?
No, I just
actually, I have seen 4 of those in one night with a friend of mine and my son. So I know they exist, but I'm just asking you to prove it.
He was not going to be able to prove it.
Well, it was just something. I can only give you my testimony, which is, and
right. Thank you. Well, guess what? There's testimonies all in the Bible.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's
go.
But it is.
But then you could just say that your testimony is false too. It doesn't make it so. Like
that's right.
It doesn't mean that it's not.
Yeah, I don't believe you, LaSurge. Prove it.
Testimony. How dare you use that word and not make us think of the Bible?
So anyway,
well, that's how it works in a court of law. Okay, now certain people have different credibility, right? Like.
What is the root word of
you're
testimony?
More credible than all the authors of
Hold on. What's the root word of the word testimony?
Testimonial.
I don't know. Testimonial?
No, the root word would be test, sir.
Listen. Okay. Someone who's, a paranoid schizophrenic. Okay.
Like you seeing UFOs?
They will say that they have seen things. Okay, but it's their imagination. Okay, so they're obviously a crazy person. Now you put them on.
You should be locked up in an asylum for speeding.
We can't consider this person because they're back.
It's astonishing.
Okay, now there's a big difference between the testimony of a crazy person and the testimony of someone who's, intelligent.
Well, when you say you saw a UFO, you go into that little realm of being the crazy person. I hope you know that.
No, I'm just saying I know what I saw.
I'm not saying they don't exist. I mean,
there has to be a reasonable scientific
question. I got one more question, LaSurge. If you know what you saw, and I know what I've seen, and you know what you've experienced, and I know what I've experienced, why would we try to defy that with each other?
Simple. He's just calling you a liar or insane or stupid.
No, but why would we try to define? In other words, you know what you saw, right? Period, right? Okay.
There's you guys with me.
So why in the world would I sit here and go, "You're full of shit, LaSurge. You didn't see shit."
Well, I don't know. You can do that. It doesn't bother me.
With no proof whatsoever for me to defy what you saw.
Well, if I had it on video, then there's evidence for it or proof.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Right,
but
that would be the evidence.
You don't.
That could be a CGI.
I have 2 other eyewitnesses.
Where are they?
They could be corroborating a lie for all we know. It doesn't really matter.
My one buddy.
How do I know you didn't call him on the phone and say, "Hey, man, I need you to fucking substantiate this bullshit lie I'm trying to make these guys."
Saying anybody could corroborate a lie.
Here, I'll tell you. One of the interesting things that happened afterwards was our stories were different. Okay, within like a week. Okay, and you know, it was in the color. Okay, describing the color of the object. To me, it was like you know, almost like the shirt you have there. It was like orangish, but kind of peachy.
Yeah, but that's
and
what I'm trying to make you realize is that just because you
the
saw
other guy
something,
said purple.
I don't have to believe it either.
Which
True. I think what he's saying is
Yeah.
like anyone
Oh,
believing
I
your
don't
story,
care.
like, like
Well,
they have
see,
yeah, that's fine. I don't care if you don't. You know, I'm talking about something that actually, you know, was physically real, and I am personally an eyewitness
Yeah,
to it.
and guess
How
what?
Now,
do you know
what
it's
you're talking
how do you know
about,
it's not
okay,
an
is
effect
these miraculous
of your
things
psychosis?
that's
It's
written
just-
thousands of years ago, and in fact, actually hundreds of years in many
Yeah, but
cases
I like
after the fact that
that when you
Well, the Gospels were written like 50 years after, actually.
I like the
oh,
statement
50,
that you just
100, okay,
replied.
200, 400.
I like the statement where
that's
you
the
said, "Well, I don't
latest.
really care if you believe it or not." That's what you just said. I don't really care whether you believe it or not. I know what I saw. Guess what? We don't care what you say because we know what we know too.
Well, yeah, but you don't know. Okay, there's a huge difference between
You
something
don't
that
know.
I actually
Hold on.
physically
You don't know what you saw
okay, and
either.
what's written in a book that was written thousands of years ago. Okay, there's a big fucking difference.
Where's the paragraph
You
in
don't
any
know
book that
that.
proves to me?
Right?
Paragraph in any book on earth that tells me what you saw.
Well, what? See,
Exactly.
you know, buddy, you fucking, you know, you ask these questions and shit. Okay, like.
No, I'm just telling you, man. It can't be both ways. It cannot be both ways,
Okay.
man.
Check this out. I'm showing this video that I think is probably the best evidence you probably have for your UFO theory. Right now, you're watching it, Liz, and Buddy, and Tudor, whoever's seen the UFO. I want to know if this is the same UFO you saw. Okay, you see that little orb right there? Is on top of the dome of that little church over there in Jerusalem.
Sure
Yeah.
is.
Now check this out.
The mosque.
Check how it reacts. Check how it reacts when everybody takes a photo.
It's gonna fly away. Straight up.
Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me.
And it did.
That
was a ball of light. I want to know.
Oh,
I want to know.
are you kidding me, Armando?
You see? I want to know if what you saw was a ball of light or did you see
Armando? Okay, that's absolutely fucking ridiculous.
What?
They,
Oh, that's
look at
ridiculous,
how it
right? But you don't
reacts.
have evidence, but they
Right.
do.
But what you saw isn't
It's
ridiculous.
being filmed, like,
Right. That's what I'm saying, no? Should be locked up.
no.
You're delusional.
Oh my God,
You're
Armando.
delusional.
Oh my God.
You're delusional, just like the rest of us.
No, you're the honest
Dude.
Hey, LaSurge, can we get back to the artifacts instead of UFOs, man?
Oh Christ! Are you kidding me?
Dude,
There's nothing that can prove.
The artifact.
Okay, and there's no reason.
Was that a UFO?
It's completely unreasonable to believe the claims of the Bible. Okay, the Bible is patently false. It's completely absurd.
Your UFO story is absurd.
You know, whether or not there is a God, okay, I don't know. We don't know.
Good answer.
Okay?
Well, we can answer that. Yes, there's a God, and his name is Jesus.
Full of bullshit. It's
You don't have to
absolutely full
look
of
anymore.
bullshit.
No, the answer is his name is Jesus, and yes, there is a God.
No, you don't know that.
Do you reckon if Jesus came back, he'll be Middle Eastern?
Well, yeah, he was a Jew. So he'll come back as a Jew.
Jesus comes back, he'll be glorified.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, think about the time. Okay. Put yourself. You got to go back thousands of years. Okay. When people were like extremely superstitious. Okay. And religions were all over the place and stuff. Okay.
Right.
And you know, factor in the Old Testament. Okay. And how there's already tons of people who believe in God. Okay. And they believe.
What's wrong with the Old Testament?
Well, this is all your stuff is entirely based on
Can you tell
belief.
me one thing that is in the Bible that you can, for a fact, prove that it's not real?
Well, the flood story. Okay, that's obviously not true. Walking on water, obviously not true.
That's not.
Transmuting
So
water
you're
to
saying,
wine.
there was never a culture that was flooded? You don't think that? You don't think some crazy random accidents? You don't believe in tsunamis? Do you believe in tsunamis?
Okay, Noah. What is it? Says that
No. Listen to the question. Listen to the question. You believe in tsunamis?
Okay, Adam and Eve. Okay, that man came from clay. It's
God, you're going on about 5 different subjects. Can you take the one thing at a time? You do what Ronan Kanushi does, man. When you don't have an answer.
To say a flood has never happened to a group of people is fucking stupid.
Well, actually, the Great Flood story is actually pretty well known throughout many cultures and every continent.
There's so many repetitive of the same exact story. The world got flooded.
It's because you want to believe. And
you're some people and one man prepped up, or some men prepped up.
Proves it all wrong. You're coming from the wrong approach. You have to critically analyze and question. Whatever. That's
anywhere. Is there anyone?
That's crazy for you to say that.
Yeah. What
is
I
there
find
any one cohesive
all the hours and nights I've spent talking about these subjects with you, LaSurge, you've never once presented me any fact that can disprove anything in that book. Not one time.
Well, it's okay. Take a course on fucking geology.
No, you missed
study.
Actually, learn. You're babbling again. Here's what let me revise what I just said. I'm gonna say what I just said one more time so you can at least stick to it.
It's ridiculous. You're all out of your minds.
Okay.
Sorry.
All the hours and days that I've spent talking with you on this subject, you've not given me one fact. Do you know what a fact is?
Yeah, me.
Okay.
And you.
Okay, so here
we are.
Show me one fact. Show me for once. Show me one fact disproving what's in that book.
Okay. The fact
I don't want to hear a bunch of babbling bullshit.
Be true.
I want you to bring it up and display it. No. Bring it up and display it. Show me right now.
The Bible is absolutely full of nonsense.
I need a fact. I need a fact. Your science goes by facts. I want to see a fact right now.
Well, everything is fact. Okay, everything that exists, everything that is.
That's just talk. I need a fact. That's just talk. I need an artifact.
It's all fact.
So if God is everything, everything God is fact.
That's a fact right there. Okay.
Holy shit!
You know what the word?
You know what he's getting angry when he starts like smashing his table with his face.
No, I'm just flicking right.
And that's why they call it. That's what a fact is. That's why they call it artifact. Artifact. I need a fact, LaSurge.
Well, I gave you a fact.
Holy shit!
Speaking right now is on the table anymore. I am here. You can hear my voice, okay?
You've
because
never given me one fact of anything you've said, not one time.
Fact. Listen. Everything that exists is a fact, okay? I'm giving you literally billions of trillions of fact because
everything
is real is real. Okay, this is all fact.
You've had it now. Yesney is in here.
Hello.
Hey,
that's okay.
Hello.
Hi, Yesenia.
I can use Jedi mind trick.
Yesenia. I misspelled it.
Yesenia.
Yesenia.
Is it?
Hold on.
Oh, okay, cool. That's actually what I thought it was in the beginning, but then I said no, that's not the way it's spelled.
Wait,
okay,
just,
cool.
It's Yesenia. I can't.
Yesenia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds Russian.
Yes.
It's like saying yes in two different ways with and in the middle, kind of.
Yes,
right? Yes,
and
yeah.
Yes, and yeah.
Do you have something you want to say to LaSurge?
What?
Well, not really. I mean, we know what he believes. He doesn't really believe in God, right?
Well, it's not belief. Is
right. We know what he knows, apparently.
Whatever the fuck you believe. I don't really care. I mean, you don't care what we believe, I mean, spiritually, so...
Oh, no, he cares very much. He's pretty invested in what we believe.
You know what, Serge? When you die, you've only got yourself to blame when you're in the judgment seat. The same.
Oh, of course.
Dude.
There's your religious nonsense, because that's the shit
you
pick up in
we get
foolish Bible
your point,
years.
LaSurge. I mean, we know you don't believe in God. So why don't you let people that do believe in God talk about it?
Well, because it's all cult.
No, we already heard your opinion on it.
It's literally it's
insanity.
insanity.
Sit back and let other people talk.
It's literally insanity is why.
Well,
shit. Most
Most
people
of the
must
shit most of the shit you say is like made up shit. So
No.
just sit back and shut the fuck up and let other people talk about, what they believe.
What a novel
But I'm
concept
not making
you have there.
anything up. Right? That's the thing. You want me to sit and lay back and listen to
Right.
your bunch of made up nonsense.
I'm already really liking her a lot.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Maybe we don't want to listen to your Jesuit-inspired science bullcrap.
Jesuit inspired? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with Jesuit.
Hey, check this out.
The Big Bang Theory was developed by a Jesuit,
Hey, check this out, and then I'm gonna.
Comes from a Jesuit, you kid.
Hey, and then I'm gonna mic out.
Grizz getting all fucking wah.
One more time, check this out. Show me one fact to disprove anything in the Bible.
Yeah, keep believing Jesuits, fool.
Actually,
hey, I'm gonna rest my case on that. Show me one fact, LaSurge. Fact. I need a fact.
I just here, that's
shit,
fact.
please
Hello,
don't.
this is where reality comes from.
Actually, I like
you are a
it.
fact.
Rubbing it
Here,
against his
are you
nose.
wearing? You have pants on.
You know what, LaSurge?
Okay,
the truth. Here's
fact.
the absolute truth. The absolute truth is, I would think that was a microphone you just hit, but you still haven't proven it.
That's just him
tapping.
Right.
Listen, you have to conclude that. Okay, that's what makes sense. Okay, deductive. Right. Okay, you hear and
Basically,
right? You know that. Of course, I'm speaking to a microphone.
Just conclude your tapping.
No, it's not. I don't know what it is.
You have not one fact. You never have.
That's all I have is fact. Okay, you do not have fact. Okay, because you're the religious ones and you take God as something that exists.
But you're just talking. I need a fact. You're still just talking. Okay? It's all talk. You've got nothing.
What the fuck you want? You want me to come over to your
please
house?
Don't make him tap on the table again, please.
And say, look, I got shit on your floor. There's a fucking fact.
You've got nothing. You've got nothing. You never have. You don't have any facts.
That's right.
All I have is fact. That's all I have.
Got Jesuit-inspired theories.
Show me. I'm blind.
Hearing my voice is not a fact.
I need to see, just like science says. I need to see.
Are you?
I need to see like your science says.
Are you not seeing anything? Are your eyes open?
Where's the fact?
You close your eyes, you will see something.
Give me a fact. You've lost your mind. I need a fact.
Dude, buddy, please don't make him tap
what do you expect as a fact? You're hearing my voice. That is a fact.
The surge is just gonna keep denying facts because he's scared of authority. That's
right.
Wow, that was clearly said.
What did she say?
I can't even hear her. She's very quiet.
I missed it.
Well, then listen.
Here, I'll turn it up all the way just for you because I'm your bestie.
Oh, awesome. LaSurge, I really don't hate you because, like I said, I believe in God. I love everybody. But I just don't like you. I don't have to like you. I love you.
I don't like him either. I don't like him. I don't like anything he does. I don't like anything he does.
Christians, man. You nasty lot. You're a nasty lot.
I don't dislike you. I just disagree with most everything you say.
I don't like anything.
Basically everything.
I don't like anything he represents because he represents nothing. He's got nothing.
It's all I have is fact. What are you talking about? Okay, I got nothing.
Where is it, sir?
Do you not hear my voice right now? Is my voice not a fucking fact to you?
Let me ask the question.
It's a sensory perception.
Let me ask
to our brain through electrochemical impulse.
Is a fact. Everything that exists.
Let me ask the question. Will somebody mute that moron?
And
I'll ask my question one more time. Show me one fact
guy in a room
in the Bible.
Next to Armando, probably.
Show me one fact to dispute anything whatsoever in the Bible.
All of reality.
Show me
all of fucking reality.
Holy
what the fuck? You want me to come over to your house? It's just you're retarded.
Bring it up right now. Display it. Show me something.
My voice is a fact. You hear my voice.
That is not a fact to dispute something in the Bible. Your fucking voice.
Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. You're denying
your voice is. Your voice
You're
is proving to everyone on the panel that something in the Bible is not correct.
Oh my God, buddy.
Man, what fucking planet are you from, dude?
Earth, which is also a fact, by the way.
Yeah,
just
but you
like
don't know how the fuck. But you still haven't figured out how the fuck you got it.
The oceans are a fact. In fact, everything that exists is a fact.
You've got no facts. You never have.
I think
except for everything. Except for everything. You know, so I literally have billions, trillions, quadrillions of facts.
But you can't present one. That makes you a moron.
Dude, you are a fact. Are you denying your own existence?
It makes you a moron because you talk about the fact, but you can't show me one.
You are a fact. Can you do you know that you exist?
You're making no sense.
He knows that he's conscious. He can't.
He asked you a specific question. He didn't say show me
You
any
are
fact.
a fact, buddy. You yourself are a fact. I am a fact. Everyone here is a fact.
You're bypassing my question. What was my question, LaSurge?
I have no idea. You're like fucking batshit insane, dude.
I know you don't. That's how delirious you are. You don't even know the question.
I believe he's asking you to present a fact.
You want me to give you a fact, okay? And I said you yourself are a fact.
No,
he didn't ask that.
Are you
That's not what I asked.
No, he didn't ask that.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
Troll said, oh, Troll said you didn't say that.
He doesn't. He can't even remember the question.
Yeah, because he's that busy cackling to himself, smacking the mic against his face like a witch.
That's right.
Laughing at the idiocy that comes out of your mouths, like
cling to yourself. You sound insane.
You know why he's cackling and hitting his microphone? Because
it's a demon manifesting.
Because he's got nothing. That's the way Satan does. That's the way a demon does when he's got nothing.
A demon. You guys are crazy. You're out of your mind.
Show me one fact to dispute anything whatsoever in the Bible. One.
Listen, geology, okay? The entire earth, how the laws of nature and science, okay?
I don't see any fact whatsoever, nothing.
Oh, good God. Get a fucking education, man.
Yeah, I'll try one day. When I get the money, I will.
Well, it's right out of your fingertips, okay? On the internet, you have the best educational resource
You know what's on my fingertip, LaSurge? The fingernails that God gave me.
No, that's actually part of evolution. Okay, nails. Okay, you know how they're
prove it.
Okay,
Show me one fact that God didn't put these fingernails on the end of my finger. One.
No, it's up to you to show that God did. It's up to you to show that God did. You're bringing God in.
Where you're back.
You realize you got
Here, give me a fact. Give me a fact.
Bothered about people talking about God.
How did this conversation
that God
even start?
isn't real.
Yeah, I'm done with the moron. Go ahead.
Lisa, do you posit abiogenesis as true?
Yeah.
Right, you posit that as a.
Where's the evidence for abiogenesis? There is none at all.
Well, it has to be. It has to be that.
It has to be
inorganic life.
You've got no evidence for that. No evidence of abiogenesis. You can't even reproduce it in a lab.
How do you know that?
Because it hasn't been done.
Well, prove it.
No, what do you mean? It hasn't been done.
How do you know
it's
that?
Yet to be proven, right?
How do you know?
Because it hasn't been done. Because it hasn't been done.
Well, how do you know that?
Prove abiogenesis. You know that they've actually found out that DNA actually, decays or erodes or whatever in water, right?
You know what amazes me? You know how many things are in the Bible?
You're a moron.
Hundreds and hundreds of things are in the Bible, but he can't show me one thing to disprove anything. Nothing.
Well, there's plenty of flaws.
Except for the sciences, which conclusively demonstrate that the Bible cannot possibly be true.
No,
right? It's
no
just
evidence.
junk.
Abiogenesis.
Sorry, it's just junk from superstitious
no
people
proof
from
of
thousands of years ago.
Yeah,
who
no
didn't
proof of
understand
abiogenesis.
the laws of nature. Okay, so they'll come
Oh,
up with
an
all this
idea.
crazy stuff,
Right,
and it's just
right.
a figment of their imagination.
Right. So you think abiogenesis
Right.
can occur naturally, but you can't even replicate it in a lab. All right.
Well, if because life exists, okay,
You can measure
therefore
it and observe
there's
it.
a natural process through which life came to be.
No.
Okay, so abiogenesis has to be true at some point,
Just-
right?
no.
You understand
it.
how stars
Prove
work, right?
Prove it.
Well, what, you want me to do that? Like,
Prove abiogenesis.
that's what the scientists are working.
I'll put it
Proved it yet.
this way. If you were my teacher in school, let me just leave it like this, Serge. If you were my teacher teaching me about science, and I said, can you prove? Can you
Listen, the person who
I didn't get done. I didn't get done yet. If you were my teacher trying to teach, if you were my teacher trying to prove to me that nothing in the Bible is correct, and I said, okay, teacher, show me just one thing that I can believe that. You ain't got nothing.
Well, it's like I've explained so many things to you so many times, okay, and you just don't get it.
Just because you say something that doesn't make it fact.
Dude, this shit is straight exasperating. Like,
right?
I mean, I can talk to a 5-year-old child and get better than this, Serge.
Oh, not even close. Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you right now, I got a 9-year-old kid right here in my fucking house that's fucking 3 times more brilliant than this conversation I'm having with you.
Yeah, well, that's obviously not true either. She's careful. You're the one who brought your family into this, not me.
Yeah, she's in a magnet school, so she's pretty smart. And if I ask her to show me something, she can do it.
Well, can she show you God?
Can you show me abiogenesis?
Well, the answer is no. Okay, Buddy went dead quiet because, of course, the answer is no.
And the answer is no.
Well, of course, the answer is no. Okay, nobody can demonstrate God. Okay, that is why you should not take God.
You cannot demonstrate abiogenesis.
Positive. Do you understand that? It's simple.
You can't prove abiogenesis.
Well, I don't have to. Okay?
Well, you do.
And it will be. It will be proven. Okay, because
but it's not now.
Now it will
you've got to believe in abiogenesis. You have faith in abiogenesis.
Oh yeah.
Hey, okay. I want to talk to Tudor about one
hypocrite.
It has to be.
Hey, I want to talk to Tudor just a sec. Hey, Tudor.
He believes in it.
Well,
he believes in abiogenesis.
See, Grizz is
he's a moron.
At least Grizz is smarter than fucking Buddy and Armando. But
okay, that's fine. I'd like to talk to Tudor.
What's up?
Hey, Tudor, check this out. I've got a bunch of artifacts that I can prove. Hey, LaSurge, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Tudor, okay? All right. So I've got a whole lot of things that I can show all about and substantiate to the stories that are written in my book, which is called the Bible, okay? He's got not one artifact or one fact to disprove anything of all the things that I can prove. Even though I can't prove there's a God beyond belief, I can prove all the things that are written in there through artifacts. He can't show me one fact of anything of all the hundreds and hundreds of things that are in that Bible. So why would I believe him?
Well, I suppose you wouldn't.
Exactly. So of all the things that we can prove about the Bible, he can't prove or disprove one thing in the Bible. I would never believe those odds, no matter what.
He posits abiogenesis is a logical positive.
Except for the fact that the Bible cannot possibly be true.
That's exactly what you do, Lysage.
What? Prove that the Bible cannot
No,
possibly
you
be true.
believe in abiogenesis and you posit it as a logical fact, yet you didn't. You turn around and say that that there is no God.
Because life exists. Okay, we exist. Life exists.
Right. God made
therefore,
us.
there's an actual process through which life came to be.
No, God's
on Earth.
We
don't know of life anywhere else. Right? There's, you know panspermia, right? Panspermia theory.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the organic could have come to Earth through
meteors? Yes, it's rubbish. Hocus pocus.
No, not meteors. Okay, comets.
Hokum.
There's a difference between a meteor and a comet.
So much different.
Yeah. Oof.
Well, comets are ancient. Okay, they're ancient in the universe. Okay, they come from early phase stars and galaxies. Right? They're mostly water. Right? They're like dirty
ice.
snowballs.
Ice, but yeah, water.
Well, yeah, ice.
Water
which is frozen
in space.
water. Well, there's actually tons of water in space. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh,
Yeah,
Grizz, you didn't know that? Oh yeah, there's water all over in space. Yeah, it's produced through starbursts, right?
Yeah, if he said it was ice, obviously he knows
is
there's water in space.
in wide open space. I guess
Anyway,
Grizz,
can we fast forward to the point? Is there?
You're wasting your time, Grizz. You're wasting your time and you're poisoning your own mind. Okay, 2 to 2. Okay.
Hey,
it's a little bit late for Buddy, okay, but Armando also. You guys should get into the fucking science.
We can actually agree on that one. Hey, we can all agree on that one thing. We are wasting our time with you. We agree on that. Let's move on to something else.
No, I didn't say wasting your time on me. I say you're wasting your time on believing the Bible and trying to actually validate or prove that it's true because you can't.
You're wasting time believing in your Genesis.
Fair enough. You've got no facts to disprove it. Come up with another subject.
Hey, when are you guys going to phone into the atheist experience?
So other people have to fight your battles, basically, right?
No, they're not my pals. I don't know them. Okay, I just know that they'll absolutely fucking destroy you again and again and again.
I would love for any atheist on earth to try to destroy me and what I can prove. And I put to you that challenge.
Buddy,
bring them here. Bring them right here, and I want to see what they got.
No, you have to phone in to the atheist experience then.
Oh,
okay?
do I have to?
So you do it. That's a show that's waiting. They're waiting.
I want them right here. I want them right here to bring me one bit of proof. One.
You know what's funny? If you look at YouTube side chat, Joy is basically having an aneurysm because he can't prove abiogenesis. It's all right, Joy. It's all right.
Yeah,
You've got faith. You got faith. It's all right, Joyce.
Right? See, like, here you're trying to attack science, which is the most fucked up thing of all. Okay, and that demonstrates more than
that's another lie. Nobody's attacking science. I'm asking you to give me one. I'm asking you to give me one piece of scientific proof that shit doesn't exist in the Bible.
That what shit doesn't see you just
Anything.
Buddy.
I asked you for one thing. One, just one.
Look.
Yeah, but that shit doesn't exist in the Bible. What shit? Okay, what are you even fucking saying?
Now you're playing word games. I'm done.
Dude, you're the most simplistic. Okay?
You got babbling bullshit for facts. Mike out.
No, I have all fact. Okay, all fact and reason is on the side of atheism.
Oh my god.
Like abiogenesis. Oh wait, it's not proven.
Well, abiogenesis has to be.
Abiogenesis has to be. No, it does not.
Okay, it's a reasonable thing to propose.
No.
Okay, now proposing God is not a reasonable thing to propose.
Well, funny because they've done tests and DNA decays in water.
Oh, Grizz, you.
No counterpoint, just empty, hollow laughter.
Knowledge comes from science, guys. Okay, science. The more we progress, the more it is encroached on religion and proven your Bible to be patently false. Okay, and can be discarded as thousands of year old religious mumbo jumbo.
Just like atheism. Same shit.
No, atheism is not about belief.
Remember, Lyserge, in Psalm 14, my God called you a fool bull if you didn't believe in it.
That's even funnier. I'm going to laugh about that for a week. All knowledge is learned through science, but you can't show one scientific fact.
I said you are a fact. Okay, I am a fact. My voice is a fact. Sound is a fact. Okay, gravity is a fact.
Actually,
these are all extrasensory perceptions perceived and transferred through our electrochemical impulses in the brain. We can't actually prove that any of this are real.
ESP.
Not ESP. It's
ESP is extrasensory perception.
Check this out,
Nobody
Tudor.
said it.
Check this out, Tudor.
Shit, I can't get a word out.
Hey, LeSurge, here you go. Check this out. How am I making that noise? How am I making that noise?
You were tapping on the mic.
How do you know that?
Well, I could hear it.
But you don't know what device I'm actually hitting. You don't know what device I'm hitting.
Well, it's
right now you're getting into the realm of perception, which is exactly where I was going with that.
Exactly, Tudor. I just like to cut it down to the bottom line without all the real long words.
I agree.
You know, I mean, it is what it is. If it's a duck, call it a fucking duck and be done.
Yeah, but according to you, that duck, okay, which is a duck, isn't in fact a duck or a fact.
Yeah, but according to you, the fucking duck won't quack, but you can't prove it.
Wait, what?
Yes,
he's equating. What he's saying is that sensory perception always equates to facts. So if we both perceive something as different, like it's somehow a fact. So you tapping on whatever the hell you were tapping on, if he says it was a table, to him that's a table and that's a fact, even though it was a fucking chair or whatever, which is obviously false because in actuality it was a chair, not a table, but. You posit that as a fact.
On something, okay? Whatever he's tapping on is fucking physically real.
Yeah, but
it produces sound. Which the sound waves go into the microphone, get converted into an electrical signal, okay, which travels.
But that's not even the subject.
Through the wires. Okay, it's all science.
Yeah,
guys.
But the subject is the real subject is you can't prove what I just hit.
You can.
Yeah, but I can't prove it. That's a lie. I can't prove it.
That's a lie.
You know why? You know why? You know why? You know why?
You guys.
You know why? You know why I can't prove it? Because you're not sitting here looking at it, and you don't. There's no way for me to prove to you what I just hit.
You did. You did. I heard it. Okay,
there's no way for me to prove it.
Take Leo, for example. Take someone that has auditory or visual hallucinations.
You could videotape it. You could fucking be videotaping that. Okay, you can send me the copy of the video. Okay, and then there's even more evidence to back up. Okay,
how do you know I didn't just hit a UFO and make that noise?
I'm not even gonna try and talk. I get overspoken every time.
You guys are fucked.
Yeah, I know. We're all fucked, but you ain't got no facts. So you're factless, and we're
all I have is facts. Okay, that's it. Fact entirely on my side. God, not a fact. Okay, sorry. End of discussion. You lose.
You're right.
No, not really, because no matter what you say, I'm still gonna believe in God, and God is still gonna be great, and He's still gonna be the creator. So
that's all in your head.
That's just a fact.
Amen.
So
yeah,
no matter what you say, that ain't gonna change.
Well, it's what else does it say?
Just keep running your mouth. It ain't gonna change.
Right. You're never going to persuade anyone of this panel.
How do you know that? You don't know.
Fuck that.
Yeah, I do know. I do know.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
No,
yeah,
it might change.
It's called unshakable faith.
Yeah.
Remember how you were talking about Christians in doubt? Well, that this is called faith.
Yeah, your revelatory faith. Which that was some funny stuff. When you said revelatory faith, I
faith in the revelation of Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And guess what, LeSurge? Without any facts, all you got is babbling bullshit.
So you guys, you're dangerous. Yep. Okay, you're dangerous.
You know why we're dangerous? You know why we're dangerous? You know why? Yeah.
You believe this
Right.
Christian nonsense, okay? And the Enlightenment happened.
Stupid man.
Holy crap, who did that?
The thing is, not everyone is like without beliefs, and like the thing is, you got to understand that a lot of
Right.
atheists have no beliefs in anything, and that's the problem with today's people.
Oh,
Atheism is a bad thing.
no. How is it
Yes,
bad?
it is. It's
How is
very,
it bad?
very bad.
No, it's
You
a
got really no beliefs. All you believe in is science, and science is like not all there. Science has big flaws and mistakes in it. Yep.
Well,
Science has
science is what
humongous
led to
flaws.
designing all the technology.
Look what science is. Look what science is doing to us as a human being.
Through
doing
science,
to us.
we have learned so much about the universe and the
Hey,
natural
listen, can you shut
No,
up?
we
Can you
haven't.
be
No, we
quiet and
haven't.
let her finish?
Science
finish,
is
bro.
science is destroying our Earth as we know it today. If you can't see that, you're blind.
How is science destroying the Earth?
Because look at how much cancer there is now. Like, we didn't have cancer the way it is today.
And when we cure cancer, what do we use?
We don't. We are not curing cancer. You don't get that yet, do you? Cancer is tenfold today. We won't.
I said when we do. I didn't say that we are.
We won't. We won't ever. There's going to be new strains, bigger strains, faster strains.
And in fact, we do cure cancer.
Let her talk.
Yeah, just let her say her point of view, Lister. Let her talk. Just shut the fuck up and let her talk. Damn.
I do let her talk, but she's,
Can't you see what science is doing to the planet? What it's doing to the Earth? What it's doing to humankind?
Doing it. That's
yes,
us
it is.
Doing it.
Look at it's people putting
science doing it.
People putting science into our food. People putting science into everything.
Science? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
That's right.
What science?
That's right.
Yes.
That's
right.
Yes.
You're putting science into our food. That's a fact.
Yes.
That's
a fact. That is 100% fact.
Science
it is.
into food.
Yes, science.
Pesticides and all that shit.
Going into our food.
Methodology.
Science is going into our TVs. Science is going into everything.
Yeah, they're destroying the atmosphere. They're breaking holes into the.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys are.
Science is destroying mankind.
What is this idea that there's no scientific, like that there's
Listen,
no
you're just trying to paint.
Hey, that was good, Suzanne. Thank you. That shit was good.
Real good, real good. I love it. Muteless Surge. He's a moron.
I actually missed it.
She painted the scientist as the murderer. Interesting. Right?
Yep. Scientists are murdering us.
Yeah,
yes.
like
one by one.
Yeah, you think they think the doctors are scientists. I hope you know they just cut and sew. They don't heal. They cut and sew.
Guys, science is a methodology. Science
methodology is science.
That's why we have technology.
Science is killing us. Technology is killing us off too.
There's the expression
that you're blind.
There goes a little
expression. Science flies men to the moon. Okay, religion flies jetliners into skyscrapers.
Oh my God!
Oh shit! Actually, corrupt.
Well, that is not false. That is what false.
Oh, so you think that jetliners killed those people in the Twin Towers? Still, are you joking?
Oh, close.
The Twin Towers were demolished. They were demolished, and I live in Australia, and I know that.
That's right.
I know.
Oh my God.
I know that's the fact.
You guys are nuts.
We aren't nuts.
They found.
We actually know. We actually know that Bush and his
with as
cronies.
much disdain as you have for the American government, I'm surprised you're not actually behind this one.
This is what's wrong with you people. Okay, you'll be willing to believe any nonsense because you don't understand science and you don't have critical thinking.
Lysearch, how did Building 7 collapse at free fall speed?
Oh well, yeah.
And actually, they announced that they announced that before it fell. The news actually had it on before it fell, and all the three buildings were demolished, just like Building 7.
You remember Project Mockingbird? You were the one talking about it.
the planes flew into the towers.
No, they didn't.
Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's the
You
point.
kidding
So
Well, they did,
hey,
but that's not how they came down.
It's on film.
Research.
Okay, you're honestly questioning whether or not fucking jets flew into the World Trade Center.
No, they hit the towers.
Hey, I got a
whole
new
world
song.
witnessed
The Surge is from
Oh.
Mars.
This is what's wrong with you people and how you think.
Hey,
You're nuts.
Research.
You are
How did
crazy.
building 7? Research. How did building 7 collapse?
Well, it was demolished.
Same as
Building
all three of
7.
them.
To pull the building, right?
All three of them were demolished.
What was that, Research?
Yeah, but planes. Still, you're disputing whether or not planes crashed into the towers.
No, we're not disputing
Planes
that.
crashed into the towers.
No,
I
no
know
one
that.
said
Can I
You said
Can I
building
interject?
was the
may
control
I
demolition?
interject? No, what's the argument here is not whether the planes hit the towers. The argument here.
That's
No,
what it was.
excuse me.
He's
You're
arguing-
gonna have to let me
he's
finish.
arguing-
No,
Sam was arguing
let me
that
finish
planes
real
didn't
quick.
hit the towers.
He can't let other people talk. I'm
No,
on.
I can't even get one
Yeah, because
sentence
he's
out.
wrong. He's lying.
Really?
He's dishonest. Yeah.
No, I
You
can't. I
let
can't get
other
one
people
thought out.
talk, or I'm gonna mute you, LaSurge. Now let other people talk.
Not even one.
Why? Look. Okay, he's wrong.
Because
Okay,
you
she was
want to
arguing.
No,
talk.
you're
That's
wrong.
I can't get out one thought. Okay.
Go ahead,
No.
Tudor.
Oh, I'm
Okay. Yeah, I believe what she's arguing here is not whether the planes hit the tower or not.
He did
but
argue that.
how the towers
Planes,
actually went.
planes did hit the
Yeah.
towers, but that's not what crashed the planes.
Correct. That's not why they went
The
down.
planes crashed into the towers,
Yeah.
but right, that's not what collapsed the towers. Okay,
Correct.
bombs went off in that building. You can see them going off. You can see the sparks coming out from the bombs going off, and the molten,
And the
and
thermite
the stuff
I
was
heard
melted.
about all that.
And they've got proof. They've got proof
heard
of where the bottom shafts were actually cut to make it weaker. The building's weaker as well.
Possibly.
On a
Okay.
diagonal
or that could be a
angle.
picture. Yeah, but those people were there cutting, okay, with torches after it had fallen. So
no,
how do you know
they
that
had
was
cut
before?
them before.
How do you know that was
LaSurge,
cut before? Okay, that picture. You don't know that it was cut before.
They were cut before.
You don't
Well,
know
you gotta
that.
think about it
Yes,
logically
2
here.
days
You don't know that.
before they had everybody get out of that building,
There's
and
no.
and they
Listen.
said that this was
Suzanne.
going on and that was going on, and they
Suzanne,
were
listen.
demolishing the
Suzanne.
place.
Please listen. In order to prove that it was cut before, you have to actually have evidence of it being cut before the building fell. You don't have that evidence. Okay, what you have is a picture of
Because there's a big cover up. Do you
That's
get
after
that?
the
A
collapse.
humongous cover up.
Yeah, but you can't
Hey,
prove that
Suzanne,
happened
let me-
before the collapse.
Let me ask.
Research. What do you think of Henry Kissinger?
Oh, he's a fucking war criminal. He should be in
Right,
prison.
and
He should
who ran the 9/11 report commission?
be- I don't know.
Mm.
Henry Kissinger, retard.
Mm-mm.
Well, how do you know that? Like,
It's
Oh my
listen,
God.
It's fact.
Hey, it's
fact.
and listen to
fact.
Grizz.
It's a
Listen
fact.
to Grizz insulting language. You retard,
It's
right?
a fact.
Ooh,
Grizz.
triggered. Don't get
You're
triggered.
a
Why don't you go
disgusting
look it
fucking
up now?
rat.
Why don't you go look it up
You're a
now?
fucking brat. Is what you are. You're a brat.
Go look it up, fool.
Listen to the ad homs. Okay, name calling, retard, fool.
Yeah,
Okay,
'cause I
you're
can't
so
body it.
condescending. That's
Yeah, you
patronizing.
just
shit
labeled
was-
every Christian an idiot
I'm
in
to
it.
be your fucking father. I know far more than you do, and have experience
think
far
you
more
do.
in
I
life.
do apologize,
You should kill
Lysa.
people with
Oh,
respect.
I'm so sorry, Lysa.
Just a monkey little fucking punk brat
Dude,
bitch.
dude.
I'm gonna
Ooh,
mute
you're
him.
getting
I'm
too
gonna
triggered.
mute him. I'm gonna mute him.
Dude, I'm about
Why?
to kick
Because
this
I was
fuck-
called a fool and a moron?
You are a
Number
fool.
one.
He should
Some
watch his
This
fucking
is just intrigued with Grizz.
You know what's funny? Lysa, Psalms 14, God calls you a
Right?
fool.
Mute him.
Whatever. You're a fool.
Mute him. He's not being civilized here.
Well, I'm just quoting my book, what it says about atheism.
Grizz fucks
Okay, he
with
just
you.
goes to name calling.
He fucks
What do you
with
mean?
you.
That's
Right?
what my book says about atheists. You're fools.
Hey, let's search just on the one Kissinger
We
thing.
have all fact, science, and reason on our side, and you can't.
Let's search
argue.
just
You're
on
fool.
just on the one Kissinger thing. I would study 9/11 a little bit more before I'd elaborate on any of this.
Well, it's just 9/11, dude. Okay, there's fucking plane that hit, and
Yeah. Yeah, I
You know,
do a
who
little
knows?
more study, and it's a lot more behind it than that.
You know, we have to give benefit of the doubt to
Look,
what
they've got proof. They've got proof that the government
didn't.
wanted to collapse those buildings because of the fact that there was so much, what do you call it, asbestosis in the buildings, and they had to take them down because lots of people were getting sick from it. And it's verifiable proof that they wanted and needed to have those buildings brought down. Okay, and they did that for those purposes.
Hey, Lisa, have you heard of Operation Northwood?
Yeah.
And what was that?
I don't know. I've heard of it.
It was a plan by what basically the CIA presented to JFK, where they wanted to basically frame Cuba and say that they basically hijacked airliners and crashed it into buildings in the USA. Does that sound familiar? That's declassified documents by the FBI and CIA and all that crap. That's called a false. That's called a false flag. You know what a false flag is, right?
Yeah.
9/11 was a false flag. 9/11 was a false flag
They
to
used
blame
false
Saddam
flag to invade Mexico in 1864. Okay, like, you know, America's been using false flag. Okay, false flag's nothing new. The Romans fucking did false flag and shit.
But it's that hard to conceive that it could have been a false flag.
Which one was this?
Hitler,
This was called.
did
Which
false
operation
flag
was this?
to initiate the invasion of Poland. Okay, that's known too. You know, so what? Like, you know.
So what? What was that called, Driss? Operation what?
Operation
Northwood.
North. Yeah. So even though it's been declassified and shown that basically they've had this plan before, you don't think they could use it again on themselves to blame Iraq, who had nuclear weapons. Apparently.
There exists, okay, a video of a, who claims to be a female retired CIA agent, okay, who says that she was present at 9/11 the day before, okay, or the morning of that when it happened, or overnight, okay, where she says she saw a bunch of vans pull up, okay, unmarked vans, okay, all the same, and go into this building. And this is an American woman who, she's blonde, okay, she claims to be a CIA agent, and she says that she witnessed that. Okay, so far as putting you know, explosives in the building, okay, you should watch her video. If you're into this stuff, watch her video, right? That's some pretty corroborating stuff.
I have seen it. They're all black vehicles, correct?
Yeah, it's either all black or all white. I think it might have been all white vans.
I know all about it, but there's a lot more that goes with that story.
Yeah. She says she's a CIA agent. Now the thing is okay. The problem when we get into this is you know, about counter intel. Okay, because how do we know that she's not just making all this shit up? Okay, we don't know, right? We got to take her at her word.
Is making all this shit up.
Oh well.
That's right. You even know about Operation Mockingbird. I showed you that Anderson Cooper, you know, the anchor for CNN, has no journalistic training and only went to the CIA for his training.
Yeah.
So you don't think the mainstream narrative is controlled at all, despite you actually having knowledge of Operation Mockingbird? You're insane.
Really? Did I say that?
Do you like it?
That's what you imply.
It's implied.
Opposite, okay, and you know, through the emotion in your voice, okay, I can tell you're distressed, Grizz.
Because you're
not
insane.
distressed.
Yeah,
He's I think he's just perturbed by your insanity, like by your double think
No.
nonsense. Like,
why? When did I deny? Okay, I was the one who brought up Project Mockingbird. Okay, now he tries to flip and say, "Oh, you deny that this and that."
that's
It's
his
like,
very
when did I
point.
deny
The fact that you're aware of these things, yet you're
didn't make that claim.
like seemingly blind to them. That's his point.
Hey, just promise me one thing, LaSurge. Tomorrow when you come in here, please don't say you're a victim.
A what?
A victim.
Don't say everybody was picking on you and play the victim role tomorrow.
You know what perplexes me the most? Lyserge actually notices this kind of stuff.
Right. That's why he's
I had, Grizz has been the one most out of line. Grizz is the one who started name calling quite a few
Well,
times.
I'm just quoting my Bible. Look, it says the fool have said in the heart, there is no God. According to God, you're a fool.
You're quoting your Bible because it's in the Bible. Therefore, it is true that
Yeah,
anyone
but
who
that's,
the
yeah, but
Bible
you
is a
said
fool
you said
because
that
you're fucking brainwashed by that fucking threatening book,
you said
which is garbage. Okay, just like the
Lesurge,
Quran.
don't you cast a blanket insults by
garbage.
Lesurge, aren't you the one calling all Christians idiots and morons and bigots? Like, is that not insulting? Like, I mean, that's your default.
Well,
position.
it depends what you say. Depends what you say.
No. You've labeled all Christians this. Like,
Yeah, well,
doesn't
we
matter
could
who
go
they are.
round and round with this, but the bottom line, he's calling us a bunch of fruitcakes when he can't prove one thing in the Bible.
I'm just saying, you want to get on a habit ad homs and shit. Like, I mean,
self-wrong.
That's
okay, like look at what we understand about genetics and the world now. Okay, we know that the Earth is approximately.
Not talking about genetics.
Just the other day in Canada.
Can we talk about something substantial for once?
It's useless.
I'm trying to.
Why is it that when Lesurge is here, we have to go around in this boring circular rhetoric? Like, why can't we ever talk about something substantial?
Because you're all delusional here. You Christians.
Nobody cares to discuss this with you.
You Christians, you racist, you stupid man.
Dude, that is really good.
Wait, Lysa, can I ask you a question? In the future, let's say there's this man, and he's basically claims to be the Messiah of the Old Testament, and he actually, you see him literally in person, and he does what you would call miracles in the Bible. What would you say to what you see?
Well, it's not going to happen. It's not possible.
I'm saying if he does, if you literally see him, I don't know, if you literally see him,
which is a conditional.
Yes, it's a hypothetical condition.
It's not even possible. It's not going to happen because it never has happened and it never will happen.
If you see him do stuff, would you believe it?
It's not going to happen.
If you saw, it's a hypothetical. If you saw someone doing this stuff that basically defies what you would consider reality, would you believe it? Would you believe it?
It's not possible.
Saying if it understand
possible, would I believe it? But it's not
going to answer the question. He's not going to
answer. You can't even answer a simple fucking question.
It's not possible.
Yes, Nina, exactly.
Everybody,
I'm saying, wait, so what's the explanation as to why this guy is doing it if you see it in this hypothetical scenario?
Right.
Do you really expect that you will see someone walking on...
That's not what he's asking you. That is not what he's asking you. Don't deflect.
It is.
Don't deflect.
If I see someone performing a miracle, okay, that is exactly...
Right. If you see someone doing supernatural things that defy your paradigm, what would you think of this?
Yeah, right.
It's not possible.
All right, I'll give you another answer. Let's say, Lysurge, let's say there's this man. Lysurge, there's this man who stood over your mother. So you're not answering the question. All right.
Typical.
Well, if you're mentally ill, you have a confirmation bias, okay, where you accept God as something that is real and exists.
You're completely
and that's exactly what you do with abiogenesis.
Well, that makes sense.
Someone's mentally ill because they believe in a God. Is that what you're saying?
Lysurge, why can't you answer my question? It's a hypothetical question.
You know what, Lysurge? I think you believe in God. You just don't know it yet.
Well, that's just belief.
I agree.
What value
I
does
agree.
Suzanne, let me explain to you the difference, okay?
I don't need any explanations because I already believe in God.
Why can't you just answer my question already?
But
right, I don't get that. Why can't you just answer?
Why am I a fool? Because I believe in a higher being.
I said that's foolish.
I believe that somebody, something out there put everything on the planet Earth. There has to be something out there, and God is it.
Yeah, but
according to Occam's razor, that would make more sense than abiogenesis.
It's better than science. Science is really bad.
Science.
I don't see why you can't answer my question.
You wouldn't be able to.
Right, I don't understand why you just can't answer the question.
Why can't you answer my question?
Because that's humans playing with human lives. Scientists are humans playing with human lives.
I would argue
bad thing.
Science in and of itself, the scientific method is not bad in and of itself, but applied technologies are where they're being used against people.
Yeah,
Like,
I got one statement I want to say.
People doing
Today, tomorrow, next week, and next month, and next year, you will never be able to come on this panel and disprove anything in that Bible, not once.
Yeah, but I don't have to
right.
disprove.
Right. I just want to hear him answer Grizz's hypothetical question.
And science
Why
proves
can't
it
you
false.
answer my question? Why can't you answer my question?
I did.
Right,
I
you
told
actually
you, okay?
dismissed it.
Biogenesis is a natural theory.
No,
not
no,
a
that
supernatural
question.
theory.
No, that wasn't the
Understand?
question. That wasn't the question.
Then, right. Please entertain the question. Don't
Right, I'll
dismiss
give
it
you
or
an
don't deflect.
easier one. Lisa, do you see your mum? She is clinically dead for 24 hours. This man stands over her bed and basically resurrects her. And she was clinically dead for 24 hours, and now she is alive. Is that a miracle by your definition?
That's not possible.
Then he's not asking you if it is possible. He's saying if that
I'm asking a
were to happen,
hypothetical
if that were to
question.
That is not possible. It's not
That's
possible.
not what he's asking you.
I've already been down the hypotheticals with him. He won't answer.
Everybody else, shut the fuck up. Everybody else, shut up. Lesurge, Grizz, answer
nonsense. It's like saying, you know, if
Lesurge is scared of being liable.
Hold on,
for his
Grizz,
actions.
or hold on, Lesurge. That's not what he's asking you. He's simply asking you to step outside of your paradigm and be a free thinker for once. And consider if this were to actually happen.
Are called free thinkers. You are the ones who are not free thinkers.
You're not
right. You won't even entertain a hypothetical. You're hardly a free thinker. You're pretty. Your confirmation biases are glaring, obviously.
That's right.
Listen, I understand that the question is
a hypothetical.
You will not even entertain a hypothetical. You won't even operate in any paradigm that is outside of your own. That's not free thinking. That's confirmation bias.
Well, it's holding to the constraints of reason is what I'm doing. I'm holding to the
just like yeah, kind of like a causality, which is your reason.
Do you think everything is possible? Do you think it's possible that I can fly through the air like Superman?
Well, science says it's
no.
possible.
Oh, really?
Does it say it's likely? No, but does it say it's possible? Yes.
It is not possible. Okay,
well,
Thomas Aquinas. Okay, the famous.
You are totally. I would really prefer. You could skip the lecture and go ahead and answer Grizz's question. I prefer that.
That's right.
Not even God, okay, can create a triangle. With
Skip
more
the
than
lecture. Skip it.
There are
skip
things which are not
you
possible.
You can skip it. Nobody
it's
cares.
not possible to have a triangle with more than.
If you're not going to answer the question,
when something
there's
is
no reason for you to talk.
Possible, you can rule it out.
Why don't you answer my question?
Right.
Cheater, we please not mute. Okay, when something is not possible, it's an absurd question. Okay, like if someone says to me, "Hey, look, I just drew a triangle that has."
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious where we
Lysa, wait, Lysa.
degrees.
Okay?
Oh my God,
buddy, come on, calm down.
Lysa, are all the people in the New Testament who saw Jesus in sin?
Well, no.
Why not?
Well, because there probably was a person named Jesus who was crazy,
right?
Like you guys.
And they claim they saw this man raised from the dead, and they ran to India and Rome preaching what they saw, and they died for what they believed. They died for what they believed.
Let him
get
done,
They died for what they believed. They made no money.
People died. Okay,
so all 12 of them were corroborated the same fantasy and then died for it for seemingly no reason.
You know
what's
funny? Basically they've done it for no reason.
Listen, the Bible is patently absurd. It cannot.
Why are you not answering my question?
Well, in a second here, you won't be able to answer his question.
These people died for believing. These people died for believing this.
See, you guys are bigots, man.
We're bigots.
Why? Because we believe in God. We're bigots.
Yeah.
No.
Bigotry. You should look up the.
No, we're not calling. I'm not calling you names. How come you're calling me?
Lysa likes using loaded words to insult people. That's all he does.
And he loves asking loaded questions.
Exactly.
Okay, bigotry works in a resistive sense.
Shut up.
Okay? To resist, actual reason.
We believe in a higher being than us, and that's a realistic subject.
You talk about intolerance and bigotry.
Let me ask Lysa two questions. Lysa, let me ask you two questions. Were the people in the Bible who saw Jesus insane?
Well, it doesn't matter if the people are in the Bible or not. Okay, anyone who saw Jesus, okay, if Jesus was real, saw Jesus. Okay,
right. The people who claimed to see Jesus after he died.
Bible, that doesn't prove
The
it.
people who claimed to see Jesus after he died were the insane.
That would be to argue that anything that is written therefore becomes true. And
no, you're not going to answer the question.
That's not
no.
how it works.
Oh, that's too bad.
At the same
Ooh,
time.
man, that felt good.
I think I've proved my point. All he does is avoid questions when he's put into a situation where he can't define himself.
He'll never have a fact to prove anything is not correct in the Bible.
Just shows he's a coward.
Yep.
More than that, but yeah, that's certainly one of them.
Even most atheists will admit they somewhat believe there is some sort of God out there.
They wouldn't discount
even my daughter and my son, right? They're both on the fence of whether they believe God exists or not. My daughter says about science this, science that, but science is what's ruining the planet and humans as we know it today.
Like I said,
whether you believe that or not, it's up to you completely. Just look at the cancer rates. They're skyrocketing out of control.
I think that the enemy is always going to have a contradictory to God. And I think that God uses science for good. I mean, he obviously created all of us. But I believe that the enemy also uses science to destroy us. That's just my opinion.
Agreed. Which means
but look how children are now. Like, I'm in a chat room, literally, and there was a 15-year-old little boy, right, in the chat room. I'm trying to wake these adults up and saying a 15-year-old child should not be in talking about adult things, seeing adult pornographic stuff, and he's literally cutting himself. No one's willing to kick him out. And I'm thinking, how low has the human race gone? No one believes in God anymore. No one has morals anymore. And that's what's going out the door, Everything's going out the door. No one cares about no one in this day and age. And people are relying on science to keep them alive, yet science is actually killing us all, whether you believe that or not.
There's a lot of truth in that. Where did LaSurge go? Does anybody know?
I know.
I wonder.
Where did he go, Tudor? Tell me now. I don't want to check.
Well, I think you already know where he went.
Oh my God!
I think he just transported into the parallel universe where he could answer hypothetical questions.
Oh, well, that's a good place for him to be. Then he'll come back with a fact.
He'll come back with an open mind.
Oh, he'll be back pretty soon. You can thank Vargas.
Unfortunately, I'm going to bed soon, so I don't have to listen to his bullcrap.
I can't even stand this shit. It's so exasperating.
It's just never ending in a day. Never ending.
Even if I do manage to get out a couple sentences, I'm interrupted pretty fast. I don't know.
Right. You couldn't control that trigger finger again, could you?
Well, I could, but I chose not to.
Actually, well, I almost have to agree with it in some ways. But anyway, it's very nice to have you up here, Suzanne and Yesnia. Wow, I wish y'all could have got more words in.
Yeah, it's okay.
But,
it's okay.
You see, it gets interesting.
Everybody's got their own beliefs, everybody,
Yeah.
And I will talk about his beliefs, but I don't have to believe what he believes, just like you guys don't have to believe what I believe,
Right. I think the big problem everybody has with him is that, you're just a dummy and
it's one way or no way. That's what's wrong.
Right. There's no open discussion with him. And then when you ask him to prevail and show one piece of evidence of what he is talking about, he has nothing.
Exactly.
I don't know, man. This whole this panel just becomes a fucking circus, dude. It's like.
You mean when LaSurge is up here, you mean?
Yeah, I don't know why he has to be the center of every conversation. Like, I mean,
Well,
somehow it ends up.
Oh, that reminds me of somebody else that's in here. He has to be total center of attention, and it's his voice. Yes, he's got a great voice, but you know what? Everything else sucks.
You must be referring to King Richard.
No, it's Spiritus.
Oh, Spiritus. I know Spiritus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has to be the center of attention.
Yeah.
You know, especially with the younger girls, you know. He
Oh,
loves the young girls, like
Yeah, those are known as like they call them
17 and
psychic.
upwards, you know.
Yeah.
Psychic
Spiritus
vampire.
didn't last too long. He didn't last too long over here.
No, he wouldn't, because like he puts down women continuously, and I'm over it now. You know.
Right. Good for you.
Yeah, I told him to go to Mig. I told him to go to MGTOW.
Good.
You know, I'm just tired of him saying women this, women that, women belong in the kitchen making sandwiches. You know.
Is he really? I mean, yeah, you know,
he's Romanian. He's Romanian, so you can understand why he's like that. You know.
Absolutely. Okay.
Making sandwiches.
Man, if I was to tell Crystal that, she would slap me. Oh my God.
I know, because like Australian and American women, and even women in the UK, all Western women stand up for themselves now. You know, we won't back down to no man. You know.
Right. You know what? I consider it a privilege, a total privilege, if someone's cooking a meal for me.
Exactly.
Dude, I love it when women know how to cook. For some reason, a lot of them don't know how to cook anymore. Like,
I know how to cook. I love cooking, but you know, I get sick and tired of cooking just for me and my child, though.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I agree with women having rights and whatnot. It's third wave feminism that I'm like that I have the issue with. Like, but that's something else entirely.
But the thing is, the government are the one wrecking men and women's relationships now, because they have gone too far. They literally have gone too far, and the poor men are going without because they have to pay alimony in America, and they have to pay for child support.
Hey,
I agree. Child support should be number one, yes, but alimony should not even exist. You know.
Hey, I've got one for you. Do you know do you know why they really started the women's rights movement? This will flip you out.
To tax two different, because only half the population was working, and they wanted to tax the other half.
Yeah, because they wanted women to work. That's right.
Yeah, but
they wanted to.
It was actually for the tax money.
Yeah, they want women to work so they can pay taxes. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that
the
Rockefellers who did that, who funded the women's rights movement.
Right. So they started a big and you know, see, that's what all this stuff is really about. If you trace it back, see, it wasn't really about women having equal rights. That it was a corrupt plot.
It was about women getting out and working and having kids and working themselves to death. You know,
it was about
it's
twofold. It was a twofold thing. They wanted to undermine the family structure.
Yeah.
And they also wanted to irreversibly change the dynamic of the economy from a one-income household to a two-income household.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, let's all be.
And women feel really, even though women have got all the women go out work now, women have to juggle more than two things. They have to
changed
juggle
the economy where you
things,
can't support yourself off of one job hardly anymore. Supporting a family on one income is
I know
virtually
it's terrible.
impossible these days. Yeah,
it is impossible. It's not virtually, it is, you know.
Yeah, the economy has been irreversibly altered due to feminism.
Yeah, the only thing I want to say that is it's a good thing we're all smart enough not to let a plot like that really divide us as man and woman. You know what I mean?
Well, actually, I'd argue that it has started to. If you look at, you know,
it has actually. It is dividing men and women in half. You know.
Well, yes, it has, but I think the people that are up on.
Have you seen how big this MGTOW group is? They like literally have given up on women and being with women, and marrying women, and all sorts of stuff.
But that's
They
just
are like a lot of them, you know.
That's a counter to third wave feminism. You know, when people push to the extremes, it's called a Hegelian dialectic. If they push to an extreme in one direction, they'll push, you know, even harder in an extremity in the opposite direction. So it's basically
Yeah, cause reaction solution.
a lot of women don't put up with men in Australia because a lot of men in Australia are alcoholics, and a lot of alcoholics beat their women, and women are walking out on men in droves in Australia because of the abuse, you know.
Let me ask you another question that goes along with that. Are a lot of young boys being raised by just the father or just the mother now?
Just the mother or the father, you're right, yes.
Is that why? Now, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm asking, do you think that in other words, I've met a lot of gays from Australia?
No,
Single mother race.
gayness isn't happening because of single mothers. My son is straight as the ace of spades. He loves women, and he's only raised by me because his dad died. So, you know, if his dad was alive, I would be having his dad in his life.
Okay.
But because his dad has died, I can't get him a father. I can get him a father, but just not a real father.
Yeah, I understand that. Just that the reason I always ask that question, because I'll rate it at 40%, maybe 40. A lot of times when I ask that question, it seems like when one or the other is not there, a lot of times the boys growing up, when they don't have a father. Well, okay, was that early or later on in the boy's life?
He was only 1.5 when his dad died. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, there goes that theory.
You got. Remember, there's going to be different, things occurring. It's not going to be, the same every single time. The two gay people I knew at my school, both of them were raised by a single mother.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, there's definitely a correlation between relationship with the father or having a father figure.
My daughter was raised by a father and a mother. Yeah, she used to be with a man, and now she's turned gay all of a sudden.
Well, the reason that's exactly why I'm asking this question. There is some whether the void is, let me say this right. Whether the void is from not having both parents in the home, or the void is from some other category from childhood, wherever the void came from. I just find it astonishing sometimes that a lot of times to fill a void that they don't know how to fill, they go another way.
Yeah, typically they're looking.
I believe that. So I believe that is a void in my daughter's life because, she was hit by her ex, and that she doesn't trust men no more. Therefore, I think she's turned gay for that reason. To tell you the truth, she doesn't trust men.
Yes. I know cases like that all over everywhere, and that's why I asked that question. It always seems when you trace it back. Sometimes I don't ask the right question to get a proper answer, but it's better said as some void from somewhere.
See, her dad was abusive. Her boyfriend was abusive. Therefore, she says, fuck men, and she went with a woman instead, because she knows a woman's not going to beat on her.
And I can completely understand that. But the reason I always ask that is because I've just seen it so much in my life. And when I trace it back, there's always some void or when I say voids, usually something traumatic that's happened.
Yeah. Traumatic in their life, yeah. And I think that is the case, yes. Because I don't think you're born gay, and I don't believe that everyone's gay for a reason. I think it's it's terrible what's happening. Because I'm not gonna.
The media.
I've had men, exactly.
Well,
I've had
look,
men be abusive towards me. Yeah, I still care and like men. I'm not going to turn gay because men are violent. I'll find a man that's not violent eventually.
Yeah,
You
like
know?
we're not all violent. Like
Exactly.
What?
Exactly.
Let's look at the correlation. You know, nowadays there's like an increase in the amount of people being, you know, look all this weird stuff like pansexual, you know, all this transgender stuff that's come out.
That is disgusting and terrible too. Yeah.
Well, there's that much
It's an
weird
agenda.
stuff. It's just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just a shift in certain things. I don't see why all this stuff
That's
suddenly
due
affects.
a lot of the environmental factors in there as well. Like the water's got so much chemicals in it and turning men more feminized and
estrogen
stuff.
in the
You know,
water.
estrogen in the water. All
But they've
the
actually found that in like a chicken. They found estrogen mimickers in a chicken. They've been pumping
Yeah.
chicken with
Mhm.
estrogen mimickers.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I think it might be like artificial in estrogen, but it's
that's why I
basically
said science isn't good for us and
Yeah,
science
synthetic
isn't good
hormones.
for our food
Yeah.
and stuff, you know?
Right.
That's why I
right.
said our governments are virtually killing us with science, you know?
Yeah. And
Because it's true.
I understand that blanket statement completely, and I understand what you're
I do
saying
too.
about that too, Tudor.
Right. No,
So,
I understand what she means by that, but some could misconstrue that as like anti-science when in
Right.
fact she's just
I'm
saying that
not
applied.
anti-science, but I'm saying
Right.
that science
No,
isn't
I'm saying it could be
foolproof, you know?
misconstrued that way.
Yeah, well, I'm
It's
not
being intentionally misused
anti-science.
for
Yeah,
harm. Right.
like
And I understand that because it is. It's being intentionally misused
it
for harm.
is.
Hey,
It is.
Hey, Suzanne, you're going to be coming back, right?
Yeah, for sure. I do come here a lot. I have been. Yeah.
Good,
But
because I mean, this has been a very interesting. Other than the babbling bullshit.
Yeah, I got tired of that boring rhetoric, so I had to do something about that. I think you all
But I
thank me
mean,
later.
the subject matters. I love it when there's a good topic or subject, and you get all these different viewpoints from all over the globe. I just find that so interesting. But when you get somebody like LaSurge up here that just consumes the entire panel with no subject matter, it kind of pisses me off.
There's just no substance behind it. It gets so old. Like
It gets so
Yeah,
babbling.
because you get fixated on the one subject
there's
for
just
like
no
3 or
substance.
4 hours, and that nothing ever gets resolved.
It's like the sales agent after I've said no several times. Like, dude, I'm about to hang up on you. Like,
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
and I'm the sales agent, so I know all about that. Like,
yeah,
I
I
do
hear you.
sales for a living. Like,
Yes,
you just won't take no for an answer.
I sell things for a living too. I sell makeup, so you know.
Yeah, so you know how it is.
Pretty good at that. Yeah, I'm pretty good at talking to people. I've had to learn because I'm a salesperson, like you.
I noticed that your intellectual capabilities are real good.
Yeah, I'm pretty smart. I do a lot of studying and stuff.
See, if you listen to LaSurge, I'm just an old dumb Southern redneck.
It's
Of
all
course,
right.
everybody on here is a moron except for LaSurge.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. You know, I can put up with that. It doesn't bother me. You know, like I can
Doesn't
put
bother
up.
me. It
I
just
put
bores
up.
the shit out of me.
Yeah, yeah, I get
I
that.
was amazed at your tolerance with it. I really was. I was like, man, she's just going to drop out. We're never going to see her again. She's sick of this.
No, I'm
Right
fine.
in there, and I was like, wow, she's got more patience than I have.
Yeah, I've
a
got
lot more
good
patience than I do.
patience. I've had 4 children, so you understand where I get my patience from, you know?
Oh yeah. I guess for me, it's been night after night with that same guy with that same thing over. And
No, I feel you, buddy. I feel like it's the same conversation every
it is. It's the
time
same thing. You know what?
Yeah, I have to put up with Big L and his cronies all the time.
Big
So
L,
I'm
you know Big L too. Yeah.
Where do you talk to that guy? I
Yeah.
really I'll be honest, there's few people I just straight up don't like. Like I just don't like that guy.
No, a lot of people don't like him because he's very racist, you know.
Right.
And like
Yeah, and he tries to spin it like I've been racism.
He tries to
is like
spin it like black people were here before white people and all stuff, you know.
Well, I mean, no,
and
he's straight
Jesus
accusing me of
and
being
Jesus is black also, you know.
Right.
And
He
like
didn't believe in Jesus.
the Jews were the first.
Yeah.
The black Jews were here before
He's not
white
even a
Jews.
Hebrew Israelite. He doesn't believe in Jesus. He just will
Is
do
it-
anything to push his.
Hey, Grizz, isn't Big L just basically a troll, though, anyway? He doesn't even believe in anything, right?
Believe that stuff. He believes in. Do you know what the Nation of Islam is?
Okay.
It's like basically
He's
the
confused.
Nation of Islam is like where they think Islam is the true faith, but the Jews were the black who were really Muslims. So it's all a big
Yeah,
conspiracy.
exactly.
They think back in time 2000, of like I don't know, even like 3,000 years. I guess they could go back to.
They're saying 3,000 years ago there was nothing but black people here on Earth. How did we
3,000,
become
huh?
white then? You know, how did we all get white then? And how come Jesus is black? No, I don't
Shit, that
believe
happened
all that
fast.
stuff. You know?
White people happen
Well,
fast.
they're basically anti-Semites. They hate the Jews. So what do you
Of
expect?
course, it's anti-Semitism. Well, no, because they're trying to assume the idea of the Semitic
And
people.
we all got to
Right,
be
but
100% guilty for the 200 odd years ago when like the whites took over the land and all that
Well,
stuff.
they're
We
essentially
always
trying to
have to
steal
feel
their
guilty.
heritage and claim it as their own. Like,
Yeah, but they still
Yeah.
actually hate the Jews. They hate the Jewish people, and that stems from
right? They hate the actual Jews and are claiming to be the real Jews, like as though
Yeah,
the
Exactly.
all that stems from replacement theology and stuff like that.
Exactly what I'm saying, you know, like, you know, we don't know 100% facts and neither do they. They don't know what really happened and neither do we. So,
Another
you know, we gotta just live, we just need to live in the present and stop thinking about the past 24/7.
I know who the Jews who are in that land now are the real Jews. I'll tell you that.
Like, and even they're even trying to say that was it 3? I think it was 3 million Jews died in the war, didn't they?
6.
3 million, was it 6? They're
Yeah.
trying to say, because they're trying to say, no way did 6 million Jews die.
Well, I think
I thought it might have been.
That number, like they've said, it could be, less by, I don't know, 600,000 or whatever, but it don't really matter. I mean, of course,
Still
if you
a lot, even if only 1 million died, it's still a lot of lives, you know?
Well, if you look at wartime propaganda, there's probably been propaganda on both sides. So it probably is an exaggerated figure, but it doesn't really matter because it still happened ultimately.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's very important, you know. It's very important. People died no matter what. It doesn't matter if it was last year or the year before or 20,000 years or whatever. All those Jews still did die, and like the Jews aren't like saying, oh, we want all this money, we want this and we want that. Like the black people want reparations in America. I'm thinking,
well, Big
we
L's
don't
actually,
owe you nothing, really, you know.
But Big L is actually a racist as well. Like if you listen to some of the things he says, he basically, he literally hates white people with some of the things he says anyway. So
that's what that's what a lot of people are waking up to, the fact of that. Actually, a lot of people in Maria's chat is starting to think, that they are sick of him. They're starting to get really sick of his ways and the way he talks.
I got sick of him 5 months ago.
It didn't take long. I mean, basically just one conversation with him, and I pretty much didn't like him.
He gets 3 or 4 black people in the room, and then they all start talking about the same subject, and I'm sure Maria's getting sick of it.
Maybe God told Hitler to kill the Jews. See what life said.
He was accusing me of being racist when in fact he was being racist. So I just don't like bullshit.
That's what black people do to white people. They start talking about race and then they try and turn it around on you. I'm saying, no, you're the one that actually started talking about race, and you're the one that always starts talking about race. And I'm absolutely tired of it.
I'm not. It's like LaSurge. I'm not here to agree with you, and if I don't agree with you, that doesn't make me a fucking bigot or a racist or anything else. Like, fuck off.
Exactly.
Did you see what he just said in the chat?
Who, Lysurge?
Yeah. You might
It
have
says
to scroll up.
people like me? Which part?
No, no.
Maybe God just got
Uh,
bored.
Are you at the bottom?
Yeah, I'm all the way at the bottom.
And tell me the first Lysurge thing you see.
First thing from the bottom up, the first thing I see is people do like me.
And then you'll see maybe God further up. Next Lysurge thing.
Maybe God got. Then he says maybe God told Hitler to kill Jews.
Maybe, and then he's saying basically, God got bored, so he told Hitler to kill all the
Right. So
Jews.
God got bored and told Hitler to kill Jews.
Semite in chat, classy.
I think he's just trying to talk shit about God again.
I just point out racist bigots like Lysurge. We're really just
Christianity is a whole lot better than it used to be like 100 years ago, even 200 years ago, because like I think Christianity used to be pretty brutal, you had to live a certain way, you had to do a certain thing, you couldn't do this and you couldn't do that. Like
that's how I live.
It was pretty brutal, eh?
That's how I live. I mean, if God says don't do something, I'm going to do it.
No, I don't mean that. I mean like how nuns used to be, really, really tough on children, overly tough,
I think that's basically...
And I think Christianity is better today than it ever was.
That's basically false beliefs, so nuns is like Catholic stuff. I don't think that's true.
Are nuns Catholic? They're not Christian, are they?
Well, the problem with the word Christian now is that it applies to every single denomination of Christianity, and the denomination.
There's 30,000 denominations,
right? Yeah, that's the problem. There's so many different denominations, and they differ so far in doctrine that they are literally different religions. But they're all called Christianity. So
yeah,
there's so many of the sects that are not biblical, but they're claiming to be Christianity. So that's the problem. Yeah. That's why people don't like being called Christians.
You remember me at the start, don't you, Jude? When I first started speaking to you, and I basically didn't even, accept the label because it had such a bad stigma. But I realized over time, that's just definition.
Just don't worry about what people think, of you, because
I didn't like being called a Christian either. But I mean, if that's what Paul was calling them in the Bible, then
yeah, that's what I saw. That's what I saw. I thought, oh well, if there's Christians, then whatever, I'm a Christian. But at the start, I didn't accept the label because it's got such a bad stigma.
Yeah, I get that. But the thing is, you don't ever worry about what people think about Christianity, because too many people have gone to the other side, and they're the ones that will ultimately pay the price.
I'm not so preoccupied with what other people believe. If they want to reject the gospel, that's their decision. I'm not here to tell you what to believe.
So I don't push people into Christianity because they're going to believe what they want to believe in the end anyway. And trying to push people into a certain way of thinking doesn't help, because my auntie's mother pushed her into Christianity, and it actually pushed her out of Christianity, and she stopped believing in God because her mother was too tough. Her mother was too hard-strung and pushing her child into it,
I think there's a bit of a difference between telling someone about it, which I think everyone should, or no one would believe at all. We'd all be going to hell, or forcing someone to believe,
Yeah.
Right.
Because my
gospel.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that to Lysurge earlier, just to say, right, Lysurge, I'm going to just tell you this now. And I was thinking about just telling him that, but he didn't give me the opportunity because he was trolling. No, basically going to say, well, we never have to have this conversation again if you say yes or no, but he didn't even give me the chance. So
that's right. Most people won't give you the time of day or the chance to explain it anyway, you know, or even give your point of view and make your point of view come across. And that's what a lot of atheists do. They do that. They shut out God. They don't even try to let him in, you know. Because my parents are exactly the same way. Because I didn't get my Christianity from my parents. I got it from myself and my teacher, you know. I didn't get it from my parents at all. They're both big-time atheists, you know. They can't stand God, you know.
But I'm still instructed to do it, so that's why I felt I needed to just say it to Lysurge, even though he basically ridiculed and derailed our attempts by trolling.
Yeah,
he makes it his business to reject the gospel. Like, you can't. That's not your responsibility at that point. Like,
right, but I feel like I've got to say it once at least, and I've still got to do it. I've got to, I've just got to do it once. I feel. And then he's got that choice, and then he can't. Won't have any excuse.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, he has none. Like,
yeah, but
already.
Well, it's just clear the conscience on my behalf. You know, I've said it, so it's blood in on my head, kind of thing.
Yeah, I can see that.
When Pontius Pilate washed his hands and said, "His blood's not on me," before the crucifixion, basically.
Well, he was kind of being a pussy about it because it kind of was on him.
Right, but he did make it clear, and the Jews said, "Let it be on us, let his blood be on us, and let it curse us," which is why the Jews have, basically been spiritually blinded because they asked for it
to do anything about it. Pilate was a pussy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
well, they kept saying crucifying, and then he if you actually look at it, he basically had Jesus whipped and beaten instead of being killed first because he didn't want to kill him.
He didn't want to do it, but he ended up.
Yeah.
He didn't want to. He says that this man's done nothing wrong. Like, but
wanted to release like one prisoner because that was like a goodwill thing, didn't he? And he wanted to release him, and they were crying about it, weren't they? So.
But ultimately, he folded because he didn't want the Jews telling Caesar and him being his position being revoked for not respecting the Jewish customs. But
actually shocks
who's to say what
the rest when I'm reading about that. Yeah, when he says, "We have no king but Caesar," that's a pretty brutal line. That.
Oh yeah, come rejecting him outright, like no king but Caesar.
Pretty big step.
You'll find a lot of Americans and a lot of Australians no longer believe in Christianity or even God in that matter of speaking. They don't believe in any type of religion.
Well, the Bible does say that will happen.
Yeah, I know.
It says there'll be a falling away from the faith, which is what we're in basically now.
That's what we're going through right now. I know.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Jews, if you actually look at the Jews, because I do look quite a lot at what the Jews are doing, because I think it's pretty important. They're basically wanting their Messiah now. They believe he hasn't come, but they're wanting that Messiah. They're in travail. So I think some stuff's coming soon with the Jews.
Yeah, I heard there's going to be another war between the Palestinians and the Jews shortly. They're on the brink of war right now, I heard.
Well, in the Bible, it says that there'll be a covenant between, the Jews and the nations surrounding them, which will be all the Arabs and stuff. I don't know if there's a war first or the war comes after, but I know it's in some order. But there's a peace covenant signed with Israel at some point. And then the temple's built, the third temple, which will be probably on the grounds of where Solomon's old temple was.
Mm. Our planet is like really, really bad at the moment and polluted anyway. Like China's near Australia, and like Australian ocean waters are really bad because of all the chemicals going into the ocean from China, especially their nuclear plant that's dripping into the ocean day by day.
That's
It's not
Japan.
good.
That's Japan. That's Fukushima.
Yeah.
Isn't it in China?
Japan.
Oh, is it in
The
Japan, not China?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, Japan's near closer even than China. You know.
You know, it's quite ridiculous. It's been what, like 5 years, and they're still just letting it drip radiation.
Yeah, it's still going into the ocean. I know.
It's like
Surprised,
people want to
especially
die.
Especially for the Japanese, that's very surprising.
I know, because they're supposed to Chinese and Japanese are supposed to be the most smartest and brightest people on the earth.
They're just so
Yet their
efficient
countries
usually.
are so polluted. It's not funny, you know, because they've
Particularly Japanese.
because they've got overpopulated, you know, really badly. You know, and like, you know, white Australians and white Americans aren't having as many babies. Like, we are outbreeding ourselves, you know. Like,
No, the world's it's going down like fast. Like
yes, it is very, very fast.
It's like gravity. Like the momentum gets faster and faster. It starts off slow when you jump off a
We're
platform.
about to reach terminal velocity. Like,
yeah, then when it hits the floor, you just go splat.
dude,
it's like just at the point where it's like just at the point before you hit the floor.
No doubt, dude. If we were looking at this like on a like say a chart or like a graph, and the line was curving, we'd be almost at a 90-degree at this point. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible how the planet is actually combusting before our very eyes, you know.
no, every aspect of infrastructure is falling apart in front of our eyes, and then that's exactly how it's supposed to be, so that they can have their new world order.
Oh,
then shit
yeah,
goes to hell.
it's all planned by God. I mean, people
Truly.
say it's not.
Yeah, even Satan's plans are still controlled, or they're still within the will of God, even though, like, because God is ultimately the one in control.
Oh yeah, he says that Satan and the principalities can do nothing but the authority which he gives them. So everything that happens on this world is only done because he allows it to happen.
Yeah.
So I never understood like Ronan's argument of why is there so many religions and stuff. That makes
He
sense.
doesn't understand. He sees chaos as I don't
disorder.
know, like even though it's a strange thing, chaos and order, and like the dynamics between the two, because like even on like we're talking like on a subatomic level, like they talk about quantum mechanics, it's completely chaotic, but when you zoom out and like what we see is just like a semblance of order. It's that's where they get the whole out of chaos or order out of chaos.
Order out of chaos.
Yeah. Out of order or out of chaos order.
Right. I was just saying it in Latin though.
Yeah, the Latin.
Order ab chaos.
Yeah, it has a lot of.
So where are all you guys from? Where are you from, group?
United States.
Cool.
I'm
what
from
part?
UK. Britannia.
I can hear that much.
I'm in California.
California. Cool. Good weather there.
Yeah, it's kind of cold right now, but weather's pretty good.
Just think, you live near Big L. I feel sorry for you.
Hopefully I never come across that asshole in real life.
Imagine if you see him on the street and he's like there with those like robes on. That's right.
I'd be like, first of all, I have no idea what he really looks like. That's not even really him in his photos. Like,
imagine if he walks up to you and says, "Tudor, that's wrong."
If you told me that was wrong.
Yeah, like the way you're doing something just comes up to you in like a serious like thing with that rub thing on that's like a costume. And he says, "That's wrong."
I don't know. I'd have to restrain myself.
Yeah, I've just got a picture of Big L like that.
It's funny. What like the African robe or like what?
I don't know, just like this, like little, like a little cow. It's not like like a. I don't know. It's like this little robe that's like would be like too small to fit him properly. I don't know. It's got like this cartoonish view of a robe in my head.
A robe? I can't even imagine what he really looks like. Like a robe. That's funny. Oh my God. I don't know. I have no idea what he would dress like, or I have no idea what he really looks like. He'd probably recognize me before.
Do you still watch? Do you still watch that guy? What was that channel called? The guy called Robert. Do you not remember, Tudor?
Robert. What's it about?
No, he's got like that fire, like avatar thing. He's like a Mexican with long hair.
Mexican with long hair. Is it on the internet or what are we talking about?
Christian, yeah, he's a Christian on YouTube.
Mexican with long hair.
Go on, surely you remember.
When have we ever discussed him? Because I don't remember. Like, dude, I've been busy, but like, well,
like
in what context did we ever
when we were just speaking about stuff like, no, it was like one of the first like conversations we had.
Okay, Robert. He has his own.
You know
YouTube
what I
channel,
mean,
right?
You know what I mean, right?
I think I know
Have
who
you
you mean.
forgot?
Like he has like a Christian YouTube channel. Like,
Yeah, it's that long hair with like glasses. And he's got like a baby.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. He's like, I think his channel's called Prophetic Times or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
that's yeah, that was what first. That was the first group of Christians that I actually met online. Like, what did you go to his channel or I don't even remember discussing that guy with you. Like, that's how
I did go occasionally, but I did start going for a bit, but it seems like he just doesn't do it on it anymore.
I haven't been on in a while, and I guess I lost touch because the topics it didn't really interest me anymore. Like,
yeah, after that Trump thing had done.
yeah, everybody was really invested in the election, and then all these prophecies and stuff about Trump, and like almost this cult-like following, and I just didn't. None of that really interested me, so I just kind of.
I've actually unsubbed from loads of that stuff recently. I've just got sick of it all, and I've just been like unsubbing.
Yeah. People in my group are saying the world's not falling apart and the world's better off today than it ever has been. If that's the case, why is it so far out polluted? Why are I think 3 out of 5 people getting cancer then, day by day. And, these people think that the world's great and doing so fantastic.
It's because you know why that is. It's because they can go work their little 9 to 5, and they come home and eat their Doritos and their Mountain Dew and watch their TV and bullshit, and they think everything's fine. Like, it's not.
Exactly. People are living for today now. They're not caring about the planet no more. I'm even not doing the right thing. I want to do the right thing, but it's so hard in this day and age.
Well,
because nobody else is doing the right thing,
Well, the planet, it's not going to last anyway. I mean, that's not a reason to contribute to the problem, but by no means think you're going to save the world by recycling or reducing your carbon emissions. Like, it's not going to happen. Like,
no, because it's only a few of us that are doing it. Not everybody's doing it.
Yeah, I mean, when the corporations are there.
That carbon thing seems like a bit of a scam anyway. It's like tax carbon emissions, just another way to make money.
Well, I don't really go out a lot, so I am sort of
more than money,
reducing the carbon.
They don't really need money. They just want to control people.
Yeah, but it takes money off the people, so they're poorer, and then they got more control over what they buy and can't buy.
I am not really contributing too badly. I'm doing okay where the environment is concerned, but because I don't use as many chemicals as some women do, because a lot of women are contributing really bad by using heaps and heaps of chemicals in their house cleaning, and stuff like that. And I do use a few chemicals, but I don't go out and buy heaps and heaps of chemicals because compared to a lot of women, you know. But I do use bleach, and that's not good for the environment, you know. I should try not to use bleach, but sometimes you have to because you don't want your house to get moldy or nothing, you know. So, because, you know, when you get mold on your tiles, you really need to use mold to kill bleach, you know. You can't just you can't just use, they say to use vinegar, but vinegar doesn't really kill it completely, you know. I admit it does kill it somewhat, but it depends on how much mold is in your tile grout and stuff, because it digs into the grout, and you've got to eventually use bleach every so often. Because my son has to have white shirts at work, and you know how shirts go if you don't use bleach, especially white, you know. You got to use bleach on white shirts. You can't not.
Oh, someday somebody will be telling you that soap and toilet paper is bad for the environment. People that take showers and wipe their ass are bad people. You know, come on. Fuck with any of these assholes say.
Well, I mean, if we're going to go by the current scientific data, which is, you know, accepted by the greatest scientific community, this is the greatest contribution to, you know, the global warming, as they call it, is, you know, methane gas.
Are these the same people that told me the ocean's going to rise 10 feet in 10 years, more than a decade ago, right? These are the same scientists, or are these a whole new group of scientists?
It hasn't even risen that much. It hasn't even risen very much at all. It has risen, but not that much, you know?
That's why, Richard,
it's a slow process, and by the time it causes very much damage at all, it'll likely reverse. And those same fucking people are going to be telling us, oh my God, there's going to be global cooling. We're headed to an ice age, and everybody ought to run out and fucking blow as much carbon into the air as they possibly can to save the fucking world. You mark my words.
Richard, that's why I said, going by the current, you know, data that the you know, the vast scientific community accept, they will say that the contributing factor, the leading contributing factor to the increase in temperature is, you know, methane gas produced by livestock, rather than, you know, chemicals from, you know, factories.
Sure. If you got rid of all the animals, you'd also get rid of the problem. I think everybody, not even all the animals, just all the animals that they make hamburger and pork out of would probably be enough. You know?
Exactly.
Sure. All the like, I'm trying to think of the polite word, but the gas that comes out of their ass is a major fucking source of the problem. Sure. But it doesn't, my point is it doesn't fucking matter. You know, the ocean over the next fucking 200 years might rise 3 inches. A couple of fucking groups of people might have to move off their little fucking island, or they might get a dredge and fucking dredge up a bunch of dirt to save it. Whatever. Who fucking cares? They shouldn't keep people from enjoying their jet skis or their vacations or their flights around the world. You know, we will adapt and we will do what we need to do. The idea that we should all become fucking vegans and stop driving our cars and, you know, turn our thermostats down 10 degrees and use blankets, all that's a bunch of crap.
Yeah. Well, if you remember, like in the 60s,
stop using chemicals on the land, right? Really, all these bad chemicals. Start growing organic vegetables and organic ways and living a better life. Then there won't be so much cancer around, you know.
Richard.
Well, that's a different issue. The reason I don't mind as much as I say the idea of environmentalism is not because I'm worried about the planet, but because pollution is fucking annoying and does lead to health problems. So the less of it, the more I like it. But there's,
I'm not worrying about the
sensible.
Like the
Earth. That's all they need to be. We used to throw all our shit in the ocean. We used to have these open dumps where everybody that painted their house would throw a half a can of paint into the ground, and nobody thought anything of it. Just stopping.
But that's why it's
bad
getting bad, though.
practices is
From
enough.
what you did 50 years ago is what's leached into the soil and into the ground.
That's right.
And that's why it's coming back to bite us all, you know?
Right. And all we need to do is stop doing the stupid shit. We don't have to go the extra 5 miles.
Did, you know, that our mum and dad did, you know? Yeah.
And the technology itself is also a big help. You know, cars become more efficient. People are using solar and wind because it's economically viable. Because, you know, and as we get even better battery technology, you know, the battery technology of a car 20 years from now might be so great that it's stupid to buy a petrol car all on its own. It may solve itself naturally without a whole bunch of, you know, nonsense. Oh, don't do this, don't do that.
But Richard, I want to bring up a point. You're like 3 times my age, but you was probably alive. Well, you was probably around, you know, at a decent age of knowledge when you remember, like in like the 70s and 60s. And I've looked at like past articles when they were claiming that there's going to be like an ice age and the world was going to freeze and there was global cooling. Now it's
I do remember that. And one of the best demonstrations of that kind of stuff was I saw this guy, and it was when the AIDS virus came out, and they had the big AIDS scare, and he brought Time magazine, this big stack, like maybe 1.5 feet high, of Time magazines, and he just one after the next pull up the cover of all these scares, you know, the Ice Age scare, and the Mercury and the fish are going to be gone in 10 years scare, and all these fucking scares about that never happened. You know, they were right on the cover of Time magazine. Oh my God, you know, 1 out of fucking 10 people have AIDS and we're all going to die. Turned out to be a bullshit story. Just like the oceans are going to rise 10 feet and, you know, listen to my film Al Gore turned out to be a complete load of shit.
Yeah. Because I actually looked at like past articles and news from like that time period. I saw that they basically, you know, this is like the greater scientific community agreed that there was going to be like this global freezing ice age.
My father is a far right-wing nut, but he is also a scientist with a big long list of his own inventions from IBM, and he has been using data and science to point out that these global warming people are full of shit ever since, you know, pretty much the beginning. And what's really interesting is, like a lot of things, once you start convincing people about all this kind of stuff, ever since then, which is about 10 years ago, the data shows that that was the peak of the global warming, and it's actually been getting a little bit cooler ever since then. A lot of this stuff you see in the news is over some specific area or some, you know, taken out of context a little bit. Now, I don't follow it all that closely, but mostly because I'm not a scientist. So you know, it's kind of pointless for me to pretend I'm a scientist and take a side anyway. But my father is a scientist, and his, you know, he makes little, you know, blogs or whatever every once in a while about the latest bullshit story on global warming, and gives the truth for the, you know, scientific community that disagrees. And, you know, you look into what he says, and it seems to be more true than the bullshit story that he's trying to refute, quite frankly. And that's not because he's my father. And I tend to think like everybody else. If all these scientists say it's true, you know, maybe it is. But, you know, when people say it's a scientific consensus, is it the scientific consensus of a bunch of government employees because that's what the government wants you to say? Or is it really the scientific consensus? And the point is, there are plenty of scientists that get drowned out by the government and the media that completely disagree. They say, look, you people are fucking nuts. You're worried about a 1/10 of a fucking degree when 3/10 of a degree fluctuation would be normal in the first place. You know?
Controlled consensus.
I agree with you there, Richard.
They also point out that the last time we had a mini global cooling, I forget when it was, a few hundred years ago or something, but the planet did remarkably better. When you have all these areas up north that can now grow food they couldn't grow before, the ocean doesn't rise 10 fucking feet. You just have farming in more areas you could have before, and the planet did very, very well. When it cooled back to normal, it did worse. So I have about as much worry about global warming as fucking aliens dropping in and taking over.
Remember, that comes back to like what I said before. The reason they could be doing it, for example, if it's like lobbyists, trying to push an agenda, maybe they want more money. Carbon tax, for example, that's what they're pushing a lot. That's just another way to make, more money.
Yeah, the solution to planetary warming is taxation. Who what the fuck? That's like the dumbest. Did the scientists come up with that idea? Oh yes, we have the scientific problem and taxation will solve. I don't think the scientists offered up that solution.
Yeah.
No, the lobbyists, like he says, the think tanks come up with this bullshit, like to push their false agendas. Like,
well, I'm sure Satan's involved too, don't you think, Scooter?
oh, he's at the helm, man.
There you go. He's at the helm. Satan is at the helm of global warming. I like it. That's a catchy phrase.
What do you think that eye on the top of the pyramid is? The eye of providence. It's God. It's not the one you're thinking of.
Well, I changed my icon, didn't I? I was thinking about my old icon when you said that.
I hate that old one, Richard. It's like that old DARPA one or something, isn't it?
It's the Office of Information Awareness.
Yeah, that's a real logo the United States government uses, dude. My old icon.
I know. It just makes me cringe looking at it.
Right. Well, I think that's exactly why they did it, is to make it creepy and weird and, oh my God, look at the New World Order and all that kind of stuff. Some clown in there said, ha, won't this get this conspiracy theorist going? Let's use this one. And they said, oh, yeah, all right. Let's go.
They created that far before this conspiracy boom or whatever. Like, the conspiracy shit really took off. Like,
well, not about 1950.
Yeah, like I'd say like there was a resurgence of the conspiracy thing, like the whole Illuminati thing, like probably like mid 2000s. So like really.
Yeah. Well, now they've turned it into a meme. They've turned it into a meme now, haven't they? You know what a meme is? With it.
It's become completely undermined by shills like Alex Jones and probably Julian Assange and whoever the hell else. Like.
Yeah.
I mean, is Julian Assange a conspiracy theorist, or does he just give out information that he gets? I don't know if he even cares what the information says.
I think he's just controlled opposition. I think he just releases whatever they want him to release.
What do you base that on? What evidence do you have to base that?
I didn't say I had evidence. I just believe it. Call it a hunch, whatever. I'm not saying I couldn't be wrong. Just putting it forward as a possibility.
I forgot you believe things without evidence. My bad. I don't believe anything that doesn't have at least some evidence to go along with it. I'll listen, and I'm perfectly happy to say, oh, that's possible, so what?
Well, within the context of what I already know is going on, it's not too far out of the realm of possibility. That's all.
Right, and all those other things you believe and know also don't have any evidence, so it's a big house of cards.
Fine, man. I'm not here to bore you with conspiracy talk, man. Like.
Yeah, I know you're not, and I don't want to go down this road either. So it's just, all I wondered was what evidence you had. None is fine.
Yeah, which is why I didn't say I had any.
Yeah, do you think Alex Jones is more of a like working with the government as opposed to against it? I mean, there's a lot of people that think that.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what I just said.
He makes people who, question mainstream narratives look insane. I mean, if you go look for someone for something outside of CNN and all that kind of stuff, it's like one of the first people you come across, and look how he acts.
Right. His entire purpose is to undermine all alternative news and media sources by basically making them look like a laugh.
Yeah, I think he's just a nut job. I don't really.
Exactly. That's what he's supposed to look like.
Right, and I don't think he's even a bad nut job. I just think he's a nutty guy who presents things in a kind of a nutty way. I don't think he's right or wrong or
that was
trying
exactly
to,
how he's supposed to come across.
But all the things he says, he has literally no proof. You've heard him say like that Arabs control Hollywood and stuff, right? How retarded is
right.
that?
And he'll always say, "Oh, my friend inside the Federal Reserve says the economy is going to collapse next year." Fucking 10 years in a row, he'll say the same thing. Or my close contact inside the Bilderberg group says this is going to happen next month.
Yeah, constantly making false predictions and just talking bullshit. And sometimes he'll say something true, but the way he presents it is so outrageous that, you know, it's like, it's
That's
totally
how this
fucked up.
info works as well. It's truth mixed with, you know.
Right.
That's what makes it so fucked up, because what it's doing is it's conditioning people to the idea that even if they do hear truth, it's absurd because this is where they heard it. Like, if Alex Jones is telling you something true.
You've heard him where he's basically said like the
Not
Nazis
in the
rule
fuck.
the world.
I'm watching this show, really dumb people, and this one kid, he's drunk. He takes a 12-pack of beer box. He says, "I'm going to put this 12-pack of beer box on my head, and you can't knock me out." Like a 12-pack of beer box is going to do anything. His friend just fucking drills him, and fucking he's been knocked out on the floor for like 2 minutes now, and now he's just waking up. Oh my god.
You mean like the box was somehow going to protect him? Like,
Yeah, they're fucking idiots. What a moron.
I didn't know that was
His
the
friend says,
quality of-
"Okay, sure, I'll do that experiment. Let me punch the box and see what happens." And bam.
is he drunk? He was drunk.
Richard, is that like the of Thai TV?
No, this is American TV. This is American TV. These are American.
That sounds like some shit Americans would do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's even worse.
And then the guy, here's the kicker. After the guy crawls off the floor from being knocked out, he like puts his arms up like he won something. He gets up there, woohoo, look at me, I'm, you know, woohoo. He's jumping around like he won the fucking prize of some kind. What a moron.
He won.
Yeah.
Moron of the year. Like, you win.
Well, that's what the show's about, world's dumbest. But whatever. Oh, here we go. This guy's got a water slide going from the top of his house with a jump at the end. Nothing bad's going to happen with that. Oh my
It's
God.
like one of those horror movies, you know, where I hear a noise upstairs when the power's cut and it's a creepy clown face lurking around. Let's go out and check it out alone. What can go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, I don't know what the bad part of this is. This thing's actually, oh, here we go. We got this big fat guy. But fuck, 6 people ended up going down this house. It's actually off the part of the garage. They made it down the water slide, over the jump, and into the small little pool. And here comes the guy that missed it. Smack all over the ground. Oh. Yeah, shit happens to that dude, I guess. Oh, and he smacks his head on the grass. What the hell?
I've had enough. I've got some stuff to do.
I love the ones where the YouTube videos about people like the skateboarders that get their balls caught in the fence, or where people, you know, wreck their balls doing something. That's hilarious. And they're always doing something stupid and get caught with one leg on each side of the fence and their balls smashed. I love those videos. Hopefully Crystal's not listening or she'll call me a mean guy. Yeah, I think this is Captain America Civil War. I've never seen that film. Huh. I think so, yeah. I think I am. I haven't seen it from the beginning, so I might just move on and watch it from the beginning. But yeah, I kind of missed, there's like 6 or 8 months from my wife and I didn't go to movies, and I missed a few of movies that came out. Yeah, I guess I like it because Iron Man's in it. I always thought Iron Man was pretty cool. Captain America's a little fantastic. You know, the 20-year-old from World War II in the future is a little too much.
Before I leave, I'm gonna pass on mods. Who wants like the controls of the room?
Say what?
These people are like obsessed. Obsessed, I tell you.
So before I leave,
Yes. Because they don't like that effect that I don't like them talking about black and white issues 24/7. And like they're going on and on and on at me. So I'm like trying to type and listen to you guys at the same time. It's really hard.
I gave Tudor and Richard mods to the room, so you can give other people mods and stuff.
All right, thank you.
Right, see you.
Come on back, Lysurge. I won't boot you. I'm just kidding.
I'm probably about ready to drop out too.
All right. Well, it looks like the king is here to mod the room. No problem. King is here to serve.
What the king does best.
That's right.
No, Lysurge just bores the crap out of me these days, man. Like I just I don't know. I don't care anymore, man.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but he was better today. He was all right. You know, I think that you know, maybe even people like that get tired of the yelling and screaming. But then D-Beck came in and they had a muting war for about an hour. That's why I left. Is you know, it was that big fucking ongoing argument that just bored the shit out of me.
I don't like repeating myself, and I feel like that's all I do with Lysurge, and it's not, you know, it's not personal. It's just that doesn't injure.
Well, that whole thing with the mitochondrial Eve, for him not to just say, "Oh, I guess I had it wrong," just demonstrates the kind of person he is.
He'll never concede. Like he's never wrong. He's infallible in everything he says and does. Like he must be God himself. Like, of course, he doesn't believe in God.
Which would be fine if he was the type of person who really only spoke about things that they already knew were actually correct. Then it would be okay. They're a little arrogant, they're a little annoying, but there are people that are more than willing to say, I don't know, and only talk about the things that they've researched, and you yourself could go look up immediately on Wikipedia and find out they're right. He's just not one of them.
No, unfortunately, he's not. If you question him on anything, he'll just tell you to look it up. It's as though he doesn't know anything he's talking about. Like instead of a simple explanation or just a quick summarization of an idea, he tells you to look it up. Like it's like, well, usually if someone knows what they're talking about, they're able to, you know, summarize it, you know, or consolidate it in a way that somebody could understand. But not Lysurge. What about you, Suzanne?
Please say that.
You chat with Big L and stuff, like?
Very rarely. I don't have anything in common with him at all.
I kind of miss Big L.
The only chat we chat about is how much he doesn't like me virtually. He tells me to shut up a lot. He's very rude to me lately. Yeah.
Hey, Suzanne, next time you see him, can you tell him that King Richard said hello? That whole crowd, Big L.
Hello. Okay.
He'll know who it is. Just tell him I wanted you to say hi.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just write that down so I can remember.
Yeah. You can relay.
I'll write it down. Let me write it down. King Richard.
Yeah. You can say from the flat Earth room. So he'll know who I am. You know, just tell him I said hello, Big L.
King Richard said hello. And what would you like me to say for you?
Jay Tudor says you're a bitch.
Jay Tudor. Jay. said, "You're a bitch."
Thanks.
So he must hang out in rooms with Al High and Big L and Kayla and all them people, right?
Al.
Yeah, I used to be in the room with them too, actually. So you must have been in the room I was in at the start then.
No, actually, I met those people. I met all those people individually over the course of years on the internet, but they started hanging out with each other at some point. So kind of, I met them a little differently than that. But
Al Who's not that bad.
just
once you
happen
get
to know
him.
them.
Really,
I like
Al
Al
Who's
Who. Al Who's
I like
cool.
him.
I like him.
I think he's cool. He
I've
used to give
always
me,
gotten along with Al Who because we're both Aussies, so he's never
Mhm.
been obnoxious to me. He's never been loud to me. Like, you
Yeah.
should hear Bulldog. He's who I don't like, Bulldog. And Kayla.
Bulldogs.
Kayla and Bulldog are the two people on here I really dislike.
Have you ever run into that little girl named Godless?
No, never.
Wow,
into a guy
she's
named
like
Adam?
the world's, she's the internet's best troll. She's an atheist and she's just funny as fuck. And what makes her really funny is she comes across as more intelligent than the average 50-year-old, but she has this little girl voice, and she likes, every time she swears, it makes you want to cringe because she sounds really young and really smart. And it's like nothing about it really fits anybody else's pattern. So she's this really original, kind of mean, nasty,
Who is
trollish little girl. Godless.
Is she actually a girl?
I'm pretty sure she is. I don't think she's using a soundboard, if that's what you mean. No.
No, I mean, like, where have you met this?
Well, I haven't seen her. Just I met her in different. Basically, I met her in rooms where she's sort of trolling after Dawkins.
Oh, yeah, Dawkins, yeah. Yeah,
Is her
because
image
he's a
authentic?
Christian. He's a Christian, but not a Christian. I think he's just a troll. I
Yeah,
don't
me
think
too.
he believes in anything. He just wants to troll people.
I don't
Right.
get trolls, man. I think the whole troll. I don't know. Takes a.
The problem
I
is
don't
it's
know.
an almost impossible habit to break because the longer you do it, the more of a troll you need to be to get the same stimulus your brain is looking for. Where to be a good person, it's not like that. If you one good thing a month satisfies your brain, that's all you're ever going to have to do. But as
I
a
don't know,
troll,
man. Just trolling is so shallow. It's just like. Ugh.
yeah. Well, then you get nothing. If you call somebody an asshole 50 times, that doesn't really do it anymore for you or for them. They're like, oh, yeah, you call me an asshole 50 times. Who cares? You know, you have to call them something meaner and nastier in order to achieve the same result. That's why they get so outrageous over a
I don't know.
decade. They're entirely different
I
over a
mean,
decade.
trolling used to be fairly harmless, but I think internet culture just ramped it up to like extreme levels. Like because people, I don't know, they hide behind their anonymity. It just takes a particularly, I don't know, cowardly kind of a person to like hide behind a troll persona, like because they know they would never talk that shit in real life. Like it's kind of just a chance for them to live vicariously through the internet as some sort of alter ego or some bullshit. So, I don't know. I don't like trolls.
Right. They wish they could. They wish they could go out in public and say that stuff. You're right. They can't. But given the Iron Man bodysuit, they probably would, you know?
Yeah, they get a sense of elation from hiding behind anonymity, but I think it takes a pretty spineless bitch to get off on something like that. Like,
I agree. I mean, I think the same thing about like these criminals. They'll pretend they're really fearless by saying, "Oh, I'm not scared to go to jail." But the truth is, they're only scared to go to jail less than they're scared to, what they're really scared about is not being able to make a good life for themselves without stealing, for example. So, well, I'm big and tough, and I don't care if I go to jail. No, it's you just care. You worry less about that than your real fear, which is being a failure in life.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. They're scared. They're scared. What they're really scared about is that if they just be themselves and talk to people, nobody will like them. That's kind of what they're scared about.
Yeah. I hear you there.
which isn't really true. I mean, people that I find to be completely fucking obnoxious and not my kind of people at all, as long as they're not trolls, they're going to find friends on the internet. They'll find commonalities with lots of different people, so it's just a baseless fear anyway.
Yeah, I get that. So
It's
where's
great.
Armando? He's here, but he's not here.
Well, he was here. I saw his icon pop up for like a second and not say anything, and then it disappeared.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah. No, his icon is here, but
And I heard him.
He's most probably asleep. Most Americans at this hour are asleep.
Well, I think, he works funny hours or something, because sometimes he'll be...
I think it's almost morning in America. I think it's almost like, probably like 6 a.m.
Yeah, on the East Coast. So, and 2 a.m. on the West Coast. Depends where you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on Pacific, and it's 3:13
a.m. Yep. Yeah.
So wait a minute. How can it be? There's only 3 hours of difference between New York and LA. Is that right?
It's actually Sunday, 7:43 p.m. So it is Sunday, just turned Sunday in America.
All right.
It's almost Monday here. Because I'm like 12 hours ahead of New York, I reckon.
Well, so am I. I'm 11 because of daylight savings time.
Yeah. We're not that ahead of you. What's the time with you?
5:14 p.m.
See, I'm only nearly 3 hours ahead of you.
Imagine trying to explain.
England is a long way from Australia,
Imagine trying to explain to a dog that, somebody on the internet is living in a whole different day than the guy that the dog is sitting next to. I wonder if a dog could even understand that. Well, the sun comes up, goes down, and
No, the dog knows that the sun comes up and down, but they don't know what days are and stuff, and nights are and stuff.
Look, my dog can't even figure out
But
the difference between...
A dolphin most probably would understand, but we can't understand a dolphin's language. They're smarter than us. So
when we were in the Navy,
understand,
Yeah, when we were in the Navy, the dolphins used to get attracted by the sonar and come and jump up and down near the back of the ship and say hello and squeak at us, and they were great. We loved it.
I know. Dolphins, I love dolphins. They're my #1 favorite animal.
Yeah, I always wanted to shoot one so we could have a barbecue. I mean, I'm sure they're nice animals.
You can't eat a dolphin. They're full of mercury.
Oh, I know. A little mercury here and there ain't going to kill me,
Yeah, well, actually, people are dying in China and Japan and China from eating dolphins. They die on a regular basis from eating all the mercury in a dolphin. Because they actually kill dolphins and eat them.
Sure, too much of anything, mercury especially, is going to kill you. But
yeah, and like shark fin soup is not good for you either because sharks' fins are toxic, really toxic. Yet Japanese people eat them all the time.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing. Shark fin soup, and I didn't even know that dolphin was a available meat at the grocery store. Frankly, I didn't know that.
It is in China and Japan. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Yep, it's very readily available. They round up dolphins, they catch the babies, they send them off to America for the parks, the water parks, and then they kill the adults and eat them, sell them.
Well, it's nice to hear they're saving the children.
Yeah, but still,
I'm being sarcastic.
I sign a petition against that. Okay, and I would give money.
So why did dolphins get
I'm a single parent.
Why did dolphins get a special exception over cows or deer or tuna fish? I mean, what's the big deal?
Because we breed cows. We breed cows for our consumption. And
Well, that's why I brought up deer.
They're not full of mercury and stuff. They actually breed deer as well. You know, in America, they don't use breed deer.
Right. But you're kind of going around the issue. If your answer is because they're full of mercury, I can go with that. But I thought your answer might be because they're smart or better than the other animals or something.
No. I don't want any animal to die. I used to be a vegetarian. I only started eating red meat because I was becoming very anemic, and I could tell that I had no energy. I was always tired, and now I'm always tired now, even when I eat meat, because I didn't get all the vitamins I needed when I was young, you know?
I see.
I'm suffering now that I'm older because I didn't eat red meat when I was young. I wouldn't touch it, you know? I refuse to eat it.
Yeah, I've tried to counter my smoking with eating well and exercising enough. And I don't know if that's probably not going to be even remotely successful. The lungs don't.
No, that's not true. My
shit,
dad's 70 and he's still alive, and he's been smoking since he was 12.
Right. Well, the smoking doesn't affect everybody the same way, but it probably won't work for me because
my dad has been coughing his lungs up ever since he was 20 something. And
really?
when he walks around, his knees crack and crackle, and he's got lots of health problems. But he's still alive. It hasn't killed him yet, but it will kill him because smoking killed my grandma by the time she was 75. But
smoking killed my mom by the time she was 38. I mean, it affects people differently.
Mm. It does.
Yeah, I could have made millions of dollars because they actually linked the type of leukemia my mom got to a specific brand of cigarette that she smoked.
Yeah.
And rather than being the lawsuit happy kind of family, the way I was brought up was,
my dad's always
don't go suing. Don't go suing the Ferrari company because you're doing 200 and hit a tree. That's just not
exactly.
right.
Exactly.
Even if you could sue them, it still makes you as big a dumbass.
It's your choice.
As them.
Exactly. It's your choice. But back in the old days when your mum first started smoking, right?
Right.
People didn't know that you got cancer from smoking,
Yeah, but they knew if she had quit when they did know, she wouldn't have got cancer. But you're right.
Yeah.
In the beginning, they had all these healthy, good-looking models presenting how great they feel.
I should
after
ask my son. Yeah, my son's best friend's dad's dying. I should ask him, does he smoke cigarettes?
But it's not really the cancer that I'm worried about. I don't want to be one of those people you see lugging around the oxygen bottle with, that's what I don't want.
Yeah, that's far out horrible. I get that. I wouldn't want to do that either. I'd rather get cancer and die quickly. If I'm going to get sick, kill me quick, Let me die fast. I don't want to live for 4 or 5 years in pain and agony,
And that was kind of what I was saying is I got lung illness last year, so I had my lungs x-rayed, and the doctor said, oh, you're in the first stages and you're going to be getting the bottle if you don't quit. So I did quit for a few months, but then for some reason I started with 1, 2, and I'm back to smoking again. So
oh my God.
I was actually going to really put my best effort into quitting today, but the fucking guy doing a subcontractor working on our house came over, and my wife annoyed the fuck out of me about the conversation.
So
and I went and bought it back.
Your wife doesn't nag you about it?
Well, it depends on your definition of nagging. She mentions it on a regular basis, put it that way.
I used to nag my ex, and he gave up. I nagged and nagged and nagged and didn't give up. And he quit smoking just like that,
I'm the kind of person that pretty much refuses to quit unless she stops nagging first. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let somebody win by nagging me. So that doesn't work for me.
The thing is, right, he still smokes marijuana. I didn't nag about that because I know that it's not half as bad as smoking cigarettes, you know?
Yeah, and a friend whose brother in college did a thesis by putting cameras and taking pictures of the lungs of cigarette smokers, marijuana smokers, and people that smoked marijuana and cigarettes, and people that didn't smoke at all. And so he had the visual evidence to demonstrate that smoking marijuana, you know, is nothing like Reader's Digest would tell you. You know what I mean? It's just not that dangerous to your lungs. You know, it's kind of interesting. The interesting part of it, and I don't know, you know, exactly how scientific it was, but he had pictures of people that smoked marijuana and cigarettes for the same period of time as people that smoked only cigarettes, and their lungs were better. It was almost as though the marijuana had some helpful effect to combat the cigarettes.
Yeah.
Which probably isn't true, but he still had those pictures. You know?
Yeah. I get that.
And my guess would be that the marijuana, you know, they just smoke less cigarettes because they're smoking marijuana instead, which is less harmful than the more cigarettes. I wouldn't really extrapolate the same conclusion. But the interesting thing was the lungs of the marijuana smokers were perfectly pink and healthy. They didn't look anything like the smokers' lungs.
Yeah, it's terrible. I don't like smoking cigarettes at all. I did smoke like for a couple of days in high school, and like I quit as soon as I started virtually. It was horrible. I hated it. It didn't suit me. It didn't feel right. I just didn't want to smoke. I saw what my parents did. They made us kids go without heaps because they both smoked. My dad was a smoker, a gambler, and I didn't know that he smoked dope when I was young, but I don't think he smoked it when I was young. I think he smoked it when people came around and gave him some, because I don't think he ever really, he grew it one time, but I don't know what happened to the plant. Like,
yeah, my dad's really successful and doesn't fit the profile of an alcoholic because he doesn't get in trouble from drinking. But he drinks way, way, way too much. And one of the reasons I stopped, you know, just drinking on a regular basis is I've watched him and his wife both develop develop alcohol dementia, where they're not like an Alzheimer's patient, but they've gotten meaner and nastier, and their brains just don't work properly. And here, you know, here's a scientist who basically spent the last 20 years of his life looking like a dumbass only because of the alcohol dementia. It's really kind of bizarre. I went and visited him with my wife, and he was this really it was embarrassing. I felt bad for my dad, but I was a little angry. You know, I was thinking to myself, geez, you know, I bring my wife, you're too fucking, you know, he's a multi-millionaire, but he's too cheap to fly to Thailand for our wedding. And I'm like, we come to visit you, and you make a complete asshole out of yourself in front of my wife. What the fuck is your problem? You know, I didn't say any of that, but that's how I felt. You know, my wife, the very first night, my wife looked, you know, they went out to a party and left us alone, you know, even though they invited us to come visit them. Like, okay, fine. First thing my wife says is, she's like shaking her head, wow, you know, this guy's fucking weird, man. What's wrong with him? Yeah, the first night we were there, it just shows you how alcohol fucks people's brains up. These guys invite us. We spend thousands of dollars to fly halfway around the fucking world on a really annoying 30-hour plane ride. So the first night that we're sitting around, you know, coming to visit people who asked us to come visit them, right? So we're sitting around, you know, we're having just normal conversation on the couch, and the TV's on, and my dad pipes up. He's getting really angry because we're disturbing a TV show that he recorded and wants to watch. So not only is it stupid to invite people to your house and tell them to be quiet so you can watch TV? But the TV he wanted to watch was recorded, and he could have watched it anytime he wanted to. And he would have never done that kind of thing 20 years ago. But it just shows how that, you know, the alcohol just fucks with your brain so much that you just can't function normally.
It does. Like my dad, when he's drank a 6-pack, right, goes to bed, gets up, and he doesn't even know what happened that night, you know? Doesn't remember nothing.
Well, my dad told me 20 years ago, he made just off the cuff comment. He says, oh yeah, my wife and I, we don't remember anything after 9 p.m. anymore. And that was like 20 years ago. And I said, well, maybe you should do something with that information. Or I made some comment to hint around that maybe that's not a good thing, you know?
Exactly.
But he doesn't realize that the drunken brain is still there all day long when he's sober. He thinks that, oh, I can get drunk at night, and by 8 o'clock in the morning I'm sober, and as long as I don't drink till 5 p.m. everything's fine. And it just doesn't work that way. When you are a constant drunkard every night, you're not sober during the day. Even if you blow, you know, perfectly sober into the breathalyzer, your brain is not functioning soberly. It's functioning on
they
that.
don't know that. Like you said, they're not aware of that, and they most probably do know that, but they just don't care.
Right. Yeah, that could very well be it too, I suppose.
Because they are dependent on that one thing. They are dependent on alcohol, you know.
Right.
And
yeah, it's really.
Like
I mean, I remember.
I'm an addict to iced coffee, you know.
I went and visited
I've been drinking it since I was 16, and it's hard to give it up.
I went to visit him maybe 30 years ago, and they had this whole closet, a big closet from top to bottom with half-gallon empty liquor bottles in it. You know, and he could tell that it, you know, kind of shocked me a little bit. And his comment was, oh, we haven't gone to the dump for a while. And all I could think of is that amount of liquor bottles will be more than I would drink in 10 lifetimes. Why do you think it matters that you haven't gotten rid of them for a while? You know, it's ridiculous.
Well, I am opposite than my parents. I've had 2, maybe 3 glasses of alcohol in the past 3 years. You know?
Yeah, I just limit myself to no more than 2, and I do have 2 often, but I just refuse to be a drunkard. You know, I don't mind alcohol. I don't, you know, think it's the worst thing in the world, but I'm damn sure not going to end up like my dad, you
know. No, me either. Like, I'm not going to be like my dad. I always said I was never going to be like my mum and dad. I never was going to smoke my life away and drink my life away and make my kids go without everything, you know? Like, my kids have had everything they've ever wanted in their life, you know?
The thing that's interesting is the stepmom in this situation is an even better sort of wake-up call for him, because she used to be the sweetest, nicest person you'll ever meet. And she is 10 years younger than my dad, and is now one of the kind of nastiest, least sincere, kind of tell you one thing and stab you in the back and yell and scream and just nasty kind of person. And the only, you know, the obvious answer is that she became a drunkard the moment she met my dad. That's why she married my dad after my mom died, so she could quit her job, hop on a yacht, and be a drunkard the rest of her life, you know?
Yeah. So she used to be sober, and then she met your dad, and she turned into an alco.
No, she always drank a lot. It wasn't she turned into an alco. It's just that she was able to quit her job. But the point being, my dad's kind of not ever really been all that nice. He hasn't been an asshole either. But she was super, super nice, and now she's super, super nasty. So the change, what I'm saying is the obvious change because of the alcohol is way more obvious with his wife.
Alcoholism does turn you into a nasty person. I believe alcohol does turn you into a nasty person, you know, after a while.
And it
number
just,
one, it ages you so quickly as well.
yeah, she offered when we were there, because she's bored and really doesn't want to hang out with my dad, to drive my wife and I. We were going to like experiment with Uber and take Ubers around the town and do a little shopping. She offered to drive, and we get to this one mall where they want to go to like TJ Maxx or something, and I want to hop into the athletic store and look at shoes or something. So she stops in the parking lot, and I'm kind of deciding, well, maybe I'll walk from where they park the car, or maybe I'll just go with them and skip it, whatever. But in like 3 seconds, you know, of stopping the car while I'm still deciding, she yells, she screams as loud as she can, "Get out of the car!" As though I'd been sitting there for an hour, you know, wasting her time or so. It was really fucking bizarre. I mean, it was really strange, you know. My wife just looks at me, and I go, okay, I'll get out of there, you know, yes, ma'am, whatever, you know, like, fuck you. I almost told her, fuck you, you know, just fucking, we'll take the Ubers and get the fuck out of here. But I don't want to be rude to anybody like that.
Yeah, I know.
Especially an old, and that's the thing, is they also kind of play up the elderly angle. What are you supposed to say? You can't really ream out elderly people for anything. So they sort of maximize that fucking routine too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fucking 84 years old, you know, well, so what? You're still an asshole.
So that gives you a right to be mean and nasty because you're 84.
Right.
That's the more reason to be good and nice because you're old and you can die at any time.
Well, exactly. And you had 84 years to figure out how not to be an asshole. What the fuck?
Yeah, I get that.
It's like with the welfare stuff for elderly people. I feel I take the same approach with that. You've had 80 fucking years of being on this planet. You know, you're the last person that should need welfare. I understand a 20-year-old that hasn't figured it out yet, but fuck me, you had a whole lifetime and you're still broke? I mean, come on.
I'm not that rich because I raised kids on because I had kids and I was a stay-at-home mother, you see. My partner was an alcoholic and a drug addict and all that stuff. He used all our money for that shit, you know. And I've been a single mother for my son's whole entire life. So I'm not rich, you see, because of that reason.
How old is he now?
16.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
don't you
I'm
get
a single
paid?
Parent.
Don't you get paid in Australia or something to go to school or not go to school, or isn't there some kind of government?
No, we don't get paid to go to school. No,
Oh.
we just get enough money to really get our kids through school, food, and electricity and all that stuff.
Sure.
We don't get paid to go to school. No.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember some years
just
ago.
Enough money to virtually live on, you know.
Right. Oh yeah, and that's
money,
that's what they want.
A bit of money so I can go on holidays and stuff, you know.
Right.
So, you know.
They gave too much away. You know, more people would take it on as a career instead of people that really need it.
Plus, I've got very poor memory. I always have had poor memory. I was a preemie baby.
I see.
And my memory got affected by it. I don't know how. I must have got less oxygen when I was first born or something. And I can't remember in the way of school stuff and time to do tests and all that stuff. I just can't remember. I wish I could.
I have a problem with tests too. I sort of choke, and even answers that I know the answer to, for some reason I have difficulty putting that down correctly on paper for a test. Not a big deal for me, but I have to be really careful when I take a test that I'm actually doing what I want to be doing. You know?
Yeah. Like, I wish I could do well at a test. Otherwise, I would go back to school and do all that stuff. But I can't ever remember. I'm very smart, but it takes time for me to learn, a long time compared to any other ordinary person.
They have
I was
more
a very
progressive
slow learner.
schools. They have more progressive schools in some places in America that recognize people have that problem and will give those particular kids the option to take tests orally and just talk to the teacher, and the teacher will say, okay, you got an A, B, C, or D, and they generally do much better, and that's fine, because they're just demonstrating in a different way that they really do know the answers. You know?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I wish that was like that here, but I don't think it is. I don't know if it is or isn't now.
Yeah, you got to find a really progressive kind of what they call an alternate
so
school.
you know. Yeah, I live in a small country town, so
it's pretty rare here in America too. That's for sure.
Yeah.
They're not on every street corner.
I don't know where my son's.
So how's your son doing? Is he
He's
do
doing
well?
good. He's good. He's good. He gets good grades. Not like me. He does well at grades and school. Yeah. Cameron.
Yes.
Where's your school pants? You need to wash them. Come on. I mean, he needs to find them for me. I don't know where they are. I'll wash them, but I just need to know where they are, though.
So I had a question about kangaroos the other day. Why do you suppose kangaroo riding isn't more popular?
Because you can't ride a kangaroo. Who
Why
told you
not?
you can ride a kangaroo?
Well, that's just it. If it's the more challenging it is, the more you would expect people to try and do it. You know?
No, that's not. No, they're not big enough to ride. Put it that way.
Well, like little children. Like you see little children riding ostriches.
No, they jump up high in the sky, man. You cannot ride a kangaroo. You can't. You just can't.
So if I strap my 4-year-old to a kangaroo, they'd call it child abuse.
Dead. Your
Really?
4-year-old's
Okay.
literally dead.
I see. Well, that would be a good answer as to why they don't do it then. Huh. Well, maybe I'll go into that business. I'll find some rideable kangaroos and open up the first riding kangaroo park in Australia.
Yeah.
That's how I'll make my first million.
Yeah.
But don't you think it would be fun if you were a kid to ride a kangaroo jumping way up in the air?
You'll die. No.
Well, I'm saying if you could train the kangaroo.
Have you seen a kangaroo jump?
Yeah. What's the problem? I mean, they just jump along in this big jumping, running thing.
Okay, you strap you can't. You don't have kangaroos where you are.
All right. I'm going to have to come over there and see about kangaroo training. Are they trained? I mean, they're trainable. They have boxing kangaroos, right? So trainable to some extent. I mean, they're animals. You can figure it out. Somebody will figure it out. I just think if I was a little kid and my dad said, hey, do you want to ride the kangaroo? I'd be all for it. I'd say, hell yeah, I want to try that.
Yeah, well, you'd never be able to fit on a kangaroo's back, but I wouldn't either. But a child would be, but that child would be dead in a matter of 2 minutes.
Well, I'll practice my new venture on some Aboriginal children before I move on to the actual Australia.
What are you saying? An Aboriginal is not worth anything?
I'm just joking. I'm making a racist joke. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but if an Aboriginal heard you saying that, they would not be happy.
If Lysurge was here, I would have said I'll practice on Canadians. You know, what Canadian kids go.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, I think it'd be one of, those rides where everybody's screaming because they knew it'd be kind of scary, but it ends up being 10 times more scary than they thought. I think that's how the kangaroo ride would be. They'd know it'd be a little scary, but once that kangaroo took off and started jumping, they'd be, get me off this thing.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. Because like once they go, they are gone. They hop really fast.
Yeah,
and
get
high.
me off this kangaroo! You can hear them, running off into the distance.
Exactly.
Help! Help!
My point exactly.
It'd be a great-
I'd love to see one of your grandchildren on the back of a kangaroo.
Well, that's what I mean. It'd be a great spectator sport too. Most of the people at the
you'd quickly like say, "What the hell have I done?"
Right.
You would be regretting your choice.
You ever see that
Believe me.
movie? You ever see that movie where that kangaroo stole something out of that black guy's jacket and they spend the whole movie chasing it around Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that actor. He's a pretty funny guy, but I like that movie, Kangaroo Jack, I think his name is. It was pretty funny, man. That kangaroo was kicking their ass left, right, and center, But, they probably said the same thing the first time some caveman said, hey, let's ride an elephant. Oh, that elephant's going to kick your ass, Don't do that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you, I can find a fleet of trained kangaroos for the kids to have fun with if I try hard enough. Yeah. And they even have a handy little pouch so they can put their cell phone in while they're riding along.
Yeah, I know.
Or do they all have pouches or just the females?
Only females have the pouch, for sure.
Okay. So I need female kangaroos because the pouch is kind of important. You want to, just a cool little addition. Oh, and put your belongings in the pouch as you take your ride. So the people of Australia would be aghast at some crazy American coming over looking at kangaroos for children riding them. They would all laugh at me and tell me I'm a complete moron. That's not going to happen, you idiot. Get out of our country before you hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Well,
I hear you.
The other thing I was thinking about today is I tried to research tasty cannibal recipes because I was just curious if it's even available, like a head with the brain scooped out and some rice and pineapple and baked at 500 degrees or whatever, chopped off leg in a stew, whatever it is. But I couldn't find any traditional recipes from cannibals on how to cook human. And I'm wondering, why not? Somebody must have asked some of these cannibals what's, how they cook them and why, I couldn't find anything like that.
Yeah, I know.
You try and Google, tasty human steak recipes and you end up with nothing, nothing at all.
I hear you. I wouldn't eat kangaroo ever.
Why?
Because I
Well,
wouldn't.
you don't like meat anyway.
I eat meat, but not kangaroo.
No. Well, it's like Americans have this big thing against eating horse. It comes back from the Wild West days where your horse was your best friend. And I really, once again, if somebody wants to make a horse farm and serve horse hamburgers, why would anyone give a fuck any more than a cow,
I know.
Yeah, but in America, it's against the law, I think, in all 50 states to eat horse, just as for a tradition. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I know.
Look, I look at some of the furry, nice-looking little animals like rabbits. Nobody minds fucking stewing up a rabbit. They're way cuter than a horse, you know. I don't get it. I really don't. And bear, you know, bear meat's delicious, but I only tried it once, but I think bears are really fucking cool. I kind of don't like eating a bear, you know. I'd rather see it in the woods, you know. I got chased into an outhouse in Alaska by a bear once and had to spend the whole night fucking freaking out in the outhouse because I was cooking my dinner and the bear came along and I went into the outhouse. Next thing I know, it's scratching on the fucking door. I'm like, fuck me, you know, and it probably went away like 8 hours before I left the outhouse, but I wasn't leaving that outhouse until I was completely sure that fucker had forgot about me, you know. Yeah, that was a bad thing. Kind of lucky for me, maybe, that outhouse was right there handy, too. Who knows? You know? All it really wanted was my dinner I was cooking, though. I probably would just fucking turn that over and ate it and left anyway. Animals are cool. I agree with you on that. That's why I'm not a hunter. You know, I love shooting, target shooting and guns and all that, but I have no interest at all in sitting on the side of a hill and blasting some animal. I mean, geez, you know, it's just I don't need to do it to know I can. So there's no reward in it anyway. You know, it's like some of these hunters I see, oh, look at me, I shot a moose, aren't I great? Well, how if you can't hit a fucking moose with a rifle, you're a fucking idiot. What kind of a challenge was that anyway? And we had a guy, was last place I lived in America was Montana, which is really big on hunting and far right wing people and all that. And one of the sheriff's deputies wrote an article to the newspaper about how he went to Africa to specifically kill these certain types of animals and, oh, aren't I great? And it completely backfired. You know, he thought the entire town would be, oh, isn't that great? You went hunting in Africa and you got and the whole town's like, what a fucking douchebag. He flies halfway around the world to murder some of these poor fucking animals. And what in the hell is wrong with you? And I was kind of surprised that the town took that attitude, but he was fucking shocked. He's like, why are you all turning on me? You're all hunters. And yeah, we're hunters, but we don't fly halfway around the world just to kill something we've never killed before. And what really came out of it was people began to question whether what essentially looked like a murder for fun kind of guy should even be a police officer. You know, that's the extent it went to, is people started to question, well, if this guy's flying halfway around the world just to kill stuff, do we really even want him to be in the sheriff's department anyway? You know? Yeah. Which is a reasonable concern on the part of the town as far as I was concerned too. You know, I said, yeah, that's, I'm kind of with you on that one, you know. Yeah, people that enjoy killing, the fact they're killing animals doesn't really matter to me much more than a serial killer killing humans. If the whole thing is to enjoy killing, that's a problem, you know? Yeah. And certainly not all hunters are like that.
Yeah, I know. My dad, he used to go hunting, but it made me vomit.
Yeah, there are some people that go hunting and have hunting cabins just to go drink beer. That's what turned me
into a vegetarian, because of my dad. Hunting, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the other kind of hunters that get a cabin and all their buddies get together and they just want to go drink beer and have fun. and then they feel
My
stupid if
dad
they
would
don't come
cut
back with
open
at
the
least one
rabbit's
deer.
stomach, right? My dad would cut open the rabbit's stomach, right? And little babies would become falling out of the mum. It
Really?
was sickening. I went and threw up, became
Yeah,
a
that would.
vegetarian.
I might throw up if I saw that too. Actually.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, you know? That turned me into a veggie girl.
I work on I don't know, you know what a slime line is? That's where they like dump big buckets of fish and you have a big line to cut the head off and cut the stomach, rip the guts out, right? Fish processing
it's
plant.
horrible. Oh, make me sick.
Well, I worked on one.
And he skinned it, you know, for the rabbit skin and all that stuff. It's gross, man.
So I'm working on one, and basically you get a 6-month contract. So everybody I'm with kind of went out there about the same amount of time, and about 4 months, you know, you get really fucking bored. Now your mind has a lot of time to wander. It's just repetitive nonsense you can do in your sleep, right? So about 4 months after we're on the line, I sort of shouted out at the end of one break. I said, "Does anybody feel sorry for the fish but me?" And the whole place just burst out laughing. It's like, what the fuck, dude? You know, you've been slaying these things for 4 months, and now you feel sorry for them. But I kind of did in a way. You know, it's just piles and piles and piles of these, you know, fish coming through that we're slicing and dicing and sending on to the consumer. And I'm like, wow, they're like an endless supply of these things? Or, you know, does anybody, you know, give a shit about this one's mom over here or anything? You know, it's like, what the fuck? You know?
I know.
Yeah, you realize I worked on packing one cargo ship, and we started at the bottom. And from the bottom of that ship, they load the pallet, you know, filled with the, I don't know, 4.5, 5 foot high square thing down to the bottom. You can barely see the pallet. It took us a whole month of loading pallets down every single day to fill that huge ass cargo ship. And it just never ends. There's, you know, 1,000 places doing just what we were doing in these huge ass fucking ships every day of the fucking week. You know, just sucking this shit out of the ocean to feed ourselves. And it's just like, wow, you know, how much of this stuff is there really? There's plenty of it for now, I'll tell you that. There's no fucking stop to the fucking processing plants. Holy shit.
What's the time where you are in America?
I'm in Thailand and it's 6 p.m.
Oh, right. You're in Thailand, eh?
I am. Right outside the next little town outside of.
But you're American, though, aren't you? You're American, though.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So, do you have a Thai wife?
I do. Yeah. We met about 15 years ago in Yahoo 30's romance room.
Nice.
Yeah. And when I came here to meet her for the first time, you know, I was fully prepared for her not to either show up or for it to be another internet scam. You know, I didn't know.
Yeah, exactly.
But I did talk to her.
I went to Malaysia to meet a black guy, and he wanted me to marry him within 2 days. I said, no way. And I forgot him once I came home.
Yeah, I came over, I asked her for some sort of American or someone in America I could talk to verify that she was at least telling somewhat of the truth. So I called somebody in Rhode Island and said, oh yeah, she's sincere and, you know, her story is true and all that. But what I was really concerned about was that she might think it's a good idea while on the internet, but when it comes time to actually meet somebody at the airport, she might just chicken out and say she's sorry and I'm sorry, I just can't do it kind of thing. You know, that's what I was really concerned about.
Yeah.
And it worked out pretty good.
It's easier to get to America, you know? That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
At least she did not use you to get to America. You stayed in Thailand, you know?
Right. Well, she has a really good job. She makes about $80,000 US a year as an accounting manager. doctor, so
Yeah.
she does just fine all by herself. She doesn't need me, and I don't need her, so that's kind of why.
Yeah, that's cool. That's so good.
Yeah, it's you know, another odd coincidence is my sister also got married to somebody she met on the internet.
Are
It's
you
kind of weird.
Are you from Texas?
No, originally from Vermont, then I moved to Florida, Alaska, back to Florida, Vermont,
You
Montana.
sound
But no.
like you've got some sort of bit of Texas accent, like, you know?
No, I have kind of a no accent because I moved around enough to where I didn't really develop. You know, the Vermont accent is way different than mine. There really isn't an Alaskan accent. Florida has, you know, really doesn't have one either. So I don't, people ask me a lot, you know, I've heard before, well, what's that accent from? And I said, it's really just a compilation of nothing. You know, it's not an accent. But yeah, it's a pretty good story, I guess. You know, meeting somebody on the internet and then becoming an expat in some faraway place. And there's a lot of people that would, you know, kind of want to do what I did. Whether they enjoyed it or not, it's another story, I guess. But it's been a lot of adjustment. I mean, I like really cold weather, and it's really hot here. I like the countryside. And, you know, going into Bangkok is not my thing at all, you know. So there's a lot of sort of environmental sacrifices I make to be here, I'll tell you that. But we won't be here forever. Eventually, when my wife retires, we'll move to the countryside of some place where we kind of like Italy, so we might even move there. And there's a lot of nice beachside, you know, country areas in Thailand too that we could move to. And she could still be in Thailand.
I love the beach.
Yeah.
The Thailand beaches are beautiful too.
Yeah, there are some of them. You know, the ones, you know, around the bay here in Bangkok. You know, the famous Pattaya area. That's just sludge. That's just nasty. And people swim in it, but I wouldn't. It's fucking disgusting. At least right around Pattaya City, you get around the corner over to this other area, it's not too bad. But I've gone boating out there, and basically about 2 miles offshore, it starts getting nice, you know. There are some islands about 2 hours away where the beaches are nice, but nobody really goes there. They're too lazy looking for the hookers, is all they're there for anyway, really, so what's the point? But we want to go to the island where they have this big full moon party. The kids do. And my wife, fuck, she's like almost 50. I'm 57. You know, we'll be like the old gawker people. Like, why the fuck are you old people here? You don't even do drugs. What are you doing here? You know, but she wants to go just to check out the spectacle of it all. You know, they paint their faces, and they got the fire shows, and they're all drunk having a good time. I don't mind. I think it'd be cool too. I'd probably, if somebody handed me a joint, I'd probably smoke it. You know.
Would you really? Okay.
Sure. Why not? I smoke a lot of weed.
How often have you smoked weed?
I smoke a lot of weed.
Is it highly illegal in Thailand?
Well, it depends on your definition of highly illegal. You're just going to have to pay a large fine, but they're not going to make that big a deal out of it. But I smoked a lot of weed when I was a kid, but I just sort of grew out of it. You know, I just matured out of it being even interesting at all. It just makes you sleepy and tired, and who cares? You know, I just lost its attraction for me, I guess. But yeah, I'd smoke a joint on it, and I get really fucking high too because I haven't smoked it in forever. But yeah, I would. I'd say sure, I'll take a hit. You know. You want to laugh at the old dude smoking some weed, I don't mind. But they generally charge them about $1,000 when they catch them smoking weed out there, which is a lot of money, but it's still only a fine and send you on your way.
Yeah, I get that.
It's Thailand, you know. I mean, money will get you out of almost anything because that's the system. The system is you negotiate financially with the victim, and drugs would be you know, I guess the state would be the victim. So as long as you're willing to pay a fair settlement, you don't have to go to court really in Thailand so much. You're not even supposed to. You know, pretty much anybody that doesn't negotiate a fair settlement with their victim is considered a dumbass and deserves everything they get from the judge. You know, that's kind of how people look at it as well. You know, you did do something wrong. You knew you did something wrong. And you weren't even willing to negotiate with the victim. Fuck you and go to jail. You know, we don't care if you're going to be that big of an asshole.
Yeah, I know.
I like that system. In other systems, you know, the guy that punched you in the face and cost you $2,000 worth of dental work doesn't do anything for you and sits in jail for a couple of months. How's that help me? It doesn't. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
That guy sits in jail. I don't want it to cost me any money. You know, that's the thing. And I want him to say he's sorry, which is another, you know, every once in a while, well, you have to say you're sorry as part of the negotiation. People be stupid and rather go to jail than just say they were sorry. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know you did something wrong. You can't even, to avoid going to jail, you can't even say you're sorry? I mean, come on.
I know. Tell me about it.
Now, there are foreigners here that, you know, do stupid stuff and then whine, moan, and complain that the system's unfair and, oh, you're extorting me. And they just don't get it, that they're really trying to help them from being taken to jail. It's like, no, we're not extorting you. We're giving you an opportunity to make it right and avoid talking to the judge. Which way do you really want it, you know? I don't know why anybody is going to fucking not take that deal. You know, I've done a few little misdemeanors in my day, and even when I was drunk and doing something stupid that might have damaged something, I wasn't so drunk that if the guy had said, hey, you know, you broke my $50 window, give me $50, or, you know, I'm going to call the cops and you're going to go to jail, I'd have said, okay, thank you. You know, I wouldn't have said, oh, fuck you, call the cops. Yeah, people steal what they consider to be little nonsense items, like from the bar or the hotel or something like that. And what they don't realize is that, number one, it's not a nonsense item to Thai people who are much poorer. But if you're so rich and think it's a nonsense item, the fact that you stole it makes you look like a bigger douchebag, not a smaller douchebag, you know? They just don't get that either, you know? Well, I'm really rich, and what I stole was only $20. Why are you complaining? Yeah, that's why we're complaining.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know how much it costs here now, because I don't know. Like, it used to be $25 for those little bags in Australia, but I don't know if they're still $25 in today's day and age.
Bags of weed?
Yeah, bags of weed.
Yeah, who knows? I couldn't, you know, fuck, I think I saw a show about, you know, legalizing marijuana in Colorado, and I was shocked. They had this little tiny bud for like $50 or something. Fuck, I'd buy a whole ounce of weed for $20 when I was a kid. I mean, holy fuck. Yeah, Thai stick, you know, it used to be, you know, marijuana wrapped in this little string on a stick dipped in opium. That was really popular when I was a kid, and that has all but disappeared off the planet. There's really no such thing as Thai stick anymore, and that was a really, anytime somebody got a hold of that, everybody's like, oh, all right, great, you know, let's smoke that, but it's just gone. I don't know if they turned their marijuana fields into opium fields, or if they just got tired of wrapping it up in a stick and dipping it in opium, or what the fucking deal is. But
Yeah.
that was really, really fucking popular back in the 70s. And, you know, I guess maybe part of it is the marijuana itself. You know, the farmers have made it so much more potent that I guess is probably less potent than the Thai stick was, and that was its marketing angle anyways. It got you higher, so that could be it too. Hard to say. Yeah, I did a lot of drugs when I was younger, but I just, you know, you got to grow up and act like an adult someday. And, you know, I would say it took me longer than most people, but I still did it. You know, you can't be a kid forever. You know, I guess some people can be, but
Yeah.
I'd feel like an idiot if I was Willie Nelson, this really old dude running around talking about how great smoking pot is. You know, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Are you ever, you know, going to admit that it's not good for children and maybe you shouldn't be promoting it as a great thing? I mean, ever? Are you ever going to, you know, admit that it's just a waste of time and money and stupid and all that? And geez, I just feel like a dumbass. You know?
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. So what do you do in Thailand then? What job do you have there? Since you were the one that moved?
I've been basically an internet day trader, but I have enough money where I make some longer than minutes or day trade investments, but I trade stocks on the internet. That's what I've been doing for 30 years or so.
Okay, so you do trading, like, and why? How do you make money trading? I don't know how that works. No good at math and stuff.
Well, you buy it, you know, you buy it at a low price and you sell it when it's higher is the short answer. But there's a lot of tools, you know, you can use to, you know, make a little bit of money even if the stock goes down. You know, you can write contracts to sell your $100 stock next week for $5. So, you know, if it was to drop to 93, and you didn't do that, you'd have lost $2, but you sold that contract, and even though you know it dropped $2, you're still making $2. You know, so there's some things you can do, but you know there are things, you know, stocks swing based on news, but they swing in this exaggerated fashion. You know, the example I use would be if two airlines, you know, got shot down out of the sky from United, the United stock would just get crushed over that day. But in reality, two planes from the United, you know, plane company is virtually nothing. So the stock's going to bounce up when people pull their heads out of their ass and realize that. And that's just what happens on a regular basis, but not that obvious with stocks every day. You know, you have this exaggerated, and on the upside too, people think that this marginally good news is all rosy and fantastic, and the stocks will pop up way higher than they should, and you can take advantage of that. But yeah, it's you know, it's been an interesting career. You know, I spent a lot of time making a lot of mistakes, but still able to make a living. And now I almost never take any losses whatsoever. If it's down and my little contracts aren't getting the job done, I'm not selling for a loss. I'll just be patient and wait for it to go up, which is something I didn't used to do. I'd be like, okay, I'm a day trader. It's down today, so I'll sell it for a loss, come back tomorrow and make it up. And I found that strategy, which is what most day traders do, is a bad strategy. I just refuse to get caught up in feeling like I have to take a loss. I don't. I can just wait. I'll go back up. So it's been an interesting business, and I don't really even need to do it anymore. I do it mostly to keep my mind sharp and give me something to do, frankly.
Yeah.
My other job is I've been slowly painting the outside of my house, which it's getting really hot. It's the hot season here now, so it's kind of coming to an end, but there'll be a few things that I'm going to
summer's coming to an end here too, man. I'm getting sadder as the days will go by because it's already getting dark and it's 7 o'clock.
Wow.
at 7
Yeah.
o'clock. You know, it's
It's
like 8:42
spring
right
here.
now, but it got dark early. It's
Yeah, it's
autumn here.
spring going into summer here, and it's just too
Well, it's
hot.
autumn going into winter. You know, here.
Nice. Yeah, I like autumn. That's one of my favorite seasons. The air is cool and crisp, and it's not super cold. I like autumn. I grew up,
Mhm.
you know, I don't know if you know Vermont, but they have a lot of maple trees that change from yellow to orange to red, and the visual is really cool during autumn.
Hmm.
People drive up from all over the country just to drive through the state during autumn to see the changes in the maple tree leaves, or all the leaves, not just maple.
Yeah, I know. Like a lot of trees here in Australia are not deciduous. They're you know, like they're gum trees. Gum trees don't really lose their leaves.
Nice. Yeah, that doesn't help. Yes. I don't know.
So I have I have like a whole heap of deciduous trees here though, because all my trees are like fruit trees. And they do lose their leaves in the winter, you know. So because I like planting trees that give me something, you know, instead of give me nothing, you know.
Sure. Oh, I agree, 100%. If you're gonna fuck around gardening and have plants, you might as well at least get some food out of the deal.
Exactly, you know. That's like, you know, one
Yeah, it's
day
not like
when we all have to start growing our own food, we will.
I don't think that day is gonna come. The farming technology with vertical farming is so good that we can make so much food now if we wanted to with very little energy, not even, with no energy at all, frankly. That it's just feeding the planet is not a problem anymore, in my opinion. It's getting the food to the poor people that need it that's a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even now, I mean, some of those United Nation caravans full of emergency food to places in Africa, get stopped and they refuse to let it go and the food rots. And you're like, what the fuck? We're trying to help your people, and you're refusing to let us even bring them fucking food. What's wrong with you? Trying to starve out the women and children because they're the enemy. Come on.
Mm.
Yeah, we're humans. What do you want? I don't expect that's one reason that all this shit that people do doesn't bother me is because I don't expect anything good out of humans in the first place. The good things they do surprise me. The bad things they do, that's just normal to me. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Oh my gosh. Just reading this thing about teenagers killing themselves in Russia.
Because
Blue Nation Blue Whale suicide game linked to 130 teen deaths it is just the tip of the iceberg in the world's suicidal capital, Russia. 2 teen girls were jumped to their deaths from apartment blocks where reportedly playing the sinister game.
Wow. So they have a game where if you lose, you're supposed to jump off a building?
No, I don't know. It says some girl, I can't pronounce her name very good, 15, joined her friend in jumping from the roof of a 14-story block of flats.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, do you commit
this sinister
suicide?
game instructs teens to self-harm and eventually commit suicide.
I see. Okay.
And they draw a blue whale on their arm and they cut themselves and draw the blue whale into their arm by cutting it themselves.
Well, that sounds like fun. I'm going to have to run down and join right up. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's gross. Blue whale involves teens completing daily tasks for 50 days, including self-harming, watching horror movies, and walking waking up at unusual hours. But on the 50th day, the controlling manipulators behind them make reportedly instructions the youngsters to commit suicide.
So
Mental health professionals and activists are calling Russian politics to probe the reason youngsters are being attacked to these games, are being attracted to these games.
Well, I would guess that the word is.
A lot of people in the world nowadays, especially young people, don't have nothing to live for. They really, literally don't have anything to live for.
Right.
Do you know how many kids and teenagers say they're going to harm themselves? Even my son used to say he was going to harm himself, you know?
Yeah.
When he was 12, when he was 12 years old, until he was at least 14, he used to say it all the time that he wanted to harm himself.
Huh.
You know? Because a lot of kids are lost, you know?
Right. Well, that's why gangs, it's so easy for gangs to get members is 'cause they treat them like a family and they're the father and mother figure and all that.
Exactly. But, I had to convince my son I loved him and I cared about him and, he's got everything to live for many, many years. I had to do that.
Yeah, I'm to the point where it's not like that I don't have anything to live for or I'd want to, commit suicide or anything, but I am to the point in my life where I wish something really big and new would come along. A new cell phone or computers really isn't doing it for me. I'm talking about like aliens landing or Jesus coming back. The general grind of life has just become boring. It's just the same old shit every decade with a slightly better technology. Where's the flying car? Where's the?
We don't do anything. We don't do anything in this life anymore, or we don't grow anything, or we don't really accomplish anything in life except for a job that we all hate in the end. We get our dream job and then we end up hating it, or we get our dream house and then we say, oh, we've done that. What can we do now?
Right. Yeah. I'm kind of not like that. I like to fix up my house, but I'm not really a materialist. I don't care so much.
Yeah,
a little
really
bit.
I just live each day as it comes now, and I'm just looking forward to going to America on my holiday and around America for a while and doing stuff. That's my next accomplishment, is to go to Adelaide and have a good time, go to America, back to America and have a good time,
Yeah, I guess that's really part of my problem is my wife and I we take a lot of time off and go places, but we kind of just go to the same old little slightly different, 4-star resort with a nice swimming pool, where what we should be doing, is going to caves and waterfalls and
that's
cool
what I
like
did
that.
when I was in America. I went to an underground cave, went hiking, went swimming into the lake. You made
me realize that we need to start doing some different activities.
Yeah, that's the sort of things I did. We went walking along the river, and he showed me different places. I had a ball.
Yeah,
we went and drove to this place and stayed in this hotel where it's got like what do you call it, water slides in the hotel, and you just go on the water slides and everything.
I'd kind of like to go see the desert part of Australia where people get lost and die because it's so hot and they can't find they just get lost basically.
Don't get lost and don't die. Make sure you take mobile phones, satellite mobile phones with you.
I see.
So if something does break down or go wrong, police and helicopters can come find you,
Right. But I've never been in that kind of I've been in mountains, I've been in lakes and all that, oceans and that kind
Well,
of
you're
thing.
not
but
that
I
far
haven't.
from Australia. Maybe you should come to Australia for a holiday.
Right, I know, not that far at all. It's probably just a couple $100 to fly down there.
Yeah, it's not that much.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we probably should. Probably will. I should not say should. I say I'm really. You
Yeah.
really give me something to think about. That we
You
need to
should
go
come
look
to
at.
Australia. You'll love it. Just
Yeah, we
don't
need
go
to
to
look.
Sydney. Sydney's bloody. Just don't go to Sydney. Choose a
We need-
different place other than Sydney. Everybody goes to Sydney.
We need to
Go
start looking.
Queensland. Go to Queensland. That's
We need
the
to look
best
at
part of Australia.
what are the natural
If you want to go to,
attractions.
if you want to go to the natural attractions or the natural sceneries, go to the Northern Territory. It's stinking hot there, but it's got beautiful, beautiful places, I heard, and that is pretty dangerous out back there. So
Yeah,
if you
that's what I'd
really
like
do
to
wanna
see.
go,
I would like to see the Australian outback. I mean,
yeah. Well, that's got a lot of good outback scenery. Northern Territory. Because like someone was just showing me that lives in Australia and that told me that they want to go. They want to go to Northern Territory and they showed me these cool pictures. I don't know if
There's probably a lot of Australians that have never even been to the outback, right? They're more city people from Sydney.
No, I lived in the outback, okay?
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I've
I'm
got a
saying there's
photo.
probably a lot of Australians that have never even been there, right?
Invite me to the hang. I'm like in the chat. I'm in the chat here, but I'm not in the hangout. Oh, are you in the old hangout? Are you in the old hangout?
What do you mean?
Because I've got a picture of the beach. Me and my two kids at the beach where we lived. When my kid was young.
if you mean in Google Hangouts, yeah, you can post it and I can see it in there.
In the
Yeah, you post it, I can see it.
Okay, I'll just.
The last post I see says, "Hey Dave" from Sean.
No, it says there. It's right.
Okay,
the rain.
I see it. So that's you when your kid was really small, or some other
that's
kid?
me. That's my sons. They're both my sons.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah,
And that's cool. The outback. See the sand dunes?
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, this is the ocean. But that's big sand dunes there. And you have to have a 4-wheel drive to get in there. You can't get in there any other way.
I see.
Because it's a long way away from everything. And that's where we went. That's where we catch lots of whiting.
I see.
And it's it's a really cool place. The kids would run up and down those big high sand dunes.
I see.
And we camp there and sleep in the tent and that. It's a camping spot, that place.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go so far as to sleep in a tent in a really hot area, but I just want to look at it. Get back to the air-conditioned hotel,
Yeah.
More of a tourist than an actual camper.
Yeah, that place is 8 hours drive from the city.
So why is it that it's so easy to get lost? I mean, it is easy to get lost out in those areas, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's just easy. Because, like, Australia is as big as America, believe it or not.
Right. So why can't people figure out the difference between north, south, east, and west and get back to where they came from?
Some people can, some people can't. We never got lost because my ex is good at finding his way around.
Well, you can use your wristwatch as a compass if you know what you're doing. I mean, to me, I've been out in the bush in Alaska, so that's kind of why I'd like to be out in the outback of Australia. It's the same thing, with a different environment, and I never felt concerned about being lost. You know, north always remains north, and south is south, and you should be able to figure out how to get somewhere close to where you figure out where the, you know, if you're in Australia, why can't you find your way to the ocean? You know what I mean? All you have to do is walk in any direction for the same amount of time, right? But I know what you're saying. It's not so much.
It's as big as America. You
Right.
cannot.
So I guess a lot of it.
One end of Australia to the other. It takes
right
2 days or 3 days just to get to the top to Australia and back down to the bottom of Australia.
Right.
Takes
I know.
about
I was exaggerating, but I was just trying to make the point that, you know, you can pick a direction and get to some highway somewhere. Or, you know, I guess probably the biggest problem is people drive 300 miles out into the outback and the car breaks down. You know, that's kind of when you get fucked.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that would suck knowing that you're probably going to die of, you know, thirst or starvation in 3 days or a week. You know, that would be a really shitty 3 days, you know.
Yeah. I know it would be. But you could take water, lots of water on your back, wear protection so you don't, like, your lips don't burn and your skin doesn't burn off.
Well, you know, everybody's attitude is not
mosquito repellent, so you don't get eaten alive by mosquitoes.
Yeah, but everybody's attitude is, oh, that's not going to happen to me. That's going to happen to the other guy. So why bother? You know, that's pretty much all those people that die out there.
You gotta be prepared. You gotta be prepared for the worst and hope for the best. You know.
Yeah, the area I lived in, Montana, has a lot of rural spots where people will, you know, get into a car accident and they'll end up with like frostbite on their feet because they were stupid and didn't have socks and boots and the kind of jacket you need and just basic stuff. It's like you're gonna drive in, you know, 10 below zero weather. Well, you know that nobody's gonna come along and help you without at least some supplies in your trunk. I mean, it just makes no sense to me.
I know. Tell me about it. I know that.
Yeah, I've always carried a fire extinguisher and a first aid kit in my car. I've never used either one, but I always.
One day you may need it. You don't know.
Like, and it's not even so much for me. It's that I know pretty much nobody carries those. My you know, hope would be that I could put out a fire with somebody else's car. You know, that's kind of why I carry it.
Yeah, exactly.
Montana has a law that you're required to stop and render aid at any accident that you come across.
Oh, yeah, that's law everywhere in Australia. If you see a car accident, you got to stop and render first aid or help them or do your best to try and save their life. Yeah.
That's unusual in America. Montana is the only state that has that law in America.
Yeah, that's like mandatory in Australia, I reckon.
Well, when you get into these more rural areas,
I've done first aid. You know.
Have you? Well, good.
Yeah, I did first aid.
Most places in America, people would be afraid that they would stop and try to help, and the person might die, and their family would sue them. That's what most people in America would be concerned about. Is if I stop and help, I'm putting myself at risk for a lawsuit, so I'll just keep driving.
Stupid. You just don't think. You don't think about that. You just think about the person's life, you know?
Well, that's what you should be.
They die. There's nothing you can do. If it's an accident, it's an accident, you know?
But you have these
and I'm pretty sure that
people.
family would have thought, you know, you at least tried, you know?
Well, you'd think so, but that's why that fear they have is real.
That's,
you know,
what's
people
wrong with
sue
America.
You for anything.
Yeah,
it is the problem.
That's really what's wrong with America.
Absolutely.
And the government, you know?
Everybody wants to sue the next guy over any little thing they think they can get some money for.
All they
Whether
care
it's their
about is
fault or
money,
not.
money, 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 you know? And you got to stop caring about money so much, you know?
That's right. I agree. That's why I never sued the cigarette company that killed my mom, basically. She killed herself, but you know.
Yeah, she chose to smoke. She
Yeah.
must have known what it was going to do to her.
People like the slip and fall kind of lawsuits are just numerous
Yeah.
in America. Somebody will, slip on a wet spot at the grocery store. Oh my God, my back! They're lying oh my back and my neck, and it hurts so much, and I need $200,000 because you didn't mop the floor properly.
Well, if you legitimately did hurt yourself and hurt your back, fair enough. But if you didn't and you're putting it on, you shouldn't be able to sue, you know?
And I don't,
they have to
fair
have proof
enough.
that
The
they've
fair
got
enough
hurt, you know?
part. The fair enough part turns into the I'm going to get everything I can part, and that's where it all falls apart. I mean, it might even start off as a legitimate, please pay my medical bills, and the lawyer turns it to, well, you deserve $12 million for pain and suffering on top of that.
Nah, 12 million, that's a bit steep.
Well, whatever the number is, it always.
If you're a quadriplegic, yeah, you know,
exactly.
You're going to need that money, you know.
It always ends up being some exaggerated nonsense instead of a fair request to pay for your injury.
Yeah, exactly. I'd understand if you claim 50 grand or something. That's fair enough for getting hurt. But $1 million or 2 million, that's exaggerated, you know.
Yeah, there was a guy made a settlement over here that killed a police officer in a car accident, and the family settled for $100,000. And I saw some of the comments on the news. First of all, the $100,000 is basically his wages for the rest of his life because they don't make a lot of money here in Thailand. So it really was a fair settlement. But the kicker is that the guy that caused the car accident is the heir to the Red Bull company fortune. So all the Americans' comments were, oh, that guy's super rich. He should have sued for $50 million or $25 million. Or, well, that guy was stupid. Why didn't he, sue for these outrageous amounts of money?
The super rich guy would have won anyway because he's got enough money to fight it. So the super rich guy thought, oh, that's a fair payment. I'll pay it. You know?
Well, but the victims thought it was a fair payment too. But my comment back to those people is the reason they didn't do that is because the family of the victim isn't going to turn an already horrible thing into making themselves look like greedy douchebags, and Americans wouldn't think twice about doing that. That's the difference.
Yeah, I know. My son really needs to go to bed in a minute. He'll say, it's only 9 o'clock, Ma. But he's been going to, getting up really super early. And he's got to, be up pretty early, and his friend's dad's not very well. And his friend's going to need him. His friend's going to need his moral support. Going to try and talk him into, giving him some moral support because he's only got his mum and his dad, really. I know the school will give him lots of support, really, anyway, because he's well loved at that school because he's a true blue Christian, you know. They live for God, and how can I don't get how can his dad be dying of cancer? He didn't go see the doctor, you see. He waited 10 months to go see the doctor. He waited until he was half dead to go see the doctor.
That's men and
child?
That's
that's a good question. He's got a 16-year-old kid, you know.
I see. Yeah, that changes the equation.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, why didn't he go to the doctor sooner when he first had troubles? I'm sure he had some sort of some sort of indication that he was sick.
Well, of course. Yeah, men just don't like going to the doctor. That's a fact. We just don't.
Yeah, but when you got children or you've got one child that's dependent, he's in year 11, right? And last year he was in year 10, and like he should have known he was feeling tired and lethargic and all sorts of stuff, you know, because that's what happens when you're getting sick, you know. You're always tired or lethargic or something's wrong.
Yeah, you know when you're sick. That's true.
Yeah. You know, and he would have known.
What kind of cancer does he have?
He has, this is live. I don't really want to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, sorry for that.
Yeah. But he is sick. He's very sick. I think he's going to, you know, pass away from it.
Yeah, my mom had leukemia, and it was like a 5-year, slow, agonizing death. It was just horrible. Really?
Well, I don't know how sick he is. Cameron says he's very skinny, so he must be pretty sick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then when you get to that stage, you know, the medicines they try to give you.
Yeah.
But the medicines they try to give you now have to be so powerful to maybe cure you that, fuck, the medicines make you 10 times sicker than they would have if you'd taken the medicines much earlier. You know, you just really screw yourself. I'm not one to talk. I got a little lung infection a while back, and I waited maybe 5 days longer than I should have, to the point where I was really concerned if I was going to even be able to be cured or not. You know, I was kind of stupid. A few days later, after the doctor, I was just fine. So.
Yeah.
I was holding out for my body to cure it naturally, knowing full fucking well that it was past that point already.
Infections aren't really that. Infections are curable, but you have to catch them very early, like you said.
Yeah, I ate all the garlic and onions I want. It was past that point.
Yeah. Exactly.
That was kind of scary.
Lucky you didn't get sicker, you know?
Yeah, I felt like somebody was, you know, some 200-pound dude was standing on my chest, and I could barely breathe.
Was you coughing up all this mucus stuff too?
I don't really remember so much. Maybe I guess I was. The green, I was,
Okay, because I got really, 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 really bad tonsillitis, and I went to the doctors, but the doctor said, I'm fine. I went home. The next day I was half dead, really, really dehydrated. I could barely make it to the doctor's clinic. And then I had to go get myself in the car and get myself to have a far out blood test and wait for that. And by the time that happened, I was vomiting in the toilet. You know, it was that bad. I really literally needed to be in the hospital, but I didn't go to the hospital. I just stayed home and half died in my bed, you know.
Yeah, sometimes even the
finally
flu
gave me,
the flu makes you think like you're gonna die. You know, it hurts so fucked up. Fever and oh my god, I haven't had the flu for decades, but that's a nasty illness.
Yes, I know. Tell me about it.
I'm pretty lucky with the sicknesses. That lung thing is like the first thing in 30 years that I've had to go to the doctor for.
Yeah.
And according to him, if I keep smoking, I'll be back sooner than 30 years for another round of medicine to cure the lung infection. But we'll see.
Yeah, well, once you get one lung infection from smoking, not long before you get another. So you need to quit.
Right. Yeah, they say that like emphysema or COPD, whatever you want to call it today, the diagnosis is really that you get those infections 3 times in a year. And it's been a whole year, and I haven't had an infection yet. So I'm not that bad off. But if I keep going, it's going to happen. So I really need to stop.
Yeah, you do. Yep, you better do that soon.
Well, like I said, I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it today.
Good, you know?
I was gonna do it today, but this this guy painting my house pissed me off. So I got one. I'm smoking a cigarette now. I have one more. I'm gonna smoke my one more. I'm gonna take a nap, and that'll give me at least not smoking for a few hours. And then at the very worst, I'm only gonna buy a single cigarette when I really need one for a couple days before I completely quit. That plan didn't work out so well today, but I'm definitely not making the same mistake tomorrow. And I actually forgot. That's one of the fuck ups I made today. Is I'm in such a habit of buying a pack. I forgot that I could have just bought a single cigarette this morning, but I'll remember that tomorrow if I need one. I'm not buying any more packs of cigarettes. That's the first step for me of training my brain to understand that there's not going to be no cigarettes in a week or so.
Good.
Yeah, it is good because it's just stupid to say, okay, now I have cancer, I guess I'll quit. No, it's like, you gotta figure that out before
Once you
that.
get cancer from smoking, there's no use quitting.
Yeah, right. Well, that was my mom's attitude when she got leukemia, that's for sure.
How do you get leukemia from smoking? I don't get it.
I'm not a physician. I don't know, but they traced the specific type she had to the Kent.
To this brand of cigarettes. I remember you telling me. Yeah.
Yeah, the Kent Micronite 2 filtered cigarette was credited with that particular kind of leukemia.
Fair enough.
And it's actually curable today. If she had gotten it, some 10 years later, it's considered to be one of those types that if you catch it early enough, is curable. So,
yeah.
Unfortunate timing for her, I guess.
Yeah.
She smoked, it was unbelievable. She would smoke so much that she might have a half a cigarette burning in the ashtray while she's lighting up another one, because she just smoked so often she couldn't even keep track of the cigarettes she was smoking. I mean, it was just bizarre. It really was.
Yeah.
The whole downstairs, we lived in a 32-room house, a humongous ass fucking house, and the entire downstairs area would be this smog cloud of her smoke, and it was just unbelievable. And the fact that she got cancer didn't surprise anybody, herself included.
I know.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, those people that they put one out, and as soon as they're stubbing the one out, they're lighting up another one directly afterwards. It's just bizarre to me. I don't understand how you can not understand that is definitely going to cause you a problem.
Yeah, I know.
And it's just, the whole thing was just so, just so kind of, to me, you got these really rich people with this really seedy and disgusting habit, the overflowing ashtray that needs to be emptied 3 times a day, and the smog in the house. And you're like, you might drive a Mercedes Benz, but this is really low class. That was my problem. I tried to get across to her because I don't really care about the smoking. I don't care, about the health issue. I just think it's just so low class. I can't understand why you would do that kind of thing. It's just nasty all the way around. Disgusting. But I wasn't much of a person to be criticizing others when I was young about anything. So, what do you? Anyway, I'm going to take off. I'm going to go hang out and have dinner with my wife and all. So it's been good chatting with you.
Yeah, you too, mate. Have a good night.
Thank you. We'll see you, Suzanne. We'll see you, buddy, if you're in the background, although he's probably not. See you.
Cool. Bye-bye.
Hey. Sam.
Is my mic okay right now?
Yeah, your mic sounds fine, yeah.
Cool. I've got
what time's it out there, Sam? Huh?
Even my natural sound might be a little bit,
No, that sounds fine.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, you indoors, yeah.
Tomorrow is a big day for me.
What's that, your visa? Is it your visa thing?
Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna go to embassy. Half of my money arrived yesterday. Not yesterday, 2 days ago, and the other half will arrive today. So I'll be good to go to the embassy and ask, I need a visa. The thing with the money, the thing with money is that, I could go to embassy with just $1,000, okay, but the fear of rejection and things. If the ambassador sees like, oh, this guy has like $7 grand in his account, why would he reject me, right? Why would he reject me? He won't reject me. But if I go there with just 1,000,
I see.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You've got to show you're able.
Yeah,
you got to show you're able to support yourself. Yeah,
exactly. I have to show them just, I have this much and I'm going there. So just please give me the visa and shut the fuck
up. So did you do the exams? The tests?
There's no exam. I'm going to start a new course. After that new course,
I see.
Yeah, after that new course, I will take another exam. And after that exam, everything will be fine. If I pass, I'll enter the university.
Yeah. So have you got any idea where you'll be staying, where you might live?
Yeah, well, I'll have this 4 months course in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Yeah. And the rest of my medical studies will be in Kharkov, the second largest, the second major city in Ukraine.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Go up tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So have you got accommodation arranged? Is it university accommodation?
Yeah. Everything is arranged. Yeah.
Oh, good.
That's why it's like taking a hell of a long time, to arrange all the things up and things. It just needs time.
Yeah.
I didn't even guess that I would be like waiting this much. I thought that by tomorrow I will be in Ukraine. But it seems that it's harder than what I thought, and it's like it needs a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, it's a learning experience, Sam. At least you're learning as you go along. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm sure it'll all go okay for you tomorrow.
I hope so. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet today. I thought the Americans might be in. It must be, mid-morning over there in the States.
Is it Sunday there?
Sunday here in the UK, yeah, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Seriously? 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah, our clocks went forward again. Yeah, 1 hour.
Yeah, cool. Cause here is 4 p.m. 4 minutes to 4 p.m.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's from
yeah. Yeah, we adjust our clock twice a year by an hour, you know.
yeah. I was sorry. I'm speaking Persian with you. I said alright.
Mm.
I'm chilling here at a cafe named
All right.
Plus. Yeah, I'm chilling here. I'm studying the letters of biology.
Yeah. So have you been to the Ukraine before, Sam?
Yeah, once for 1 week. I have
Oh.
been in Kiev. Yeah.
Oh, so
Very
you've
beautiful
already
city.
Very done a little bit of research then, yeah.
But you know, the week that I was there, I couldn't dare, I couldn't dare going out and things. I was at hotel, just at hotel because I was like stressed out a lot. Like, it was a lot of pressure on me. The thing that happened is that I had 2 days to leave Iran. I left Iran. I went to Azerbaijan. And stayed there for 50 days. Okay, for 50 days. And after that, I went to Kiev, stayed there for 1 week, precisely 6 days. And after that, I came to Minsk. That's how it happened. So, during the time that I was in Azerbaijan, all alone in a different country, when you're not even 18, when you're just 17 and you're all alone, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of fucking pressure. It's, it's just hard to,
Well, you do.
that.
Yeah, you do very well for your age, Sam.
I hope so,
Yeah. Well, you're learning very quickly,
I'm thinking about something in Ukraine when I went there. As you know, Iran is under sanctions, right?
Yeah.
So the thing that I will do is to talk to somebody, okay? Some kind of a money dealer, okay? Outside of Iran, who is actually Iranian, okay? My uncle knows somebody, okay? I will call that guy, and we're gonna make kind of business together, I'll transfer money here for Iranians, and I'll get a percentage.
Yeah.
Like,
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be careful who you're dealing with, Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Make sure other people have used the same people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. If I work this way, I'll be able even maybe to, just a lot of Iranian students will come there and things, okay, and this opportunity will be like very good for me because if I do this, I may be able to make like, maybe at least 400 in a month, okay, and 400 in a month is like full for grain, it's just like a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of money there.
It's a lot for a grain,
Yeah,
And if I just, do my own saving policy and things, and then maybe I'll be able to buy a house in Ukraine in just 1 year because Iranians who send money here, okay, are kind of rich, so they're gonna send a lot of money, like $5,000. Okay, $5,000, like I will get like 4%. 4% is a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's just one person. When it goes and time passes by, gonna be a lot of money. Gonna be a lot of money. So that'll work.
Sam, as long as it doesn't interfere with your studies.
Yeah, of course. All the things that I'm doing and I will be doing is because of studies, you know. To be able to fund my studies myself, to be able to go independent from my father.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All of my trials are because of the studies, because of fucking studies.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be good if you could do that, but I'm sure he'll still be there in the background for you. You know what I mean?
You know, I'll do my best.
It's all you can do. Yeah. Yeah. You know. I mean, there's still young folk here, you know, expect, you know, the parents to finance them, you know, well into their 20s, you know.
You know, that's my kind of my problem. You know, I don't want my father to, you know, take care of me and things. You know, I'm old enough.
Well,
you know, I'm ready. I must go out and do my
Yeah.
own thing and get out of that mama's boy situation, you know.
well, I mean, your father, you know, I mean, he'll be there to help you whenever
Yeah.
you need him, you know.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a little bit worried, you know, about my father too, because you know, my
Yeah.
father really tried really hard. I saw him trying. Okay, I saw him trying to gather up all that money. Okay,
Yeah.
it seems so, you know, so inferior if I go to discos, if I go to nightclubs and
Yeah.
waste at all trials that my father did. You know, I don't wanna do that. You know, it's just I saw my fucking father trying so hard. Okay, and now if I'm gonna waste that money, it's like fucking absurd. It's like bizarre situation. I
Well,
don't want it. I don't want it.
Yeah.
You know.
yeah, I understand what you mean, Sam, but you still got to enjoy a bit of life, you know.
Yeah, of course. But I know I'm not a rich person, okay? But if I do that, I'll be pretending that I'm rich, but I'm not, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I have a lot of
Yeah, I
cavities
mean-
and a lot of holes in my life that I should fill with that money, okay? So
Yeah.
having fun, that's kind of fun, you know? That's not, you know, something acceptable.
No,
At
no, I
least to
can
me.
understand what. Yeah, yeah, it's a good attitude to have for Sam. But you know, when you're studying and when you're so far away from your family, you've got to relax sometimes and have a bit of fun. Yeah. You know, if you study hard, and you're working hard, then you deserve a little bit of, leisure. You know.
Yeah, exactly. That will fulfill my duty, you know?
Yeah. I'm sure your father's proud of what you've achieved up to present, you know.
No, the only thing is that, you know, if my father was kind of you know, gaining and earning all that money so easily, I wouldn't care. I would say that, you know, he did nothing and he gained that much of money, okay? But the thing is that he did. He fucking did. I saw him trying.
Yeah. Well, maybe one day, not in the so distant future, you'll be able to pay him back, Sam, yeah?
Sorry, D-Beck, I'm talking to this
Yeah.
cafe. Спасибо.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm sure in sometime in the future you'll be able to pay him back. Although, well, that will be that would probably be rewarding enough for him. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I may be, but it's so hard, you know, it's so hard. This is the time that I need this, you know. So it's a critical situation.
Yeah.
If it's a critical situation, well, my father is that much a year before.
Yeah.
That's kind of lame to think that, you know, someday I gotta pay my father. But the only thing that I can say, I can say is that, you know, I'll take care of them. I'll take care of them good, you know, good.
Well, you know, if that's your driving force, it might be a good thing, you know. But I would imagine your father wouldn't expect any kind of payment. He would just like to see you, like to see you do well, you know.
You know, the first thing that I was thinking about, the first idea about how should I like handle this thing and say, when I was like 2 years younger than what I am today, I thought that, you know, my father, my mother, okay, they got me into this shit that is called world, okay. Now they have to support me, okay. If they cannot support me, they did a mistake. They did a mistake taking me to this world, you know. But that's bullshit. That's bullshit, you know. That's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, mothers have got a little bit different attitude to fathers. I mean, to your mother, you'll always be her baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's
but after, you know, after a little bit of time, you know, I realized that well, my mother and my father, they got me into this world, and they have to like provide me the minimum, right? But you know, my ambitions, all the things that I want, it's on me. It's not on my father.
Yeah.
You know, not on my mother. It's just fucking on me. If I can't do this, I can't do this. This is none of it's none of their faults, you know. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
I have to do my own thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but you'll be a parent one day yourself, Sam, and when you're a parent, you want to see your children do well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That becomes your driving ambition. You know, no matter what job you do, you know, no matter what your social status is, when you have children, your whole attitude to life changes. You know.
Yeah.
Well, certain aspects of it do anyway, but you certainly want to see you're there to provide for that child then, not yourself, you know. And even when they get older, you want to see them do well, you know, because you suppose you're protecting your own genes, you know.
Yeah, not this. I won't take it like biological. Our human society is part of nature. So I won't, you know, just think like, about doing the things That's not your fault. That's not it. But I'm doing this.
You're going a bit quiet there, Hassan. I can
Oh,
tell it.
am I clear right now? My headphone is like
Yeah,
shit,
that's
My
that's
headphone
better.
is
Yeah.
shit. It's using my phone's microphone, so it has kind of a problem.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see. Yeah.
a lot of beautiful girls around here, like especially that it's nearly spring and summer. A lot of beautiful girls and a lot of beautiful stuff,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like driving me crazy,
Yeah, the summer brings out the nice frocks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's natural.
Yeah. Natural, huh? Russian beauties, Eastern Europe.
Well, there's beautiful women everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I know, generally speaking. Oh, I hate this phrase. I hate this phrase, generally speaking, because my physics professors, like my physics professor, adds it to anything. Whenever, even when he's specific, he says generally speaking. Like fuck, do you even know what this generally speaking means? Like, or like frankly speaking, like you're not even frank right now. What do you mean frankly speaking? Like you say that I'm not racist, but I hate Americans. I hate black people. I'm not racist, but I hate them. Like how is that fucking possible? It's that kind of thing.
You should have said, quite frankly, sir, you're a tit.
Yeah, adding the word quiet will do the job. Yeah, I'm sure about it. Yeah.
Or in general, sir, quite frankly, you're a tit.
My English teacher was translating this. There were some people from the Department of Immigration, okay, in university, and it was kind of a lecture. And then she was translating for us. She said, instead of important, she must have said like, we have an important authority here. She said, we have a serious person here. I was like, okay. Serious person, yeah. We all know that how serious he is. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't think of how awkward it is to work in another language, and learn the phrases and the definitions.
Yeah, it's like fucking frustrating, When I want to speak English, I think in English, okay? And when I want to speak Persian, I think in Persian. And when I want to translate from Persian to English, it's like fucking hard, A lot of words there are that I don't know. I know the English concept. I know what it is in English, okay, but I don't know what it is in Persian.
Yeah.
And it's like fucking hard.
Yeah, different phrases in different languages, and they don't match up. Yeah, well, as long as you get by, you get by perfectly well in English anyway, don't you?
Narrow, small, narrow. David, hold on for a second. I'm searching for the signals.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that happens, even in Central Europe. That's why Germans don't get the joke. Germans know English, but they don't get the jokes, so they don't laugh because they don't understand the meaning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
know, I'm trying to change the base of my mind to English. Now it's like multilingual, you know.
Yeah.
Some words in Russian, some words in Persian, some words in Arabic, some words in Turkish, and some words in English. Okay?
Yeah.
English is the most dominant one in my mind right now. As Persian it's the the other competitor, but the thing is that I'm trying to make English the most dominant one in my mind, so I can benefit more.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really get that concept because I haven't done it, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, everything is in English. Like the reason that I started even like learning the language is that there are a lot of fucking books, okay, that I cannot find them in my own language, in Persian, okay, and I cannot find it there. A lot of books, a lot of information, a lot of people, okay, that's might come to use for me. I couldn't find it, so I said, let's try this new language. I was learning English since I think I was 3. Okay, it started back in that time, but I wasn't persistent enough. Okay, it was like cutting, continuing, and cutting, just connecting and disconnecting rapidly my connection with English. So after a little bit of time, I said, I have to concentrate and I have to, master this. But I didn't master it. But I think now when I'm reading books, that's sufficient.
Well, Sam, I've been speaking English for nearly 60 years, and I still can't speak it properly.
Well, why is that? Isn't it your native language?
Well, it is, yeah, but I mean, when you get dialects, accents, you don't bother trying pronouncing, a lot of words when people can understand,
Well,
the slang.
It doesn't matter, I think.
Yeah.
Just a lot of things that I'm having troubles. I'm having troubles with. I'm having troubles with my English teacher. Okay, in grammar, she says that this is right, and I say, no, this is not right. If we use this word, it will mean something fucking else. And she says, no, this is the English grammar. This is fucking like this. I said, yeah, this is English grammar, but when you use this different word here, it will go to another structure and it will make sense. And she couldn't accept it. She said, like, what? You think you know more than me and things? I said, no, fuck, I don't know more than you. But the thing is that when we speak a language, we don't think about fucking grammar. This is right, that is wrong. This is right, that is wrong.
Yeah.
We just start talking.
Yeah, you can't think
and it flows and it flows and it flows and comes to the mind,
Yeah, you wouldn't think, you can't double think everything you're going to say, before you say it. I tell you what I find funny, Sam. When you have someone speaking English, to a foreign student, and for an example, I'll say someone from maybe Scotland are teaching Chinese people, and then when you hear those Chinese speak English, you can tell they've got a little Scottish accent.
Yeah.
That's quite funny.
That's quite funny, and I understand it. I understand it because here, it's Russian accent, okay, and whoever I'm trying to talk to, my even my accent we change. You know, if I'm talking a lot with that person, my accent would definitely change.
Really?
Yeah. Like I've been talking to Arabs, okay, and my accent will like change. It will like fucking change. And I'm talking to Americans, it will change. I'm talking to even is dependent to the to the previous language, the former language that I was talking into. You know, like I was talking Russian, okay. When I'm trying to speak English, I will get a Russian accent. When I'm trying to speak English, and before that I was speaking Persian, I will grab a Persian accent. Then yeah, I'm serious. When I'm talking Turkish, I'll pick up a Turkish accent when I'm talking English, you know? And the same in all languages. It doesn't matter. When I'm talking Persian and then I'm talking Russian, I'll pick up a Persian accent in Russian, and it seems like ridiculous, you know? That's how it works.
So how many languages can you speak, Kassam?
I can speak Persian. I can speak Azerbaijani. Azerbaijan language is like Turkish, and I know a lot of words in Arabic, but I don't speak Arabic. I know a lot of words, okay? But and I speak English like this, and Russian I'm trying to learn, but I'm not that successful because I'm sticking with English and doing all the things with English. If I don't, I will lose my English proficiency in, you know. So I try to stick with English, but yeah. Russian is the next.
So what language will they teach in Kiev? Will they teach in Russian or in English?
No, they will teach in English. I couldn't, I cannot bear with Russian when I'm studying, because you know I won't be fucking medical student. I will be a fucking translator.
Well,
I'm not.
You might make more money.
Planning, you know, I'm not planning to stay in Russia, in Ukraine, or in Belarus. I'm planning to go to an English-speaking country. Okay. So the thing is that when I will be studying, I will be forced to learn the English word of that, that specific concept, that specific word, academic words. I have to obtain all of that in English also. So it will be a fucking waste of time if I choose Russian. I go and study in Russian. But to be honest, the quality of education in Russian medium will be way better, because it's their native language and they can easily speak Russian, okay, but they cannot easily speak English. So when I'm going there, I will be on my own.
So do you plan on studying in England eventually?
For this specialty, maybe. Yeah, of course. For specialty, I won't stay in Ukraine or in Eastern European country. I will definitely go somewhere else. Hopefully,
more expensive.
It is more expensive. Okay, there English-speaking countries like Canada, US, UK. It is more expensive. But that time I'll be a fucking doctor. Okay, so I can work and I can study. Working as a doctor part-time and studying.
Yeah.
So I will be able to cover all my costs and things.
Yeah. I wish you well.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Just going to make myself a cup of tea, Sam.
Yeah. Sure.
Check what's happening about.
Omega. Hello. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Again. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Testing, testing. This is Armando Vargas live, and we are having a practicing session. And Parvat Irani from Iran is with us. How are you, Sam? Hey, dude, I'm just messing with you. Okay, just to let you know that I'm just messing with you. I don't, I don't mean anything. Because it's funny to go against you as an Irani. That's why. I hope you don't mind. Okay. Okay. No, the bomb. The bomb. A bumblebee. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh, First of all, we're gonna we're gonna we're gonna get we're gonna get what's the speed of that bee, like 25 divided by 60, so that we can get the speed, uh, the distance the bee can travel in minutes. But see, Sam, if I was that smart, I won't be a security guard. I would be some kind of an engineer or something else. So why are you asking me this question? I'm not that smart. Okay, okay. The distance is 2 miles. 2 miles, huh? Okay, 20 miles. The distance is 20 miles, and the cycles are running at a speed of 10 miles. So it means like they're gonna take like 2 hours, 2 hours to reach each other. That's 120 minutes. Why? The cycles are traveling at 10 miles per hour. So, oh yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, okay. We have 60 minutes. That's the time. See now. Now the bee is traveling at 25 miles. So we're gonna divide 25 into 60. 60 minutes. Now, how can we calculate if we don't have the 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 distance which the bee is gonna cover per minute? So it doesn't matter. Okay, so how you gonna? Okay, one and a half, 1.5 distance. No, 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 no. The bee went and touched one bicycle, and then she came back half. I'm not sure, dude. This is so messed up. Okay, please tell me. Uh-huh.
It'll be 25 miles because it's 25 miles per hour. So the answer is 25 miles. B will fly 25 miles.
No, but the bee will fly 25 miles, but the distance is 20 miles. So bee is gonna go and come back half the way, or one third the way. Oh, I don't know. These questions are ready. Hey, Becky, 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 Becky.
Oh, Gupta.
Gupta.
Oh, I do like to be.
What's up, Becky, 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 Becky,
beside
Becky, Becky?
do like to be beside the sea. Oh, I do love to be beside a big brother.
Oh, I have to take this call. I'll be back.
Yeah, don't rush. Probably a return call from the Salvation Army. Oh, fishing. Fishing. So what's this bit? It's like a octopus boat.
And 50 years ago, this groundbreaking hymn book, Youth Praise, was launched. That a new worship movement was born.
Was one of the original founders of the youth praise movement. Absolutely radical. That we were trying to do something in which young people could sing and enjoy themselves and find worship. It wasn't welcome. It wasn't welcome, and by many victims. Fortunately, there was a great movement.
You're unhidden, for fuck's sake, don't fucking panic.
I'm unable to see myself on the YouTube. On the YouTube chat, you stupid scum. You piss drinking scum. Unhide me.
You're unhidden, you stupid fucking Indian.
First of all, I'm not Indian. Second, I'm not stupid. Third, I'm not unhidden. I'm unable to see myself on the YouTube text chat. So could you please, you piss drinking
One,
Scottish?
you are fucking stupid. Two, there's no difference between an Indian and a fucking Paki. Three, you're fucking unhidden. And four, fucking clue what's happening in YouTube text. Five, shut the fuck up.
Okay, okay.
Not the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy.
Okay, I just saw myself. I can see myself on the YouTube text. So it means that I'm unhidden. And Petra is here.
What, Mum?
Morning, Petra. I think Paki's on drugs again. He thinks he's hidden. He takes cocaine, you know, and he thinks he's hidden.
Petra. Oh my God, Petra! Don't do that tongue thing. It's so seductive. Petra, please hide your tongue. There's no need to cross your tongue.
Do you like me jumper? It's pink.
And Petra, it's a very nice picture.
Petra, I'm watching the hangout. I'm watching the hangout, Petra. I can't see it. Hang on.
Pink, fluffy. It's a nice day today. Bit chilly though. Nice and sunny though.
Pink. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I've been out in my garden most of the morning.
Aye. I'm a bit cold, to be honest with you. I'm going to stay in now. But my mum's washed my curtains and I'm my curtains. She's obsessed with it, like she's putting them up now. I'm pushing the blood.
Petra.
What's your real name, so I can call you your real name?
Me?
Yeah.
Gupta.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you my real name, but
what's your nickname? Nickname, short name.
Maksud. Real name is Maksud Javid.
Petra, I'm
from Delhi.
I'm gonna
He's
tell
from
you
Delhi in India.
Promise me not to
talk
tell
at the same time.
It's Maksud Javid. He's from Delhi in India.
Petra, I'm gonna tell you my real name, but you have to promise not to tell anyone.
Yeah, but we're on a hangout in it, so everyone's gonna know in it.
No, you have to promise that you're gonna keep it with yourself.
Yeah, you don't realize everybody can
I need to use it as ammunition. I'm going to do it, so I can't keep a secret. I'll be honest with you. No, I'm not good at keeping secrets.
No, I'm willing to give you my name, but
Amir Sindhi. His real name's Amir Sindhi.
Amir?
No.
Amir Sindhi. Hey, Bella! Bella. I can see Bella's head. Bella. Woof woof.
Hello.
I'm going to write a book about Bella. It's going to be called The Adventures of Bella. The Chronicles of Bella.
Petra, why do you have two mugs? Who's?
My mum's there.
No, why do you have two mugs?
Because my mum's there.
So your mom is sitting next to you?
No, she's brushing the floor.
So she's gonna drink coffee with you.
Yes.
So where is she now?
She's standing up. Mom, come and say hello. Come here. Pakistani, honest Pakistani. Come and sit down here. Here's my mum. Look how beautiful she is. Hello. Come here, Mummy. We look the same. Bella. My mum was young. Apparently, we look the same.
Oh
Good
my
afternoon,
God!
Mr.
Your mother is way better looking than you.
And you're better looking than me. That's nice.
Yeah,
This is
you
my
look a
mum.
bit-
Rita's name is Rita. My dad's
You
called
look a-
Peter. We've got Rita, Peter, and Petra. And we're 3 peas in a pod. We're a gang.
Yeah, you look about the same age, Rita.
Thank you, darling. We're sisters, innit?
Yeah, she
We're
looks
sisters, innit?
she looks younger than you, Petra. So she's probably your younger sister.
I know. Creep.
Twin.
Mum called you a creep.
Petra, is your mom single?
My mum's not single now.
Oh, is she
Mum's Russian.
willing? Is she willing to become single?
No way.
Any future possibilities?
No, not at all.
Okay. So what about you, Petra?
I'm not interested.
Careful, Petra. He's looking for a sponsor to try and get him into the UK.
That's so true. That is so true.
Your moods are too sweet. You've got too many mood swings for me.
Petra, sister, I would love to have you here in California. You can.
Oh yeah, me and Mum are going for a holiday in California this year.
Really?
This year. It is this year. Yeah. When is it?
Yeah.
Next year.
Taxi ride.
That's where I've always wanted to go.
Petra, you can come to my house.
Yeah.
You're most welcome.
I will. I'll overstay my welcome on that. Just come and sponge off you.
Won't you like out of date
Money
curry?
and make you do everything for me and just sit in your house and sit in your house all day, make you do all the work and that, and not get a job and just like overstay me welcome a bit, you know.
Don't worry,
Petra,
Petra. I'm gonna give you California. It's a nice place. It's a very nice place, and
California, take bottled water with you. Don't drink the local water.
I want to go to the rough places and go for a walk down one of the rough streets and all that, see if I can get myself a fight.
Yeah, just follow the curry smell. You'll find Packy's house.
what is she saying? Petra, my sister, you're more than welcome, dear. And
We can meet up in California, we'll have a coffee and that, innit? Meet up and have a drink. Me, you, and me mum.
no problem, Petra. Anytime.
I'll buy you a coffee. Or Big McDonald's, go large.
Should I give you my number, Petra?
What?
It's got to be. It's got to be Hafal.
I can't age both at the same time.
Should I give you my number? NUMBER number?
Well, I'm not going. My mum just said next year now, so I need to save up and all that. So, but she's already going on holiday this year, so she's saying next year. But I'll let you know, like before we come, when nearer the time. I'll definitely be in touch.
Yeah. If you go to the public toilet, just go to the public toilet. Packy, stop talking over me. If you go into the public toilet at the airport, you'll get Packy's phone number.
That's funny. That's funny, D-Bag. That's funny. Me and Petra are gonna have a very good time. We're gonna have some. We'll be like brothers and sisters with benefits.
You have to show me all the cool places to go out at night.
Yes. We'll be like brothers and sisters with benefits.
No, Packy.
Okay.
Is it honest Pakistani? But it's Packy for sure. It's not racist or not. And it's a term of endearment. I'm sick of saying Pakistani, honest Pakistani, because I don't know his name. So everyone just calls him Packy. It's not out of disrespect.
I don't mind you calling me Packy.
Spell out your real name, Pakistani. Spell your real name out.
P-A-K-I.
Start again, Packy.
H-O-N-E-S-T. Honest. P-A-K-I-S-T-A-N-I. Pakistani.
I knew he was going to say that. I know he can't spell out his real name. He'll deport him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement to make. Lyserge, the good-looking Lyserge, is back in the room. Welcome, sir.
It's a coffee okay, man?
Oh no, I think the Serge is.
Exactly. Go
It's
Har
singing.
Ramachandra Harichandra.
Yeah.
What's your
Hey, you
real?
know, have you ever heard of the movie The Last Airbender? It's like for kids.
No, just trying to think of your real name.
She was here. No.
Constant
Well, and anyway, you know, for the movie The Last Airbender, I think we should, you know, make a movie for Honest Pakistani, okay, where he can play the main character, the last Harbinder.
Harbinder.
Yeah.
Okay,
what's a Harbinder?
Harbinger.
No, yeah, not Harbinger. I mean, you know, Harbinder.
Let me. How to spell that? Last.
Harbinger.
Harbinger.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought there was potential
It must be
there.
a gay. Is that a gay thing? We don't know a lot about, you know, gay things with Serge. You got to explain it if it's
I
like a gay
don't
thing.
think it would be. You know,
Bella. Sweetie.
What is it?
Right, Mom.
It's just a name.
Oh my God, Petra, you are looking so nice. Petra is looking so nice with her with her schoolgirl makeup. She is looking so nice. I'm gonna hook Petra with Lyserge, and they're gonna have beautiful babies because both are very good looking. And I'll be their Pakistani uncle who's gonna bring them candy. And Jive can put up a show for those kids. So Petra and Lyserge, you guys should get along, and both of you will have very good babies.
Well, we certainly won't use you as a security guard. You'll fucking fall asleep.
Give me little one.
Well said. Please drinking back. Well said. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Simpson in the house. The ladies' man, Dave Simpson in the house.
Well, hey, what do you know? There's a cricket player named Harbinder Gupta.
Harbinder Gupta. Oh, Harbinder Gupta.
Ramsey, will you get me a job as a security guard at your place, and we'll live together. We'll work together. We'll just be best friends, isn't it?
Dude, you are way too good looking for a security guard. But
no, I want to be a security guard.
You're gonna be ready.
Sorry, Packy. Is your name Ramsey?
You're gonna look good in that uniform.
His name's Ramsbottom. His name's Ramsbottom, Dave.
So I'm gonna fix Petra a job at a security company. Meanwhile, we can talk to Dave Simpson.
Yeah, you'll be lucky. You'll be lucky if you can keep your own job. Never mind sort anybody else out.
They look the same. Or did you look crinkle free?
Probably still on.
Oh, wow.
Probably still on trial.
You know, I was just looking up the stats for this Harbinder Gupta.
I'll stay now.
It says his experience is prodigious, his form is decent, but his fitness is hopeless.
No, I like the
Hey, sir, just to let you know, I'm not a creep, but I have saved your pictures in my phone, so just letting you know that I have your pictures.
I deleted that account that I was gonna.
Oh, I saved them.
So that's gone, mate. Okay.
I saved them. They're in my phone. So
I mean, I don't really like getting cloned either, so I understand you got a little upset.
I would never clone Lyserge. I have them for some specific a reason, a kind of private reason for a moment of my own. But I'm just letting Lyserge know because I don't want to use those pictures without his consent.
Yeah.
Just letting you know, listeners, that I have your pictures with me.
Market
No,
You say you're not a cricket fan, Packy, no? You say you don't like it.
Bella went for a walk. Bella's found a stick, a big stick. Loads of stuff to say.
I'm not sure what Petra is complaining about, but I am so into Lyserge. I just don't know why, but he is really good looking.
Oh, it's just a video.
I got a bad feeling that you put my picture on your phone and then set it at your nightstand, when you go to bed.
That's a very good idea. I should have a nightstand.
I think he already has one of John Tudor.
Yeah.
Hey, Research, does Canada grow GMO crops?
What crops?
Yeah, genetically modified crops.
Yeah, GMOs. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Especially in the prairies, right? The wheat fields.
£100 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine it. Probably soy, and we grow a lot of soy here too.
Do you like
Yeah, just having a discussion with Ray about it on a hangout. GMOs are banned.
Well, it's controversial stuff. There's been a lot of fights and legal battles, and I know in Australia there was a guy, a farmer, turned the tide, against Monsanto, where Monsanto was like fining people or taking them to court over like cross-pollination, and the farmer flipped the tables on him and took them to court for the cross-pollination of his organic crops, and he won. Which it's like not very often that we take on the giant and win.
Well, I see the opposite happen in the States. There's a documentary where Monsanto actually sued the farmer for the cross-pollination.
Oh yeah, it was like widespread.
I think that's a lot to do, or partly to do with the bee depopulation. Nearly 90% in the States, there's no variety. And the bees are losing their immunity to their own pests and viruses.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, really up in arms over GMO, but it's just.
You know what you want to move to Canada? It's always snowing there, freezing.
I don't know. I don't think it's really all that serious, except for.
Oh, we're gonna move there one day.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
you don't think diversity fights off disease and uniformity is more open to disease or mistakes?
I don't know. Like, the technology's there, and it does improve yield and resilience and all that. Then
improves resilience for that crop. Yeah.
It's I understand how it's not entirely natural, but things change over time anyhow, right? Like, I'm not sure what the ramifications could be and all that. Like,
My doctor does for you.
Well, the test fields are the rice fields of Asia. Yeah, they're turning around the other way. They're going back to diversity.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
There's like history of agriculture and the plants that we use right now, like all our domesticated plants, have gone through thousands and thousands of years of what is technically genetic modification, right? Like, it's just a more natural process, and using genetic modification is basically just leapfrogging, right? Like, that's how I see it.
Well, genetic modification is done in 20 or 30 years, not 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 years.
Yeah. Well, that's
the full effect on the rest of the ecosystem.
Do you not think it's a good idea though for starving countries?
Yeah, there's enough agricultural areas to feed starving people, Dave. It's got nothing to do with that. It's to do with profit and licensing seeds, licensing the pesticides that go with the seeds and the fertilizers.
You know, it's an economics thing. Like if you're holding 2 handfuls of seeds and, you know, one of them produces much better yield and more resilient and all that, you know, it's a no-brainer decision, right? And you know, I think the health concerns and everything are you know, mostly overstated, but